my head's deep in the sandpit, and I burn through every payslip and wonder where all my money's gone. If I don't look, I won't find it. Dig my head deep in the sandpit, cause inside I'm still a shy kid, stealing dreams like a bandit on the run. Cause all of my friends all now carry a briefcase, I carry a torch. Like everyone's built a house for the weekdays, but I'm building a fort. And I keep on waiting to wake from my dreamscape, but really what for? What for? What for? But really what for? Son, you gotta go reach a little higher. It's time to get serious. Experience will take you from a boy into a man. Sunday is that up and down, right, fly by like the wind. I'll stay glorious, notorious, cause you can't take the boy from Neverland, yeah. I keep trying to fly, cause I still think I can. Oh, cause you can't take the boy from Neverland. Oh, I keep trying to go for the gold star, impress my parents and bring home the straight A's, as if my life could be told in report cards, but kinda wish it could someday. Cause I'd be perfect, I achieve it, but I'm nervous that I'm neither, cause I'm burning with the fever, and nothing's able to put me out. So will I ever just feel it, the things I wanna feel it? This future's not appealing, so maybe I'll just stay forever young. Cause all of my friends all now carry a briefcase, I carry a torch. Like everyone's built a house for the weekdays, but I'm building a fort. And I keep on waiting to wake from my dreamscape, but really what for? What for? What for? But really what for? Son, you gotta go reach a little higher. It's time to get serious. Experience will take you from a boy into a man. Sunday is that up and down, right, fly by like the wind. I'll stay glorious, notorious, cause you can't take the boy from Neverland, yeah. I keep trying to fly, cause I still think I can. Oh, cause you can't take the boy from Neverland. Son, you gotta go reach a little higher. It's time to get serious. Experience will take you from a boy into a man. Sunday is that up and down, right, fly by like the wind. I'll stay glorious, notorious, cause you can't take the boy from Neverland. Oh, cause you can take the boy from Neverland.
Think in my style, write it down, make it work, wow, figure it out, cause right now it's just your smile
that's taking me out. I'm stuck in when you're not around.
at the top of my list. Said you, I'm thinking about a kiss. I'll be there anytime, you just tell me your wish.
I got your back no matter what, we're gonna last, cause you're
hashtag is what I like no shoes that fit just right. Even though your best day, there's nothing like you.
I can be your boyfriend, I'll be there until the world ends. We can sit right smack dab in the middle, figure it out little by little. We're already best friends, cause you and I just make sense. All you gotta do is give me the signal, nothing to lose, let's make it official. Tell me like your boyfriend, and also be my best friend. Na 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 na. Boyfriend, boyfriend.
moment.
I don't see a limit to my future, cause you're in it, they say. True thirds, but right now it feels so good, cause I finally understood. I don't see a limit to my future, cause you're in it, they say. True thirds, but right now it feels so good, cause I finally understood. Hashtag just what I like an old song that hits just right. And then the sunshine, nothing's as bright as you. I can be your boyfriend, I'll be there until the world ends. We can sit right smack dab in the middle, figure it out little by little. We're already best friends, cause you and I just make sense. All you gotta do is give me the signal, nothing to lose, let's make it official. Tag me like your boyfriend, and also be my best friend. Na 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 na. Boyfriend, boyfriend, best friend, best friend. Na 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 na. Boyfriend, boyfriend, best friend, best friend. Boyfriend, boyfriend, best friend, best friend.
Incoming transmission.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to Season 2, Day 1 here of the GSL. We just wrapped up Season 1. We're in kind of StarCraft 2 marathon mode here. DreamHack just wrapping up. This is the road to EWC, the Esports World Cup, just around the corner. How you doing, State?
I'm doing fantastic, man. There is so much StarCraft happening right now. Yeah. It is hard to keep up. I feel like I just finished watching DreamHack Dallas after we just finished casting GSL Season 1, and now we're back here with GSL Season 2. EWC qualifiers also right around the corner. There is so much happening. It's a pretty crazy time to be a StarCraft fan.
Yeah, it's weird. We had this long hiatus. There was nothing going on. We weren't sure if StarCraft 2 was even going to be in the circuit this year. We're back. We're going hard. And in just a little bit of time, we are going to be crowning another GSL champion.
Yeah, I mean, the games just keep rolling along, dude.
It's crazy.
It's going to be like, what, two or three more weeks until we're wrapped with this GSL Season 2. It is a crazy time. And, you know, for me as somebody that casts and watches the game but doesn't compete, I kind of think about how these players are holding up with it. I mean, just imagine competing in GSL, then you fly all the way out to Dallas, you compete there, then you either fly back to Europe to prepare for the qualifiers there, you fly back to Korea to get ready for GSL Season 2.
It's insane.
I mean, you talk about marathon, and it might feel like a viewership marathon, but for the players, it really is like a marathon. And I think fatigue is probably going to start to set in on some of these guys here around the time of GSL Season 2.
I am wondering how the performance is going to be today, because I think some of these guys are going to be pretty tired. Obviously, if you're exhausted at all, StarCraft is a pretty grueling game. So we'll see what happens. It might come down to who is really able to maintain the most stamina here. And what a group we've got going into this. It's going to be Cure, Solar, Creator, and Zoun.
Yeah, I feel like Cure and Solar are pretty much slam dunk favorites to advance to this group. Cure almost won last season of GSL. Solar did fantastic in Dallas. These guys have been on fire, but again, I mean, there's so much fatigue and so much endurance that is really going to be put to the test here in GSL Season 2. I'm not sure if those guys are going to advance into the second group stage. I mean, really, it feels like if you're going to make an upset right now, the first week back in GSL after DreamHack Dallas, especially if you have all this footage to cover from your opponents, to study them, to prepare builds, you know, maybe you download those replays or you download those VODs as a player and you study your opponents on the flight back home to Korea, right? I mean, it almost feels like it's additional preparation time within the GSL seasons, between Season 1 and Season 2. It's crazy.
So here's our schedule. We want to make very clear here, guys, we have bumped the finals. I guess we haven't announced this yet. We had an older schedule that was given to us before this was made public. But the finals and semifinals is now going to be on the 15th. So it's going to be on a Sunday. So we're going to go through Group A and Group B here, excuse me, this week. Not Group P. Unless we have only Protoss players, it'll be a Group P. And then we're going to have tickets go on sale on the 6th. Now, right now the studio is pretty light. Definitely not filled up. We'll see if we get a bigger audience as the day goes on here. But every day that passes where a GSL is on, the studio does start to get packed. So I would highly recommend if you're planning on coming and visiting for any of these days, just make sure you try to get a ticket in advance. You can buy them upon arrival. They'll show you how to do that on your phone, but just in case they sell out.
And if you want to support the GSL, you know, the state of StarCraft 2 these days, a lot of it is crowdfunded. You can contribute to GSL. That goes to supporting the tournament, supporting the prize pool, and you get some cool perks like the replay packs, behind-the-scenes interviews, stuff like that. And oh man, we were just talking about this, how it's really hard to get replay packs in some other RTS games, but for StarCraft 2, we are so lucky. GSL has been on point, sending out the replay packs on Patreon. Dallas, as soon as that thing was done, they posted those replay packs for everybody. So, you know, you want those replays, you want to up your own game, or maybe just analyze your favorite players is the best way to do it. Of course, here, smaller format in 2025 GSL. We have an extended qualifier with basically a winner's stage and a loser's stage in the qualifiers. So some players, they seed directly into the round of 8, and that means that the opening groups are just going to be the round of 12. 2 groups of 4 players, and then just like last season, I mean, same app, same format. We were here, what, 2 weeks ago? Yeah, it's what you expect.
So we're going to have 2 survivors and 2 losers here today in this GSL. We'll be doing Group B, by the way, tomorrow. That'll have Gumiho, Bunny, Shin, and Byun. Should be a lot of fun there. Going to be a very Terran-heavy day for Group B.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun TBT day. And then looking at the round of 8, man, talk about a lineup. Rogue and Maru in Group A, Hero and Classic in Group B. Pretty nice race distribution, honestly. I'm really liking this.
Yeah, you know, I was a little worried when I saw the Group A and B because I thought, oh man, what if we just don't have a Protoss that advances? But, you know, with Hero and Classic over there, both these guys in incredible shape. Obviously, Hero having an amazing run last season. Classic in fantastic shape. Yeah, I think we're probably going to end up with that golden ratio once again here for the Final 4.
Yeah, hopefully we get a Zerg in the top 4. But in any case, I feel like especially GSL Season 1 and now looking at GSL Season 2 with the round of 8 groups, every group has kind of been a very nice mix. I feel like maybe maybe Group B is going to be the first group stage where we don't have a Terran, Protoss, and a Zerg. It's all kind of hazy for me because we've casted so many GSLs, but I feel like the spread has been really good so far these seasons.
So again, this is our lineup here today. Cure, Zoun, Solar, and Creator. Interested in seeing how Creator's going to perform here today. He's one of our more emotional players. You know, some players are extremely stoic, whether they win or lose. You know, they're kind of fine with it. And then there's some that are so thrilled when they win, and then in so much pain when they lose. And, you know, Creator's a guy where it seems like if he's in his element, he does very well. I do feel like he struggles more in this phase of the tournament because you have to be kind of pretty well balanced to make it through a GSL group. I mean, there's a reason why we format the group like this, just in case one guy has like he's perfect at one matchup. You can't just keep advancing while avoiding, you know, the other matchups. And groups allow the players to kind of exhibit their range of play. And there's the fact that there's rematches. Can you recover? Can you kind of intuit a new way to approach this if you lost before to come back and win later? And I would say Cure here, the overall favorite. He should be getting out first.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. I mean, Kira's just been so rock solid in TVP. I mean, he almost beat Hero, even dipping back into the well with like the same Siege Tank Bush with a slight variance multiple times over the course of the GSL playoffs last season. And for Zoun and Creator, that's got to be really scary. I mean, Cure, his late game TVP is one of the best in the world. We didn't really get to see it too much in the finals, I think because he was a little bit scared of going up against Hero's late game PvT. But against guys like Zoun and Creator, and I don't mean this to knock on Zoun and Creator, it's just that Hero's the best in the world right now. You got to be afraid of everything going up here against Cure. Yeah, he can kill you with timing attacks, but I mean, you get this guy into a late game TVP, and he has like top 3 control with Terran. Like, as far as I'm concerned, late game armies, it's like Cure, Clem, and Maru are the scariest guys in the world.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. I remember when Zoun first showed up to GSL. I remember Artosis and me were in the studio and we're like, oh my God, we have a new player. A new Korean player, right? I mean, we've gotten very familiar with all these names here as time's passed. By the way, there may be a small issue with Cure's computer. We have our stage manager taking a look at whatever it might be. So hopefully this gets sorted out here in a second.
Probably an audio issue. I feel like it's basically always an audio issue.
Just a headset issue. Yeah, 9 out of 10 times it's an audio issue.
Yeah.
It makes me go back and think of the days where the players would accidentally, like the first 2 or 3 years of StarCraft 2, where players were just nervous and they'd accidentally mute the in-game sound with some. I can't remember what the
I've done this in tournaments too. Control S.
Control S. That's what I thought it was. Shift S or Control S. Control S would mute the sound. And all these times where players would lose sound and then freak out and pause the game. And, I don't have your sound. No, you just turn it off. So it's probably not that. Anyways, when we get this ready to go, we're going to be starting this out on the map Persephone.
Yeah, Persephone, Leylons, Magnatha. It's the same map pool as we had last season. And I feel like there are just some maps when we have like a 9-map format like this one where we just never see them. Like, I'm pretty sure we didn't see Last Fantasy in 1 game last season. Hopefully we get to see it in at least 1 match in Season 2. But I've been really enjoying this map pool, especially on the ladder. Like, just the addition of the healing zones is so much fun. We didn't really get to see it too much at like the pro level here in GSL over the course of Season 1.
I thought we were going to see it in TVZ, and it didn't end up happening. I thought that matchup was kind of ideal for, Terran or Zerg to kind of take advantage of that. But yeah, PVT coming into this. It did seem like Protosses were extremely strong if they could stretch the game out. If they could drag the game out, it seemed like Terran were going to have a hard time. It really required, in a very Protoss-like fashion, you really had to get a composition that had all the parts, all the pieces of the puzzle, so to speak. You get your splash damage, you get your storm on top of that. You have, enough to tank in the front. You've got your blink. And Terran have a tough time. And we'll see if it's going to be the state of the game this GSL. A lot of Terran players, in some ways, it's like they're trying to stop the Protoss from getting to that end game composition.
Yeah, especially with a Ghost having an increased supply cost and the addition of energy. I think energy recharges. I'm so bad with the names of abilities. The Nexus being able to give energy to Templar just makes storm openings so much more stable in PvT these days that it's just, it's a very scary mid-game for Terra, and it feels like there's a little bit of a power spike for Protoss as soon as that storm comes online. And that's against players like Hero, you'll see Kira do something like he did in GSL Season 1, even against Classic, where he will go back to timing attack after timing attack after timing attack to avoid that. But I feel like in the late game, even with the Ghost having an increased cost and supply, Kira absolutely can go to the late game except against maybe like
I think he's probably
the very top players.
I think he's probably better at that than almost any Terran in the whole world.
Yeah, I mean, there's only like two or three other Terrans that would have a chance of being better at him than in TVP, right?
We have seen a lot, I would say more SCV pulls than even normal in this matchup. We've had a lot of really sharp timing attacks. Whenever you see that, I mean, the SCV pulls, I remember when this first started happening in StarCraft 2, like way back in the day, and I remember thinking, like, how long is this going to last, or is this actually just a way to play the game? And it is just a way to play the game. But when you have those SCV pulls, the whole idea is, like, there's going to be one specific moment where you should just be able to win the game outright and snowball the damage by sacrificing all the SCVs in the front. And the fact that we've seen more and more of that means that the Terran players are viewing the matchup in a way where the burden is on them to end it. Really, the Protoss just has to kind of run defense. Not always, but in some of these games, and try to figure out exactly how to drown the Terran out of options, of expansion, stuff like that.
Yeah, and it makes sense with the style that Kira was mostly going for the SCV pulls with, too, because he was skipping starports. He didn't have medevacs. So any damage on the Marines is permanent damage, right? So you have this glass cannon army that also can't heal. You kind of need a meat shield in front of it. You need dozens of SCVs to sacrifice themselves for the greater good of the Terran faction to actually be able to break down those Protoss players. It worked really well with the opening that he did. I feel like his win rate with that last season, it might have been like 4-1 or 3-1, or it was something absurd in the playoffs.
Excuse me. I mean, from the Protoss' perspective, when you see the SCV pulls, I think probably the best play is to like warp in sentries and then try to force field it off.
It could be.
Usually, and I mean, I guess it depends on the map, right? If it's a big open area, you can't do that. But we had, I think it was one game last season. I can't remember who versus who. Sorry, this is all these games have cast so much now. It's like a big soup in my brain. But there was one game where he basically force fielded the SCVs out, or at least some of the SCVs out, and by then it was like another warping round. I think it was even then another wave of force fields. And, like, by then it's too late. If the SCVs aren't dealing damage and the Stim Marine Marauders behind that aren't dealing damage, usually you've been zoned out of the opportunity.
Yeah. Some maps, especially with the ramps for like a high ground third base or a high ground natural expansion or potentially even both, the Sentry Warpins are really good. We saw Hero basically over the course of a best-of-7 final workshop a bunch of different approaches to try to deal with these curveballs that Cure was throwing at him, where sometimes, I feel like it might have been earlier in the GSL too. I mean, we went through the thing so quickly, but he experimented with Blink Stalker openings. I think at least one game he did what you were talking about. He had like sentries trying to force field off SCVs,
right.
Stop it that way. And then he was also defaulting back to Charge Zealot openings, sometimes even like, I think canceling Blink or just going straight into Charge right out of the gate as soon as he identifies what's happening. And it didn't seem so much as a science as it was an art, because it wasn't like he, in any of the games, it didn't feel like he actually solved the problem. It was just sometimes the execution was good enough for Hero that he could stop the push, and sometimes it wasn't, depending on whatever approach he decided to go for. And so coming into these series for Zoun and Creator, if we get some more PBTs like that, I wonder if they're going to have a better answer, because I guarantee you they're playing against that kind of build a lot in practice. Like
100%.
Even for me on the ladder, I'm way lower than these guys. I've seen Cure's build so many times. It's actually really funny. Sometimes like I'll play against somebody and they'll do like the no starport SCV pull with the Siege Tank Marines, and then I'll match into them again, and I'm like, I also watched the GSL finals. You're going to proxy Marauders this game, aren't you?
It is funny when there's like a major event and like a really memorable game, and then you go online and you see it everywhere.
Yeah.
It's like that's what everybody's running.
So maybe the meta is going to shift a little bit. I'm very curious to see what PBT is going to look at, because I don't subscribe to the notion that TVP is unwinnable in the late game. I just think that Cure identified that in the meta there was this weak point from a lot of the Protoss players' approaches where they're being really greedy, and he could just kill them. And I'm wondering what kind of adjustments have been made. And I'm wondering if that's going to mean that somebody like Zoun or somebody like Creator is actually going to be able to go toe-to-toe with Cure with that deadly build. And I think our game's actually loading up, guys.
We're good to go. Hopping into this game. Finally, guys. This is game one here. Cure versus Zoun in Group A, the GSL. Okay, bottom left is Cure, top left is Zoun here. Okay, so we've got, excuse me, no proxies, no crazy stuff happening for this game one here. Again, we're going to see if that heal zone's going to be a factor here on this map or not.
Wait, Zoun has a 5-0 offline record against Cure? That is insane to me.
That's wild.
Dude,
you know,
what?
we were actually talking about this before the show started. Generally, I'm not that interested in stats, just because they're usually representative of games that would happen so long ago. I'm like, well, that was years ago, right? I mean, let's talk about now. But that's fascinating that actually is that far off.
Happy family coming down to see StarCraft.
Fun for the whole family.
That is really great. We have so many foreign fans that have been coming so far this year to watch GSL.
It's so good to see everybody down here.
But yeah, we were saying about stats. I'm just really surprised that it was 5-0.
Yeah,
in the
right.
favor of Zoun for offline too. It's actually Cure with a better record in online games. That doesn't track to me.
So we've got Zoun going for an expand build, and we've got Cure right now. It's double gas, so he's tacking up. We've seen him do this into a command center a little bit later on.
Yeah. He's been really liking these double gas openings. Now, he is going to refinery, but he is prioritizing the mineral gathering a little bit more. You noticed there as we had a glimpse at his worker line, 2 SCVs on each of the Vespine geysers. And double Reaper coming out. Now, I have seen that Cyclones have gotten a little bit more trendy on the ladder too these days, so I'm wondering if we're going to see a tech lab on that factory, or this is just going to be the classic Hellion Reaper opening that people have been doing in TVP for I don't know how many years. Yep, there's the Hellion.
Yeah, so he's going to have the double Reapers coming out here in a little bit. And it should be pretty slow to start things off. You know, Terran is not currently trying to do anything too dramatic the time being. It's just important to get these Reapers out to try to scout this side of the map and, you know, see what kind of game we're going to get into.
Yeah, as it is for Zoun, just playing nice and safe, getting a shield battery up at home, adding in the Twilight Council. More Reapers and Hellions going to be joining the fray here for Cure as well. As the Hallucinate Phoenix Scout is now coming in, it's going to spot that this is a double gas opening with a really fast starport coming through. And I feel like Zoun is going to be able to have an idea, and I think this is partly why he's adding the wall in here, the natural ramp. This is a typical response to this kind of Reaper Hellion, just plugging the gap there at the natural expansion and making it easier to prevent those Hellions from actually getting in the mineral line. Behind it, 2 more gateways. So we'll be 3-gate blink. Actually, the Phoenix even spots all of this, so Zoun should be well prepared. And yeah, full wall coming in.
Beautiful.
Although that's a shield battery, not a pylon, so that can be focused down. It does get canceled. That's just surprised he throws down another shield battery. The pylon gains HP a little bit faster here.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I think the pylon is a better building to choose from.
I suppose it doesn't matter too much. I'm just going to cancel it here at the end.
So he's really not getting that much done. He's going to try to loop around up into the main here. Now, he's not done. He's going to have these Reapers. He's going to try to come through and do some damage. He does have a medevac on the way, so he's going to be doing a follow-up drop with this.
Yeah, he's committing, and there's no shield battery in the main, just in the natural expansion. Good grenades, but really it's hard for Cure to find some damage with these. Zoun just really good control. Pulling the probes. Using that force field, also catching all those Reapers. I think they might have gotten just, what, 1 probe kill, if any.
He's going to go for a Widowmine drop. I actually thought he was going to try to pick up the Marines and then make a second. Okay, so he's going to try to come in here now, and I think that Zoun just sort of knows this is what's going to happen. Whenever you see these fast gas builds, oh my god!
Dude, Zoun is on point right now.
Yeah.
Sack 2 probes?
4 Stalkers is just not quite enough to get the job done here.
Yeah. Oh man, I love that little move from Zoun. He tried timing it so that the Widowmine would shoot the probe, and then the probe would go into the assimilator and dodge the shot. It was just a little bit too quick with it.
Still, cool idea, though.
Yeah.
I appreciate the attempt. There's going to be a Raven after this.
Yeah, this is going to build up to a push,
yeah.
but Zoun has done such a good job of pairing this early aggression tasteless. This is a fantastic start for him.
He's done a really good job. And look, I mean, when you throw these units into the Protoss' base, you don't do a ton of damage, it means your push is going to be a little bit smaller. So he's going to try to drop in here once more. How many worker kills did he actually get, by the way?
I want to... So it was 2 with the Widowmines. I think maybe 1 with Reapers, if that. So Zoun has just basically been perfect. Look, even the Stalker between the pylon and the Nexus somehow forms a complete wall. It's not even like Cure is making mistakes. Zoun has just been so on point.
Yeah,
with the defense thus far. I am really impressed with him so far this season. I mean, it's game 1 of this season. What am I saying?
Well, he looks good. He looks
yeah,
good.
He's looking great.
So we kind of have a drop come in here. And this is annoying because Terran can't really go into that push until this is driven away. Of course, you can just pick these up and kind of float behind the resources here. It looks like he's going to drop 1, kind of blinks away. A little sloppy, honestly, with the War Prism.
Gets the medevac.
Yeah, that's nice.
This is crazy what we're seeing from Zoun, man. He's looking rock solid. Templar Archives finishing up, Charge getting started, 2 more gateways being added in.
He's going to attack out here in a second. He's salvaging the first bunker. Wouldn't be surprised if he salvages the second one here. You basically don't need them. You want every extra mineral you can have. I would guess it's going to be an SCV pull as well. I think he's going to have Stim finish up here. Stim's about halfway done, so it's going to be probably coming pretty quick here. And then Protoss starts the Psystorm upgrade. Now, the Psystorm upgrade basically makes sure that you don't die to an attack. So if this is all going to pan out the way that Terran wants, the Terran is going to hit right before Psystorm finishes. Or kill it, I should say kill him right before Psystorm finishes is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but looking at the timings right now, I think Storm is just going to be done tasteless, especially if it keeps getting chrono boosted.
Ooh, nice. And, dude, I think I was wrong. There's no SCV pull.
Huh.
Okay, I had a bad read on this. I thought that he was going to send everything over here. It's actually not going to be one of those games. He's going to do a much more, as Artosis would say, an honorable push here.
He might not even push, actually. I wonder if he is just not pulling the trigger anymore because of the Templar that he saw in the natural expansion. He might realize that the window was just closed.
Yeah, it's a good point, actually. It probably doesn't make a ton of sense to try to close the game. I mean, the Harassed really didn't do that much either, right? The whole idea is that you've caused enough cuts, like the Protoss is bleeding enough that when you move out, you're able to, you know, come in there and clobber them with that final killing blow.
Okay, he is going to go.
And the hallucinated Phoenix is going to see that. Now, this should be full of Templars.
Yeah.
So he's going to try to Psystorm this.
Only 3 Templar on the field right now, but remember, with energy recharge, that's a lot of energy that he's going to have on those Templar. Many storms here in the bank.
Honestly, the fights are going very good for Terran. He shoots down a couple units, doesn't lose anything. The foothold that Terran has doesn't really grant him extra access to anywhere. I think he's going to try to push into the main, but I don't know how well this is going to work either. Great Psystorm.
Yeah, damaging that tank. Oh, he's actually going to blink down and snipe that too. Cool move here from Zoun. This is an interesting posture from Cure, just getting set up here at the low ground. I wasn't really thinking that would be the position to siege up because Zoun didn't go for the Reaper Wall here on Persephone. And it seems like Cure is just deciding he might pivot elsewhere, unsieges those tanks. He's just going to go home. Man, that is some incredible restraint here from Cure. Meanwhile, Zoun going to take a 4th base. I think a bunch of additional gateways just finished, and he's realizing that the threat is mostly over. Actually, wait, what is going on? Is he going to Doom drop the main base? What is this on the minimap right now? The entire army's over here on the left side.
Oh my God!
5 medevacs full! The entire army is going straight to the main base. There are 5 stalkers here ready to intercept. If those 5 stalkers aren't there, that main mineral line. But now, actually, it's Cure that's got to watch out. These units coming in, luckily, they do get spotted by Terran. Scan's going to drop. But this army is in a very precarious position.
Oh my God, he's going to try to go in here. And there are stalkers ready to go.
All right, he's just going to send it right now, dropping right on top of this. No energy for a storm on that Templar. So the medics are going to fully unload right now. Recall coming into the main base. Does have the Warp Prism with his too, so there are storms.
Oh, that was sick. Beautiful storm to drive that out. Meanwhile, another attack over here at the top right. Some Zealots are going to be warped in, but this won't be enough.
No, those Zealots just going to be able to shoo these Marines away for now.
And,
oh, there is a storm available here, though, Tasteless. Actually, I feel like...
Yeah,
wait, there is only 1 medevac. For some reason, I thought there would be more over there on that right side. Those Zealots actually did a fantastic job just because there's no healing on the bio.
The growth for Protoss isn't out of hand just yet, but it's kind of getting there. You know, he's now taken the first top layer of the map. There's another layer right below this of 3 more bases, and, you know, Terran hasn't really made much of a scratch. Every attack has been parried so far.
Yeah, Zoun's playing a really good game. Man, those Zealots are so quick in the speed zone.
It's
Stalker's
insane.
blinking 4, going to take down one of those medevacs too.
Like bees.
Dude, it's crazy. It's like interceptors being shot out of a carrier. They're just so fast. As it is right now, about 70 workers here for Zoun. 63 for Cure. But the main thing is just the saturation is so much better for Protoss right now with 4 bases set up, just perfectly mining. And the fact that we have, I think, 4 fully saturated mineral lines for Zoun too, because he's playing a 4 gas opening right now is just so sick. Like, that mineral income for Protoss is through the roof. Usually at this stage, dropping mules, Terran might be a little bit ahead, but Zoun is at least breaking even. Max Energy Templar testing the waters, gets a pretty good storm off on those Marauders. At least going to be dissipating the energy on those medevacs. The starport unit count not that high here for Cure, just 5 medevacs in total. He's bled out a lot going for drops. Also, Zoun's been doing a good job of just blinking on top of them and sniping the medevacs on retreating armies too. And it's become a little bit complicated here for Terran. I mean, he has to go into Viking production because Colossus are coming onto the field now, and so that medevac count on 1 starport, it's not getting higher. And Zoun, he's posturing for an attack, Tasteless.
We got an attack coming up here, and I think Protoss is not in any position to try to attack into that. So he's going to bounce completely off of that 3rd command center and start to pull back a little bit here. And, you know, the game goes on. Protoss is now getting into the disruptors, and I do feel like once you start to get a couple disruptors in this mix where you already have a Colossus or 2, you've got Psystorm, you've got enough Stalkers and Zealots, that's where it's kind of almost impossible for Terran to break into you.
Yeah, it gets really scary, especially for those ghosts. I mean, once Protoss has unlocked every single form of AoE damage available, it's deadly. And by the way, Cure is maxed right now, so there's not a lot of reinforcements coming in from these barracks. So these charge locks perfectly timed, going into the natural and the 3rd base. Cure going to take the fight here in the front lines, going to force Zoun to retreat. These Zealots getting some huge value though, Tasteless. Cannon's also finishing up back at home, and oh, somehow we missed this edge, but look at that, a lot of Vikings actually going down. The EMP is really good there from Zoun, but there is, or from Cure, excuse me, but there is 1 storm available. So many SCVs have fallen. I feel like Zoun just got the better end of 2 more trades. It feels like basically every single trade this game has been on the side of Zoun. He's just chipping away at Cure.
Well, this was the damage. And this is really the first real attack here from Zoun. He's just playing defense the whole time, which is fine, by the way. But he just sends those zealots, and he's massacred so many SCVs. And I do feel like we're getting to a point in the game here where Cure's going to be out of range of the win, so to speak.
Yeah, it's getting increasingly difficult here for Terran. He has secured the 4th base, but being down at 46 SCVs, the fact that he can't even take advantage of that because he doesn't have a bank. He can't max and get a larger army. It's just he has less than the Protoss player right now. And it's a tough position here for Cure. Zoun going to be pushing in. There isn't, that is a planetary. Okay, for a second I thought that might just be a regular command center. So Zoun instead going to be pivoting to this junction between the 3rd, 4th, and natural expansion. Really good EMPs by Cure, basically getting almost the entire front line of that army.
Oh my God!
The rocks also sectioning
Indiana
up.
Jones Templar that just avoided the boulder.
Wow. I don't think we have that many storms available here in the main army. Okay, there is one full energy Templar coming in. Also, this Templar here on the right side going to be trying to storm on the ramp. Gets a really good one off. These medevacs are so low on energy. It's almost like Cure has no healing available right now. This is a very good opportunity here for Zoun to get some damage done.
Yeah, he's trickled a couple of those zealots in there onto the side. Nice size storm. I think Terran's actually going to fight this off.
Dude, those storms were so big, those Tasteless. Yeah, he was able to take out a lot of the AoE damage. The storms are massive. A huge flood of zealots now coming in. I mean, Cure, he is microing away. His army supply is massive, but this bio ball is so low. I'm stunned that that trade went so well for Cure. Never in a million years would I expect him to get that good a trade with the medevac so low on energy, with his storms so clutch in that fight. And now really he has to strike fast, because if he allows Zoun to remax, get more disruptors, warp in around of Templar, and wait for those Templar to gather up enough energy for more storms, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. So I love him moving out right now. This is his moment.
Honestly, I'm stunned at how well Cure handled that attack. Because, like we were saying before, like he's kind of got all the pieces of the puzzle. Terran's going to try to move out now. These disruptor shots are going to be very important, and actually they're pretty well dodged.
Oh, the follow-up disruptor shot's really good on that army, though. And look at these zealots just charging in. So many zealots. Zoun just flexing his economic muscle right now. Those reinforcements just massive, and most of the Terran army, it's dissipated. We have only a couple of ghosts here on the front line. The medevacs, again, completely out of energy. And Zoun with all these gateways, with all these robos now, what, two disruptors at a time, Colossus production starting up. He's on 2 Forge, +1 shields, +1 armor coming in. I mean, that bank for Zoun goes from 1,500 minerals to basically 0 so fast. Yes, Cure is going to be able to snipe this base, but the standing army for Zoun, for the first time in a long time, is looking more impressive than Cure.
You know, what's funny is that we've seen this in the previous season of GSL, and it's happening again here, is like, eventually the Protoss ignores the Terran and just counterattacks in there, and Terran has way less bases, so they lose way more quickly. Like, you don't care if you get knocked onto 4 bases as Protoss and if Terran killed everything in the counter, because you can go in there and wipe out all 3 of their fresh bases.
These +3 charge zealots just destroying these mineral lines so quickly. And I love also the disruptors being just right here in the back line, just hanging back and preventing Cure from easily getting back to just clean up those zealots at the natural expansion. Some really good positioning from Zoun. And at this point, he's been able to buy enough time after that first fight that went Cure's way stunningly. And the 70 workers, the gigantic economic lead that he has fully paid off. He is maxed to the 160 supply of Cure. Cure still has a really good standing army, but I mean, Zoun just has so much. He's going to take down these rocks over here. Actually, they're just tag teaming those rocks right now on the right side. Zoun going to be coming over here on the left. He wants to stop this base from mining here for Cure. This is the main base command center, by the way. Oh! Huge shots on the disruptors. Oh my goodness! Shot after shot! I want to see like this strike animation from a bowling alley after all of those, dude. That was just crazy.
Oh my God, he just wiped out everything. I think this could be the beginning of the end here.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're seeing Stalkers blink on top of a Terran army, you know that the Protoss has so won that fight. We have more reinforcements coming in. The Zealots actually getting stuck in the back, but a blink away will allow those Zealots to just plow right into the rest of this army. And I think this is the end.
I mean, look at the minimap. We have Zealots in the natural expansion again behind all of this, so even more SCVs are falling. Dude, Zoun has played a really beautiful game. GG. I mean, talk about an upset here in game number 1. But, you know, casting it didn't feel like an upset. Zoun from the gate was just so on point with his defense. Kira, of course, he, in typical Kira fashion, had some unbelievable moments with his maxed army control, where he took fights that it just felt like he was supposed to lose. But 80% of the trades in that game, these small engagements, just somehow went in the advantage of Zoun. From the very early stages of the Reaper Hellion harass, not getting anything done, to then the Widowmine drop getting deflected, the 5 medevac Doom drop after the initial push got thwarted, trying to go into the main base, getting parried, medevac's getting cleaned up. I mean, usually I feel like if Kira is the one playing the macro game instead of going for an all-in, he's the player that is chipping away at the Protoss until they just break. But in this instance, it almost felt like the opposite there.
Yeah, you know, I don't know, maybe Zoun just has Kira's number. Every once in a while, I don't know if you've experienced this, sometimes there's like people I'll play against and I cannot beat them, even if like we're supposed to be around the same ability.
Yeah. Scarlet and Vibe were that, although they were both better than me. We were not the same ability, but yeah, I don't think I ever won a game in a tournament against them. All right, guys. Kira versus Zoun, game number 2. Can Zoun complete the upset or will Kira force a game number 3? I think everybody has players that just traumatize them. If you play like anywhere close to a high level, even if you're just playing in like casual community tournaments, like say you're playing in like the college leagues or something like that, you know, which is
there's like
a step down for the pro scene, but you still see the same competitors in multiple events.
Right, yeah. You're like, this guy, I don't know what it is. Like the way he approaches the game, I can't beat him. I don't know what I'm doing.
It's fun when you're that guy for somebody else, though.
Oh, that's great. You know? That's a great feeling. So, in this game, I don't know. Will we see an SCV pool, maybe? You know, Kira, he tried to be honorable. He tried to play kind of a normal, standard push, a late third base. And Zoun basically played a great game of keep away. You know, he played hide the ball pretty well, never really letting the other player kind of get the damage off that he needed.
I love how you're framing this like Kira's trying to become an honorable player, but this is his villain arc. He loses to the macro Protoss, and he has to go to the dark side and bring out the SCV
where he leaves
again.
the GSL as a Batman villain in the round of 8.
I mean, he basically did that last season. He was one map away, right?
Right. So it's going to be a bit of a slow start, I think. You know, we're going to probably see just a later command center. We'll see if there's any kind of different composition that's made early on. But when you see this tacking, generally, unless we got some surprises here, this is a player rushing into a starport. It's always important to try to get Widowmine drops off early or get some kind of damage early, because the Protoss really can't do a whole lot. I feel like the first moment the Protoss can really try to do anything that's not super cheesy is try to get Blink Stalkers into their main and do damage. And that seems to be not as popular just currently in the meta in the way that people are playing the game.
Yeah, I think partly because there's so many 2-gas openings that a lot of people are just kind of playing on the back foot, the same way that Zoun did there in game number 1, where he was just trying to focus on not taking damage from this like Swiss Army knife of different tactics that Terran is throwing at him to try and, you know, kill a couple stalkers or kill a couple of probes for free. You don't want to lose the war of attrition, and oftentimes if you go for, you know, something like a max pack style, like 3 or 4 gate blink with heavy pressure on the front line, you can just win the game outright. But if you don't, because Terran players have gotten a lot better at their SimCity and their siege tank placement and, you know, timing the bunkers and scouting and just knowing how to deflect those builds. A lot more people playing defensively, but Zoun actually kind of mixing things up this game, going for a Zealot Adept opening. Now we do have only 3 Marines.
I love this.
Yeah, this is cool. SCV is going to have to get pulled.
This is
so
not
the SCV pull we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Dude, the fact that I think that's the initial probe got some damage on the SCV, so it dies in 2 shots to the Adept. I love that, too. That's cute.
Crazy. Do you know how bad this is for Terran to not have this command center finished?
Yeah, this is an issue. The Cyclone only got halfway done.
In a perfect world, you would force this to cancel, but clearly Zoun looks at this and says, no, actually, that is a win more move, and that would maybe overexpose my 3 different units that I've got down here.
I really respect that from Zoun.
I thought he might even actually suicide that Adept just to kill the SCV for a second. This is painful. I guess the Cyclone coming out, none of those units can do anything to fight the Cyclone, right?
Yeah.
Cyclone is maybe in the early game of StarCraft 2 the strongest unit. Like when you get out, everything changes dynamic-wise.
That's really good in those scrappy situations. It's going to be a Cyclone drop coming in.
And he's going to go for Cloak Banshee after that.
Yeah, but Zoun behind all of this has really mixed things up. He's going for a Phoenix opening. One Phoenix already done. The second one is going to finish right when this medevac is coming into the main base. That Cyclone is going to get lifted. We already have, what, 2 Adepts, a Zealot, and a Stalker here. So Zoun, he's spotting this. Kira's going to go for this on the low ground. I think he is going to get the pylon, but he doesn't know this is a Stargate opening, Tasteless.
Yeah, this is getting a lot worse here for Terran. I mean, he's going to pick up the Cyclone. He gets a kill on that. And this is a suicide mission. He's just trying to get whatever damage he can done here. I don't know if he's going to get anything done. He's going to end up taking out the medevac. Will a single probe even be killed off? Looks like he's going to at least get one here, but that is not going to cut it. Wow, Cure in a lot of trouble here. We have Marines, kind of a bad rally almost. They're headed up here. The problem with Marines without a medevac is like they can be hunted down by Protoss units.
Yeah, I feel like it wasn't a bad rally until Cure realized that there's Phoenix on the field. He's like, wait, actually, I can't reinforce this and do more damage. I have to go back home and get all hands on deck in terms of defense.
Oh, he's going to see the cloak upgrading too.
Yeah. Now, luckily, the Banshee wasn't finishing just then, so.
So there's one Banshee up at the top, but for this pace of the game, I think Zoun should just know that there will be a Banshee on the map. He just has to basically preempt this.
And he is. He's getting the shield battery in the main base. That's going to do a lot to slow down the probe kills coming from that Banshee in the main. It's not going to finish just in time. A couple probes will fall, but timing almost perfect. The Oracle's nearly done. And Cure's just going to retreat. This is smart from Cure. But even then, I feel like the Oracle's still going to be able to catch it.
Yeah, he's going to tag it.
Wow.
This is...
Dude.
I mean, this is going so much better for Zoun. And we already saw, like, with his solid early game, Cure never really stood a chance in the late game. I mean, it does, again, I don't mean to be too deterministic with how this game could come out. It really feels like it's going in that direction.
Yeah, this is looking really good for Zoun. I mean, Stargate openings, if they don't get scouted by Terran players, are just oftentimes the perfect answer to this kind of really nuanced and tactical harassment style. Like the Cyclone easily gets just disabled by the Phoenix, and the medevacs get chased down by the Phoenix. The Banshees just get completely shut down by the Phoenix and the Oracle. It's very good against these really tech-heavy 2-gas openers. And so Zoun just with a perfect read early on. I mean, 3 Phoenix and 1 Oracle, this is going to provide so much value in terms of scouting, in terms of denying medevacs, denying those Banshees finding any more damage over the course of the game. And now we can just develop as normal. Charge is done. Templar Archives finishing up. Storm's going to be in the cards very soon here for Protoss. And Cure will have a lot of bio on the ground. And I think there might be a window before Storm is done where he can actually get some damage done. Because clearly the Phoenix are going to be struggling with that compared to, you know, going for a Cyclone and going for Banshees, right? Like, this is a very Marine-heavy composition. But sniping the medevac like this, too. I mean, Zoun is just finding so much value.
Yeah. Doesn't mean Cure can't make something happen, but oh my God,
man.
It's like every trap that's been laid here has been triggered and it has gotten value. I mean, even slowing down that push, even these pylons that are put out in the periphery, they're literally there so that the drop can't get inside.
We have 2 more stasis traps here between the natural and the third base as well. That Oracle's just been working overtime.
Is there a Raven? There's not, right?
I don't think so.
He could have made one though. He has the tech for it, but yeah, I was gonna say there's no Raven here with the push either.
And Storm is done now.
Yeah. I mean, at this point in time, like, it's looking bad. I do love the small number of Zealots to counterattack. This causes the entire push to come back. It's so annoying. He's even going to kill an SCV here. So Protoss is on 3 bases. The gateway explosion is occurring here. So all those, the resources at the 3rd base have kicked in. And we're going to have 4 more gateways. Now, Protoss is out on the map. Keep in mind, when Terran plays like this, just like the last game, the 3rd base is kind of late. This is one of these games where it's like you certainly can't be attacked by the Protoss, and you could try to kind of get in their face, which we've seen for most of this game. But Protoss has grown, you know, without being impeded at all. So we're going to need to see some kind of push come up here eventually. You know, with Psystorm finishing now, Blink has started. We have a Robo on the way here as well. So, you know, the Disruptor tech and Colossus tech is an inevitability.
Yeah, I wonder how Cure is going to play this out, because I could see him just trying to sit back a little bit and have just a massive army and go for those fights here against Zoun. Because besides the Storm, Zoun's ground army is not scary at all for Cure until these robos get online with the robotic space and all those upgrades. And so there might be a window once there's enough ghosts out on the field here for Cure where he's nearing max and he just pushes across the map with like +2 infantry weapons and just goes for one really big engagement. Because in that case, you know, if like say we have Colossus but Thermal Lance isn't done, then a couple EMPs hitting the Templar can just throw the entire match on its head. Because that's the real sustained damage here for Zoun. Cure's also been doing a pretty good job of changing his army composition. He's playing a little bit less Marauder heavy and more Marine heavy, which is very good against the super heavy Zealot style that Zoun did in game number 1 and is doing here in game number 2.
Yeah, you just need to be able to clear that kind of meat shield that Protoss has. He's going to attack it now, and Zoun caught a little bit off guard. He's going to have to retreat back to where the Templars are. It looks like Cure's going to try to loop around to the side. And Zoun is actually not... Okay, he's going to go back. I thought he was going to let this completely run around him. Beautiful EMP there.
That didn't get all the Templars. Oh, and that's another good EMP. I think there's, what, 3 storms available? 2 or 3 more here for Protoss. I don't know if the Terran actually has the sustain to push through, but if he can disable these last few Templar or dodge the storms, like even losing just 1 Marine there and taking damage, that's fine. You can heal back up. The storms are the only scary part of this Protoss army right now. Those Zealots, they will get cleaned up. Dude, this is a scary push coming in from Cure. He's going to focus down the Nexus. Some great dodges on Storms again. The Zealots are charging in, but they just can't find the connections they need. And now the energy is mostly gone here. Double Colossus production is underway. I don't think we even have Thermal Lance being researched just yet. There's only 2 Templar on the field.
It feels like Zoun is barely hanging on right now. And this army from Terran just looks scarier and scarier. He's got an endless trickle of units merging in with this. He's going to actually dive in. I'm a little bit surprised to see this move from Zoun. That's definitely an overextension. Nice storm there, though.
Yeah, another good storm. But the problem with these storms is that they aren't happening when he can force an engagement. And so a couple Marines die, and then the medevacs mostly heal everything up. Now, the medevac energy is very low now at this point, so the healing's a little bit sparse, but the actual confirmed kills haven't really been there. Oh man, the Ghost is going to A-move down that Templar. Oh, the Colossus, though, this is a Marine-heavy composition. If they get big shots off, it could be huge here. Keep in mind, I don't think Thermal Lance is done just yet. Those Colossus very vulnerable on the front line, but Zoun is able to power through. Finally, those Zealots can serve their role as a meat shield and allow the firepower of the Colossus to actually connect.
He kills off the Viking. That leaves only 1 left with that army. Is the counterpunch going to be enough to come in here and do some serious damage? He couldn't even deny the command center that's making over here. He snipes that SCV and backs off. Now, is this the moment that Zoun wants to take his foot off the gas and back up, or is he going to try to come in here and hit even harder?
I wonder if he's going to wait for Thermal Lance. 3rd Colossus now joining this army.
He's going to attack as the upgrade is going to finish here.
And momentum has swung entirely now. This is a very Ghost-heavy composition. There's a lot of Marines, too. Only 4 Marauders.
Okay. Thermal Lance 10 seconds out. And he's going to basically hit as that's done. And I don't know that actually Cure can survive this. Oh my god, he's going to end up walking into this mine. Another great storm again here.
Zoun's just going to retreat for now. I think this makes sense. I mean, the entire army's EMP'd. He has no more energy left for Storm. He can also pivot to this 4th base with the Colossus, especially now that Thermal Lance is done, and just shut down the mining if he wants. That's exactly what he's doing. Both these guys playing really good games right now. Oh, look at this position on the Vikings. One of them does get sniped. Colossus very low in HP. That is a flood of Zealots coming to the 3rd base tasteless. Oh, Cure, he is up against the ropes right now. Zoun coming in with a maxed army, +2 ground weapons. The Planetary not done just yet. Oh, a huge storm catching a ton more bio. These medevacs have been out of energy for like the last 3 minutes.
I know, just these empty medevacs flying around. The command center somehow miraculously lives through that. He's got some Zealots down here that he can counterattack with. I don't know, man. It does feel like Cure is slowly getting picked apart. You know, he's on 3 bases, barely. Took a big hit on those workers back there. I love the factory floating out here. Kind of a damaged sponge, a spotter as well. Terran's going to try to very quietly take this base at the top left. And I don't know that Protoss can get over there or not, but it might not even matter. This big Zealot attack is going to come in here. And I mean, right now, Zoun is closing in on both sides. Oh!
Man, Disruptor Shot's really good there on the bottom side, but with that massive concave, Cure actually able to push down back. He's going to force a recall. What? One of the Colossus gets focused down. Dude, Cure is so good in these situations. He just is able to get these fights. He had the same thing in game number 1, where there was a fight where it looked like Zoun is ready to come in with a killing blow, and somehow Cure, I think, again, with like no medevac energy here in game number 2,
right,
is just able to get water from his stone and somehow hold on with just incredible positioning, incredible micro. He's doing a really good job of playing that against Zoun's 4-gas style. Look at the minimap. None of the assimilators taken on any of these bases besides the main and the natural expansion. That's why we have so many Zealots, but if Cure can get that concave and just keep pulling back the right side, pulling back the left side, as soon as those Zealots dissipate, there isn't a lot more ranged firepower. We kind of had this spike in damage where there were 3 Colossus on the field, there was a ton of Storm. That has mostly gone away. Now it's only 1 Colossus, it's only 2 Templar. We have 6 Disruptors, but Disruptors can actually get dodged quite well.
Right. Dude, the spread right now of bases for Zoun is insane. And he's got room to keep going, by the way. I mean, I do feel like this game is becoming very suffocating here for the Terran. He's going to dive in again. Does Cure actually have enough great Disruptor shot in there? And there's not a lot of room to micro here for Terran. It looks like he's going to try to back up. I think he needs to wait for another round of Zealot charges here. He gets that, so he's going to dive back in.
There's just so many Zealots charging in the front line. Another Disruptor shot is huge. Gets the most of the bio there on the top side. But again, once the Zealot count dissipates, Cure is just able to power through. There's no more Colossi yet. It's just Disruptors. That was a good shot. I mean, Cure is basically on life support right now, but somehow he's able to just keep parrying these attacks. I think 3-3 almost done here for the Terran player too. Going to go a long way towards dealing with these Zealots. Another really good EMP. Disruptors coming off cooldown again. So this is a crazy series.
Cure's going to lose another base here. So this one, look, if there was a base to lose, it would be this one and not the one that's at the top.
Oh.
I just don't think the Terran can hang on. This base almost mined out, but still, every resource so important here. GG, Zoun, 2-0's Cure. It just seems like Zoun is a Cure killer. He's a Cure specialist. Cure unable to shut down the Protoss before the Protoss just has too much of the map, has too much of the tech, well, really has all of the tech, right? And, you know, it's just a fight. Cure can't win. So Cure is not eliminated, of course, but he'll be going to the losers match. Zoun advances to the winners.
Man, what a fantastic series to kick off GSL Season 2. And that was just an action-packed PBT. Zoun looked absolutely incredible. Cure, TVP specialist, maybe a little bit shaken up from that upset. This guy coming into Group A, he was the favorite to advance, and now he's going to the losers match already.
Yeah, well, never count Zoun out, right? Cure can still make it, but it's going to be a long road ahead. Guys, coming up next, Solar versus Creator. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Great series we just saw there. Zoun now in the winners match. And I actually see Zoun, by the way. This is not on camera, but I see him over Kier's shoulder. They're looking at the replay together, talking about it. I'm curious what that conversation sounds like. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like it's always like, you know, especially after a StarCraft match, if your opponent's willing to sit down and talk with you about exactly what happened and what they think the solution is, that's always a really like gold level, perfect was what I'm trying to say, conversation to hear in on. I wish I could be a fly on the wall of that combo. Anyways,
although they might play each other again later on in this series, so maybe
Zoun
he's feeding him wrong information. He's like, no. You want to go really fast for command center against this.
You really want to go 4 command center versus that. That's the only way that you can.
Just skip the engineering bait. Just make more Marines.
You should make more units and not get upgrades. Don't get stim in that game. So we're going to have Solar going up against Creator. I think Solar is favored here, but you know,
I would say so.
When Creator's on, he's really on. But I do feel like Creator has always been his own worst enemy.
Yeah.
And, you know, by the way, I know that different players have different emotional reactions to losses, and you know, I know a lot of these players pretty well. Normally, I kind of keep that to myself, but Creators has been so public. You know, when he's losing, you could see he's so visibly angry, or you know, slams his fist on the desk or something like that. So, I think whenever I cast his games, I'm always looking: is Creator going to be able to keep his composure? Because if he does, I think he can take it.
He's a very streaky player too, where like his highs are so high and his lows are
like,
so low.
When he's playing his best game, he looks like the best Protoss in the whole world. But then if you know, this happens with some perfectionist players. It reminds me a little bit of Hydra back in the day. Just to have a little bit of a throwback here. It's like he's good until he messes up his own build order, and then he's so tilted he kind of doesn't really matter what the opponent's doing. He's too frustrated at himself, right? A big part of StarCraft is kind of just you doing everything yourself, not even what the opponent's doing, but you hitting all your marks. So anyways, guys, map 1's ready. Let's go. Okay, Solar down here in the bottom, Creator up here in the top.
Solar fresh off a 2nd place finish. DreamHack Dallas looking real good. But for ZVP, I don't know exactly where Solar is out. At Dallas, I mean, that's like early morning here in Korea, so I couldn't watch all of the games live. But my impression from Solar's performance was that it was mostly on the back of his ZBZ and his ZBT. He wasn't super tested in ZVP, and then also in GSL Season 1, I'm thinking back to he played those series against Raynor and just barely didn't make it to the round of 8. So, I mean, clearly one of these guys is just in peak form. Man, these fans are amped for Solar.
Let's
cheese.
Go. I agree with the block of cheese sign.
I love that energy. I love that energy. But I'm so curious about his ZVP, because for me, this is the biggest question mark in Solar's play. We know that he is one of the best players in the world right now. It looks like he's back to his old form, especially in ZBZ, where it feels like he can beat basically anybody in that matchup. For a long time, I feel like for the majority of like the last 3 or 4 years, if I like choose a champion to defend my life in a ZBZ match, I would pick Solar every single time. So it's good to see him getting back into that form. But, you know, Creator, historically, kind of a PBZ specialist, and Solar, not really sure where he's at in ZVP. So I think it's going to be a really informative series about both of these players moving on here on GSL.
So, you know, we were talking a little bit about PVT. It's in a pretty interesting spot. It does feel like the Protoss almost has to operate like a Zerg, so to speak. Like it's really all about just accumulation, like accumulation of bases, accumulation of upgrades, accumulation of tech. And I know that all of StarCraft is kind of like that, but, you know, the truth is there are a lot of matchups where you're just trying to get in and finish the job at a certain point. But the way that Zoun played in that last game, it was like, I'm going to stay back. I'm just going to keep defending everything, and eventually I'm going to be unstoppable. Now, I'm curious what the state of PVZ is like, because, you know, with all these different patches, and just as we all kind of grow as players, you know, people kind of learn things, or they approach the game in different ways. But yeah, I'm curious to see what kind of PVZ we're going to be having here.
By the way, during the GSL qualifiers, Solar actually lost a series to, I believe, both Creator and Zoun. 2-1 to get here. So coming into this group is a chance at redemption here for the runner-up at DreamHack Dallas. For Creator, on his side of things right now, just going for the standard Oracle opening. I think that was like a 217 Stargate, which is about standard for PBZ. It's been standard for a very long time. And I think we're just going to see a mostly normal macro game from Creator early on here. It doesn't seem like he's going to be trying to throw any wrenches into the machine of Solar. Probably just going to throw down the second gateway and then gun for a third base. And then we'll have to see where Protoss is going to develop from there.
So we've got the double adepts coming out here. The Oracles are going to come in here as well to try to snipe a couple of workers. Ooh. Right now, Zerg is just continuously droning. Yeah, the Oracle paired with the 2 adepts, you cannot fight that with your Zerglings.
Yeah, that was nice timing for Creator.
So he's going to have to come back here. He's going to see if he can't damage this Oracle a little bit before it gets too far in. Nice snipe on the creep tumor.
Yeah, he's prioritizing denying creep spread a lot early on in this series.
Yeah, and not really overextending. And this is off of a really fast third nexus. So the idea is Creator generates a little bit of pressure. Keep in mind, had the Lings actually gone around this, he might have been able to snipe the nexus. I didn't see an adept back there, so Creator was playing a little bit risky, but looks like this is going to get up.
Yeah, there is a second Oracle somewhere on the map. It might just be defending that third base, but there is a chance, you know. It's actually quite a few Lings coming out here for Solar. He had another round, 15 in total on the field. He's going to be poking and prodding over at that third base. We'll see where that second Oracle is. And yes, indeed, it is defending that Nexus. Yeah, Creator just doing a really good job of denying the creep spread. And for me, I mean, denying creep spread is always a good thing to do. If you can do it, you should do it in basically every single matchup. But I was wondering this, because sometimes it does telegraph, if you're really into denying the creep spread, it telegraphs the timing.
Right.
We have 3 more gateways finishing, or not finishing, just getting started. That's going to be 5 gateways in total with glaives coming in. And so Solar being a little bit hamstrung on the creep spread, that could be painful for him. You know, it's going to be a couple less seconds that he sees these adepts moving cross map. It might make it harder for him to get a surround with Lings or potentially with Roaches on those adepts in between the bases. We've seen a couple different variants on glaive builds in PBZ over the course of the years and also over the course of the last season of GSL, and this seems like it's going to be one of these more aggressive ones. Again, 5 gateway adept, that is a really big commitment. We have no Forge, we have no other tech coming in. It's just going to be a ton of adepts. We'll have to see how much damage is going to get done. There is a safety Roach Warren that just completed. 4 Roaches and Roach Speed are starting.
Yeah, this Adept Glaive is going to hit pretty hard, I think. He's got the Adepts on. I think they're shading across the map right now.
Yeah.
And, you know, let's see what he can do. It seems like he's angling for the third base, or maybe kind of cutting in between the third and the second base. There's more Lings being made. There's Blink being made behind us as well. And he started the first shade. I think this is going to be a fake out, and he's going to try to come down. I think this is not going to work on either end. Yeah, he's going to have to regroup. Really good deflection there by Solar, who's just having none of it. I don't know, man. I don't think there's enough of anything here. Am I wrong about this? He's going to try to... Yeah, absolutely no way that's going to work.
Yeah. I mean, Solar has had a really good read on this. He stopped at, I think, around 60 workers and made a really nice balance between Roaches and Lings. And as a result, he just has barely enough units to really deflect this without too much damage. But Creator can force trades like this one, especially against slow Roaches where you're fighting off creep. Like you can get a couple of Queens maybe, you can get a couple of Roaches and then just shade away. But even though these are good trades here for Creator, when you open 5 gate Adept Glaives, you really want to get more damage done.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is the Roaches are just there because they can fight the Adepts. So you don't care if you're going to lose or trade out Roaches for Adepts. Now, whenever you see someone, whether they're forced to go to Roach or it's premeditated from the very start of the game, there's going to be a Roach Ravager timing.
Queen's loading up in this Overlord right now.
So he's going to do a counter. I guess all-in isn't the right move, but it's a counter timing attack coming across the map here. Yeah. And this is going to hit hard. This is going to hit him like a bus.
This is really scary for Creator right now. Templar Archives, I believe, is done. I saw in the production tab, but no Templar just warped in. Yeah, there it is here in the main base.
He gooped the Twilight Council.
Yeah, Blink.
That's
maybe
amazing.
like, what, 10, 15 seconds away from completion. There are 16 Stalkers right now, so If Blink isn't done at the start of this fight, that's pretty big. Oh, Stasis Trap. Oh, it gets canceled. It gets killed right before it's done. And now the attack coming here into the actual expansion. Blink not done just yet. These Stalkers have to shimmy away. Oh, look at this. Biles raining down right now on the shield battery. Good force field. They're going to try and stop the flood coming in. Oh, look at this. Even a Ling drop in the main base. Dude, Solar, what a brilliant timing. Blink only just now finishing, but the dust is basically settling on this fight. Dude. A lot of damage done. Creator is going to hold with these Oracles. Those Queens did get sniped down. That was looking pretty good for Solar. I'm actually surprised he didn't get even more damage done. This Stalker count thinned out so much there, Tasteless.
It's crazy. Now he's continuously pushing back now. He's going to try to do this counter, but more Lings are going to be able to meet up with this. And it does seem like Solar's not done yet. He hasn't thrown in the towel as far as this rush goes. He's going to do a great job just punishing that Immortal, and I think this could actually have been a bit of an overextension. You know, once he's got the Queens here, he can just get one more drop Overlord and maybe even try again. Sorry, what is going on the center left? What is that? Is that Overlord's dropping creep or something?
I have no idea. That's a very good question.
There's like this. There's something at the center. I'm a little bit confused. It must be Overlords. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, okay, that's what it is.
They're just chilling.
I was like, he didn't like make a hatch there, right? Like next to nothing.
Yeah, no,
so,
look bizarre.
So, we have another attack in here. Now, keep in mind, like the Immortal and a couple other key units were picked off. We've got a fresh one that's over here by the entrance.
We have a lot of Oracle energy here at the disposal of Creator. Keep in mind, the main reason he was able to deflect that initial push was just the Oracles were able to go uncontested, but now we have more Queens reinforcing. There is creep spread dropping in. Oh man, that pylon. Yeah, they just get sent to the Nether Realm.
Yeah.
With the Queens here, Creator is really hard pressed to get any damage done against this army.
He's going to get the Cybernetics core here, which means he can't make any more Stalkers. You know, Zealots are going to be pretty useless in a fight like this versus Roaches. So like, I think that the it wasn't the first punch, but maybe the second one coming in here. This may be too much. Keep in mind the Robo is right here. You want to have the Robo usually forward like this so the Immortals can come out, but like the Robo can also just end up being the Achilles heel of the Protoss, kind of too exposed here. He's going to kill that before the Immortal can finish. I think that we are at game over here. A maxed out Solar is just trampling everything the Creator is bringing out here.
I mean, that first push gained so much momentum there for Solar. It was really stunning the Creator was able to hold on as well as he did. But that momentum just a little bit too much. Solar just continuing to chill at 62 drones. That is all he needs. So many Roaches and Raptors coming in. Oracle will get denied. And Creator just slowly bleeding out over here. +2 is going to finish, but there just isn't enough army to back it up. 6 Stalkers in total on the ground.
Yeah, Creator taps out GG. You know, I'm not personally, I'm not the biggest fan of like some of these adept timings. I feel like I cast them losing so much that I just don't know if that's the way you want to do it.
I feel we've been saying this for years and they just keep happening.
Yeah.
So I remember even before I was like when I was just subbing for GSL and I would be like at home watching you and Dan cast. You guys would have the same conversation.
Yeah.
Because Glaive's just been, it's ubiquitous. You always see it in PvZ.
It felt like it was really strong when the Adept came out because nobody was used to how it could move around. Like the Adept for a while was like the craziest, strongest thing just because it was a hard thing to deal with. You know what I mean? And then people like learn, oh, you can like block Adepts with other Adepts. There was this whole evolution. You know, there was never anything like it in StarCraft 1, and there wasn't anything like it in the first 2 expansions. And then, you know, when Legacy of the Void came out, it was like, okay, it's tough. But, like, people are very good. They can't get out-positioned with the Shades anymore.
That's very rare at this level.
You know? And so, I don't know. And then, you know, it kind of sets the Zerg up to do that counterattack, which I think you should always do that. You should always get the drop Overlord and just try to do a big counter blow because, you know, the Adepts just can't fight Ling Roach. And then you can tech right into Ravagers. You can take out the batteries, the cannons, everything else. It's just strong. Anyways, guys, we're going to go to Ultra Love here for map number 2 in this series.
Right, Solar spawning here in the top right as the blue Zerg, Creator of the red Protoss in the bottom left. I kind of want to, man, I wish we had like a replay system or something. I want to go back and see that initial push that Solar did at Creator's third base, because I really thought Creator was dead. And then somehow Creator was able to snipe all of those queens and really hold on in kind of a miraculous fashion. I think as soon as that GSL replay pack gets posted on the page, I'm going to download it, and just for my own well-being, I have to see that fight again. So I thought he was dead or rights from the first push. It was really impressive he was able to hold on as well as he did, but I mean, the momentum that Solar gained with that timing, just like you said, Tasteless, against especially a 5-gate Glaives push. It's not even like a 4-gate Glaives. The commitment is so big from the Protoss player. It slows down the blink, it slows down the other techs. You know that it's just going to be a gateway army. And Solar even able to contaminate the Twilight Council and delay blink until like most of the Stalkers, like half of them were basically dead by the time blink finished at that third base. I mean, just everything went Solar's way. That was a really beautifully played PBZ.
Now, you know, in this game, it's like, okay, what will Creator do? Because I think another Adept timing is just out of the question. I think maybe unless it's like a map that's shaped a certain way where it's like, oh, actually, it really is hard for the Zerg to try to hold this. But yeah, maybe he just does something a lot more passive. We've seen some success for Protoss is just kind of stay back, even like amassing air, you know, stuff like that.
If you want to go late game, it's a way to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see Glaives again this series, especially not here on Ultra Love. I mean, look at the natural ramp right now. Just 3x3 structures, walled it off completely. I'm sure somebody as smart as Solar could also use something like the Spore Door just to completely seal that area up.
Yeah. Old Spore Door.
It is a Twilight Council opening, but I feel like this is probably going to be blink.
Yeah, I'd prefer that.
I'll be really sad if it's Glaives again. I'll die a little bit inside. Unless he wins, then it's cool.
Yeah. Well, that's, you know, it's so funny because, like, there are certain things in StarCraft where, like, if it works, you look like a genius, and if it doesn't work, you look like a fool. You know?
I've always been curious about this with the Glaives, just why we see it so often at this level. And part of my, like, internal headcanon for why this happens is because when these guys play on a ladder, all the top players aren't laddering all the time. And if they are laddering a bunch, they're not all laddering at the exact same time, right? So for somebody like Creator, anytime he hits like a 5-9 or 5-8...
Can that not hide over that?
Wait, that can. Huh?
What happened there? Is his Stalker just a little bit taller and can see up there?
I don't think it's taller. There's something weird going on with that black
hole. Got little platform shoes on that give him a couple extra inches, and now he's...
The hawking radiation from the black hole is just telegraphing the Stalker what to do.
It was funny, too, because you could see the Zerg like trying to... It's like their alert's like doing 360s where you're like trying to click. It's like it's somewhere up here that I can hide.
Occasionally there's just some pillars that just aren't actual pillars, just complete bait for the Zerg players. And I just find it so funny.
That's very satisfying.
I find it so funny when that happens.
Yeah.
I feel like the map makers in general in StarCraft 2, by the way, it is Glaives again, which just blows my mind.
Well, it's going to be Glaives with a Warp Prism, so this may be a more committed, robust Glaives.
We'll see.
Wait, did he have a Warp Prism with the last one? He didn't.
No, it was just
he
pure
did.
5 gateway.
Okay.
But
second guess myself.
Yeah, we'll see how this goes. But usually the map makers, I don't know if it's the map makers themselves or somebody will like publish, like there's always these like almost heat maps that get posted on Reddit, and I'm sure on like Team Liquid and the other sites, like show where the pillars are fake and where they're real.
Yeah.
But still, sometimes you get into a spot like that one, and it's just like, oh, I guess that Overlord's dying now for free. By the way, this Stalker, I think those Lings are probably gonna get into the natural expansion. Just watching the minimap right now. Yep, they are getting in. These Glaives also pushing the third base here of Zerg. Only one drone to be found. I think Solar might not be expecting Glaives again here in game number 2. We certainly weren't. These Lings causing a little bit of mayhem in the main base, but so far the Adepts not really getting that much done. They are going to be able to focus fire now one of these Queens, and 4 Adepts getting, they will get warped into the main, but they lose all of their shields, they lose half of their hulls.
Is he going to unload here and try to fight? I guess he can, I don't know. Can he juggle this one to save him? Whoop. Yep, he does.
Yeah, he could a little bit. Boy, a lot of lost mining time there in that main base.
Yeah, I mean that's the Zerg's dream, right? Is to slow down the mining timing, and that'll hiccup the progression of the Adepts getting warped in more quickly.
Yeah, those like 6 or 8 Lings just more than paid for themselves with that little counterattack. Kill the Stalker and then deny a lot of mining. Now, this isn't enough Glaive Adepts, so they could actually deal with some of these roaches in low numbers. That Queen also, there's a little segment where there isn't creep on the ramp. Queen basically hits a speed bump and then dies out. Solar's been doing a really good job of defending the main base and the natural base, but the third base, still no mining. He's only at 41 workers, so right on par with the Protoss player. And I gotta say, the Glaive's actually trading quite well in general. Also, a little bit of Warp Prism micro here, dodging the projectiles from those roaches. I don't think it's the slam dunk that Crater was going for, but certainly better than the previous map, at least until this point.
Oh man, big counterattack here with these Lings. That's going to be one less adept that can be warped in. He almost goes back into the main and then pulls away.
And now we have Immortal production starting here for Crater. Keep in mind, there is no Blink on the way. There's no Forge upgrades.
Right.
I'm a little bit concerned if he leans really heavily into the Immortals, because if Solar just completely full sends something like Ling Ravager, he already has a good handful of roaches on the map right now. Immortal's not doing a lot of damage to that composition, and as soon as the Adepts die, there is going to be very little in terms of meat shield here for Protoss.
Okay, he's got the Ravagers coming up here. And I don't know, man. I mean, this is tough. He decides to seesaw over to the other side, hitting the third base. And, I mean, there's no Immortal that can join this right now. This is just a lot of damage. The Warp Prism's getting microed back. I think that this game might be overstayed.
Yeah, it is looking that way. Solar again with a timing attack follow-up to the Glaives build, just cleaning this up. I mean, the third base is going to fall. Creator
Solar's ruthless. He just already moves his Ravagers over here, lets the Lings clean this up.
Oh, I thought for sure that Stalker was dead. I can't believe it survived.
So he takes that out. He's going to get Spore Crawlers back at his base at home.
I mean, this is a very awkward situation. So Crater isn't dead yet. The worker counts are basically even. The saturation going to be a little bit better for Solar because he has that third base, whereas Crater is just sitting on 2. But where do you go here as Creator? I feel like you almost have to build up to some kind of timing attack. Like, I think if you try to secure a third Nexus here as Creator, you're going to be a little bit too far behind in tempo. Like, you got to build to a killing blow, but how do you navigate an army composition against a Zerg that just feels like they have the perfect lair tech already available? Like, the Ravager count is really healthy. There are a ton of Lings on the map. The drone count is ballooning all the way up to 60, and keep in mind, again, that's way more meaningful because those 60 drones can be very well utilized. The fact that it's only a 7-worker lead does not actually tell you where the economies are at. Okay, Crater is going to take a third.
Yeah, keep in mind, it's not like the Zerg was able to macro comfortably, right? That, the wind-up and counterattack was quite an investment, but having a fourth base and this push from Protoss, let's see if this does anything. I think that Creator should be driven away. We also want to watch the Warp Prism very carefully. Whenever you have Ravagers out like this, if he's going to try to warp at anything, that Warp Prism is going to be the target you want to hit with those Ravager corrosive vials.
I almost feel like Creator with that push is just doing a classic kind of sharking maneuver where he's just trying to make Solar do another round of units and then retreat instead of drones. Just try to interrupt the Zerg economy a little bit by feeding wrong information. The tech of choice for Creator is going to be Colossus. Now, Crater has done a very good job of stabilizing. It looked like he was basically knocked out when that third base fell, but here on Ultra Love, it's really hard to push up that natural ramp. Even with as many Ravagers as Solar had, it's tough with force fields available. And so Solar is instead going to be basically maxing out with 61 drones. This is, I think, one less drone than when he did the timing attack in the last game.
This is so many Ravagers?
Yeah, dude, that's a lot of Ravagers. Right at the junction between the natural expansion and the third. And this is just such a good composition against what Creator's got. He's going to go right into the ramp. This ramp has never been more populated by Ravagers.
There's so much hitting right now.
And there's nothing that's particularly good against the Ravagers here either. Creator is just Immortals, Stalkers, and Sentries mostly. Now, one Colossus is done, but there's basically no bonus damage being dealt except against those Roaches. Creator with some really nice micro is going to be able to blink a lot of these Stalkers back. I mean, give Creator credit. He is doing the best in a very difficult situation, but Solar with just a battering ram of Ravagers, breaking down the third base again here at the 10-minute mark. It's just a little bit too much.
GG.
GG. Solar gets revenge from the GSL qualifier and continues his hot streak after Dallas winning his first series 2-0 over Creator.
Yeah, he went for the Adepts again. Now, I don't want to ever be too critical, of any strategy. But yeah, it didn't seem to work. I think Solar really, if you're going to beat him, it's not going to be like that. Maybe Creator not confident with the other types of tech he has here. Keep in mind, there's only one Zerg in this group, so it's not like you have to pocket, one PvZ strategy because you've got a better one for, I don't know, the other really good Zerg that would be in the group later. So right now he's going to go down to the losers match. That's going to be a tough one because that's Cure down there. Cure is one of the scariest players in the world right now. It's going to be a tough group for Creator. But we're going to go to the winners match next, everybody. It's Solar versus Zoun. We will be right back.
We are the ones you left behind, those wounds buried deep inside. We are the ones there to remind. We are the remedies, oh, we are the enemies, and all the steps you take in life. We are the ones. Good times, they come, they go. You lose, you learn, move on. You need that stepping stone, and your friends still surrounding. You up, you win it all. They came, you stood your ground. You earned that party now, your friends all around you. These the days you'll always talk about. These the friends y'all won't fall out. These the friends who good and bad, that make it count. Cause really in the end, it's all about your friends. It's all about the good times that you always reminisce. Good times in the bad, have it on your side. You know you can do it if your friends, they have your back. It's all about your friends. It's all about your friends. Through ups and downs, times you made them proud. You know you'll be fine if you always keep them around. It's all about you. Good friends, good times, good love, splitting up, yeah, me and mine. Had ups, had downs, through it I get my crew, they stay down. If you fall, then we fall too. And if you do, guarantee I got you. And if it's true, guarantee I got you. Getting them a damn thing I won't do. These the days you'll always talk about. These the friends y'all won't fall out. These the friends who good and bad, that make it count. Cause really in the end, it's all about your friends. It's all about the good times that you always reminisce. Good times in the bad, have it on your side. You know you can do it if your friends, they have your back. It's all about your friends. It's all about your friends. Through ups and downs, times you made them proud. You know you'll be fine if you always keep them around. It's all about your friends. It's all about your friends. Through ups and downs, times you made them proud. You know you'll be fine if you always keep them around. It's all about your friends. Dime qué es lo que pasa, pégate pa' mi casa, yo te espero sin nada. Dime qué es lo que pasa, yo quiero desacatarme contigo, papi, perder el control contigo, papi. Dime, dime, yo te digo, papi, ay papi, ay papi. Ay papi, ay papi. Dime qué es lo que pasa, yo quiero desacatarme contigo, papi, perder el control contigo, papi. Dime, dime, yo te digo, papi, ay 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 papi, Dime qué es lo que pasa, yo quiero desacatarme contigo, papi, perder el control contigo, papi. Dime, dime, yo te digo, papi, ay papi, ay papi. Desacatarme contigo, papi, perder el control contigo, papi. Dime, dime, yo te digo, papi, ay 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 papi.
Let's go.
What's up, everybody? We're back, and it's time to decide who's going to be the first survivor of tonight, moving on to the round of 8. This is Solar versus Zoun. Both these guys looking so strong. I'm really curious if this is going to be a close match or if one of these guys is actually substantially in better condition than the other.
Yeah, I'm very curious about where this one's going to go. Solar looked like he was really on point, especially in terms of just denying Adept Glaive builds from Creator. He parried them 2 games in a row, and then the follow-up was short and sweet with the timing attacks just stealing the victory, building enough momentum to end the game. I would be surprised if Zoun, watching Solar versus Creator, is going to go for an Adept build in this series. I think we're going to be seeing a different brand of PvZ, and I'm just really excited to get into this one tasteless.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. We already know that Solar does not die to Adepts. Okay, let's see if maybe Zoun's got another kind of novel take on this, but right now it seems like Solar is very, very comfortable kind of scanning what's going on and then reacting and playing that out. So how exactly does Zoun want to do this? Does he want to have a timing attack? Does he want to do some kind of passive play? We're going to find out in a second here. His map number 1 is Persephone.
I've always felt like Solar is one of those Zergs here in Korea that just absolutely shines in the early and mid-game. So we'll see if Zoun can weather the storm. Game 1 on Persephone loading up now. One of these guys going into the round of 8. The other one's going to fall to the final match of Group A. Let's get started.
Okay, Solar here in the bottom left, Zoun here in the top left. We've got a probe being sent out immediately. This is just a scout, possibly block the hatchery.
Yeah, that hatch almost definitely going to get blocked here.
So this is going to force the second base to be where the third would normally go. And yeah, I mean, I'm excited especially for this match here. I think Zoun had a really, I mean, Zoun's always been good, right? But like, he looked really strong today.
Yeah,
and Cure was playing really well versus him too, and he just kind of boxed him out. It's good to be back.
Yeah.
Welcome, welcome.
Yeah, Zoun just
we're still here.
On another level.
Yeah.
Against Cure. I mean, well, Cure is just one of the best TVP players, in the world, and you know, Zoun is somebody that we didn't even see last season in GSL.
Yeah. Well, I mean, GSL's gotten a little bit smaller this year, so you know we're not going to always have the lineup we've got just because of the number of slots we have. But yeah, you know, Zoun wasn't in the previous season. Cure looked really good. Including Cure looked good in the series where he lost. He looked strong, but Zoun was just able to shut it down.
Yeah, it seems like Zoun is in really good form right now, and we'll see what he opts to go for here in PBZ. I feel like the meta largely in Korea has been this really fast Templar play with, you know, obviously the Oracle. You get 1 or 2 of them out very early. One of them's going to do harassment on the Zerg side of the map. The other is likely just going to secure the third base. It buys you a lot of leeway. You can be very greedy, and then you can go into really fast Storm with that energy recharge availability. And from there, we've seen players like Classic usually kind of use the power spike of Storm to stabilize and take additional bases and, you know, gear themselves up for the late game. We've also seen guys like Hero use Storm to go for some really crisp timing attacks. Just off of 6 gateways and 3 bases. Timing attacks that almost feel very unintuitive in when they're hitting. And so for Zoun, having not really seen any of his PBZ games yet so far in this patch, at least not at the GSL Code S level, I'm wondering kind of what style, what philosophy of PBZ he's going to be subscribing to, because right now there are quite a few different notions about how to approach this matchup, and none of them feel particularly like the right answer, you know? It just, there's varying styles.
Yeah, this is going to be Stargate play to start this off. All very standard here. We're probably going to have the Oracle started up in a second. That Stargate's been done for a little while, though. Getting a little bit nervous. Normally, that's like that finishes and you start right away. Okay. And I wouldn't be surprised if this is, at least for starts, it's going to be one of these games where the Adepts are going to be out on the... Looks like he's going to kill this one, by the way.
Dude, there's so many Lings. There's so many Lings here from Solar. Zoun was able to kill 3 Lings, but that way, is he just going to use the Queens and the drones to deal with this? I'm surprised the Lings didn't come back sooner. 2 drones going to fall here at the third base.
Yeah, nice moves.
Not the end of the world, but Zoun really getting a lot of value out of those first 2 Adepts. 3 Lings and 2 drones is not too bad for a unit that oftentimes kind of just gets thrown away.
Yeah, that oftentimes doesn't really do much of anything besides scout.
Yeah.
So he actually comes up here to shut down the third. It's not there. No third base started just yet. I like the Oracle hiding over this area here.
I also do really like this from Solar, going in with this number of Lings and just parking them inside both of the bases, because those early Adepts dying means that we need a third Adept to come in from Zoun to actually secure this third. And that probe is really vulnerable now. It doesn't have the bodyguards.
So good. You know, slowing down the third, because you can't really slow the Protoss from getting the first fresh base, but the second one they're going to take, in other words, the third base that we're seeing right here, slowing that down is always a good move.
Yeah, but I mean, this is just awesome for Solar, because he identifies that, okay, you spent the 2 Adepts, and yeah, they did get some good value. You know, you killed 2 drones, you killed 3 Lings. You maybe make a little bit more Lings than maybe I would be comfortable making normally. But being able to deny the third base like that and also force the Oracles to stay back this entire time is just really good for the Zerg player here. That's going to slow down the tempo of the Protoss development quite a bit. Now 3 Adepts posturing over here between the natural and the third base. Oracle's going to come in, but the Spore Crawler had 4 Queens, not going to be able to find any angle of attack. I think Zoun probably just going to be fishing for 1 or 2 tumors, but the Queen count being as high as it is, I want to say this is like 6 Queens? 5 or 6? I'd really like to get a look at the units tab.
This is a good catch.
Yeah.
Basically gets these for free. Takes a little bit of damage there. And we've got Blink coming here. So this is not going to be anything like the Creator games here. He's going for what I would say is a more stable standard tech here. Not so much trying to force something to happen, you know, minutes from now, but instead trying to develop and give yourself more opportunities in a variety of ways. I mean, Blink is one of the best upgrades in the game, right?
Yeah. Man, Solar's been doing a really good job with his Queen positioning.
Yeah.
He did lose he's lost a couple of drones here between the main and the natural, just the ones that are moving in. But besides that, It's been airtight, especially being able to lock down those creep tumors in the center of the map is really nice here against 3 Adepts and 2 Oracles. By the way, 3 more gases getting taken by Solar all at once. So we're gonna have some really gas-heavy play. I wonder, like, could this be a Spire? Nope, just gonna be a lot of upgrades coming in. Roach speed, +1 melee attack, Morlings getting queued up. And Zoun, the way that he's developing with that, yeah, I was gonna say, usually where people go from here, it's 6 Gate and Templars behind that +1 ground weapons and the bling. And timing attack's basically the same. And we have the hidden Spire by the 4th.
This.
I love this, man. That is so cool.
You know, when I look at a map like this, I'm like, well, there's nowhere you can really hide something. Yeah, I guess you could hide it all the way behind the 4th.
This reminds me of, like, this is like a fruit dealer-esque move from, like, Wings of Liberty, man. This is like something that he would do. I love it.
This is like, we don't really see this very often.
Yeah, I saw those extra
I'm trying
geysers.
to think of the last time I casted a game like this.
I saw those extra geysers. I was like, well, where is that gas going to go?
Yeah.
It just be a little bit of a late Spire.
We should point out, like, having Blink is not going to be bad versus Spire, right? But is the plan, like, he just wants to make 20 Mutalisks or something and just blindside the Protoss? Keep in mind, it's not like there's cannons protecting the main and the natural, right? You know, sometimes these games where you don't go for air, because usually, like, when you tech into air attacking units, like, it's like at a very specific point kind of in the early middle of the game, and then you try to use them throughout. But instead, you can wait until we're, like, really way past that and hit them twice as hard.
I think Zoun knows. I think he sees Solar posturing. He's like, you have way less than you should have. If you're going Roachling and this is all you have in front of my base, something more is going on. Look at the production tab. 3 shield batteries, 2 cannons. I think he strongly suspects that something like a Mutaswitch is coming in. Now, in the past, Mutaswitches in PvZ like this, they've usually been just a handful of them. Like, maybe around 8 is about the magic number. You send them into the main base, and they go from the mains to the naturals to the 3rd. They kill drones. Actually, I thought this is a bit more of an engagement than I thought we were going to get. So they're really trying to push these Stalkers away. But lately, we've been seeing a lot more heavy Mutalist play from Zergs and CVP to, honestly, quite a bit of success. And right now, we already have 10 on the field. I think 5 or 6 more are in production. The Oracle now finally spotting these Mutas. Yeah, Solar is hard committing to the Mutalist. We have air weapons coming in and 6 more Mutas about to pop.
This is kind of crazy. You know, the Phoenixes are being made, but Phoenixes, when you get a Mutas high enough in number, like 1 or 2 Phoenixes doesn't do anything. So he's got Stalkers. The Mutas do have to respect the Stalkers unless they get into an absurdly high number, but Ling Muta is actually fairly good against Stalker. Now he forces a cancel.
I think that was a kill, actually.
Oh, was that a kill?
I
Okay,
think
even
so.
better. So he's going like all Muta Ling. And I assume that he's going to try to do a kill move here. Now, like we were saying earlier, there's no cannons here. So, like, he can just kind of fly in and hit as hard as he wants.
Oh, that shield battery MVP right now anchoring that Phoenix, just barely staying alive. It is honestly, it is surprisingly difficult, even on low ping, to keep Phoenix alive against a flock of Muta that is in the double digits like this. We have 22 out already, 6 more in production.
This is crazy. He's about to max out on Ling Muta.
Yeah, this
is a StarCraft 1 GVZ comp here.
What
this
year
is
is
crazy.
it, man?
Yeah, this is wild. Okay, so he's going to start to hit in all these different locations.
There is a fair bit of static defense spread across Zoun's bases, by the way. Storm is done. Storm can be really deadly, both on the Lings and the Mutas. 2 photon cannons and a shield battery, but the Mutas are just so high in number. Even with the Phoenixes, Zoun is kind of finding it hard to engage against this. So many probes falling.
Yeah, if he could just stay in range, he can clear that. The problem is that this is just a huge wrecking ball.
I almost feel like he should throw down a Fleet Beacon, right? But this is some pretty good trading going on for Zoun right now. That's a lot of Mutas falling. Yes, you did lose 12 probes, but Mutas, they are not cheap. 200 resources a pop.
Now, he's got Archons here. Archons are the organic counter to the composition of Zergling Muta. Nice storm there, actually. Beautifully done. Is Zoun stabilizing here?
I think he is.
It feels like he's kind of got the answer.
Dude, forget what I was saying about a Fleet Beacon. Zoun is infinitely better than me, man. His control's been so on point, his positioning, too. Now, these Mutas, they still are getting a lot of value. Solar's micro is a force to be reckoned with.
He's going to go into Corruptors.
The way that, yeah, he's going to go Muta Corruptor. So he's going to try and just win the air war completely here against Zoun.
He's like tripling down on what he's doing.
He's breaking the ankles of these Phoenix, man. 3 Phoenix just died, and now he's going to hit the 3rd.
Yeah, this is such an unusual way to approach this. Oh my god, and he's going to kill most of these Phoenixes before the Corruptors are even a factor. It's like he's doubling and tripling down on the tech that he's got. Now, the Stalkers, gosh, I guess he could just play keep away, can't he?
I feel like you need Stalkers or Storm or an Archon or something on the ground to just really solidify the position with a Phoenix. When it's just Phoenix and you don't have range, it is really hard. You need to basically babysit those units the entire time against the mutas, because the mutas, if they go back and then they turn on a dime and they dive on the Phoenix again, you're going to lose like at least one Phoenix, maybe even two to the initial volley. But there's just so much damage. Now that Corruptors are getting added into the mix, I wonder how Zoun is going to mix it up. Oh, the Storm's pretty good right now for Zoun. Man, so many Storms.
Yeah, lots of Storms back to back there.
Yeah.
You know, what Solar's doing is scary, but I'll tell you what, like the 4 bases are still up.
If Zoun can max, this becomes very difficult here for Solar. You might need to start going into Hive Tech, adding in Bailings. Something will need to change because
it looks like Banes is kind of the end game move here. Because Zerg isn't that gas rich, but you know, a couple of Bailings can make a huge difference in a fight. Stalkers are very bad against Banelings too. If they actually get the connections off, they will be killed pretty quickly. And, you know, again, I'm kind of blown away by Zoun able to take these fights. These Lings coming in here are going to get a big surround on those Stalkers. I don't see them blinking at all. Dude, I don't think he's even watching.
The Storm plus the Archon getting so much damage. All those mutas into the orange and the red, but the rest of the Anti-Air is dissipated. Oh, the Storms are massive! Oh, just insane Storm, one after another! The Mutaflux is down to 9! On the ground, there was basically no Anti-Air. We had, what, 3 Phoenix and a handful of Stalkers, but what, 4 subsequent Storms? Just chained, perfectly tracking the mutas. And Solar's army value just got wiped off the map, Tasteless. Look at what we have right now. Massive army lead here for Zoun, and he is right on the counterattack.
Yeah, he's realized he's got a huge opportunity when the muta count was, you know, put down to almost 0 here. He's going to try to run in. There's some Banelings morphing, but I think the Stalkers and Zealots can get there before they finish.
The Zealot's just doing so much work on the ground. The Phoenix, they are deep in the red. Zoun with those Storms, just changing the momentum of this game in an instant. And now the Zealots are rampaging all of the bases.
Whoa.
What an insane engagement.
That was crazy.
I don't think I've ever seen Storms chained on mutas like that.
Well, the idea is they can dodge it, right? But he just like stormed into every dodge.
That was crazy. We were looking at the units tab a moment ago, and there were like less than 10 units that shot up from Zoun. His anti-air was stormed.
And look, you know, Solar got to activate his strategy, right? The Spire was hidden. Zoun just kind of kept his cool, went for double Stargate with Phoenix, and eventually had enough Phoenixes. Even when the Corruptors came in, it didn't really matter. And, you know, Solar does, he's got a sense of humor, probably a little bit of embarrassment with that. It's like very clear he did something very specific and it didn't work. Zoun just sort of played the unit counter game, and eventually he had enough that it was his turn. And when it was his turn, he moved right across the map and crushed face. We're going to be going to Ultra Love here for game number 2. Remember, in this series, the winner is moving on to the round of 8, and the loser is going down to the final match here of Group A in the GSL. And I thought I would have that timed out so that the game would have loaded up. Still loading.
It's all right, Tasteless. We
Breaking
still
the
love
fourth
you.
wall. Breaking the 4th wall here. All right, guys, game's ready. Let's go.
Solar, the blue Zerg spawning on the top right. Zoun, the red Protoss, the bottom left here on Ultra Love. And Zoun just looks bulletproof today in GSL.
Yeah, he looks really good. This drone gets down before he can deny the hatchery.
15 hatch.
Yep.
That's the I don't want to get pro-plucked ever.
That's the, I'm going to do my build on my terms, Protoss player.
Back for Season 2. Back, I think, quicker than basically anybody expected. Even last night, I've had it, oh, welcome everybody. I've had it marked on my calendar that we have GSL Season 2 today. Last night I was looking at my calendar and I was like, it's tomorrow, right? And it just didn't feel real because there's been so much StarCraft over the past couple of weeks.
You know what's funny? I actually thought GSL was yesterday for some reason.
You thought you like went...
I almost left my house and came down here.
Oh, I thought you meant you thought it was yesterday today. You're like, wait, did I just cast GSL?
No.
I got
like,
you.
I literally, I was like talking to my wife, and then like before I left the house, I'm like, wait a minute, is it Tuesday or is it Wednesday?
I'm always paranoid about that. My biggest fear as a caster is just missing or being late for something, to the point that I have like, I look like a, what do you call it? Like a watchsmith or something. I just have clocks in my bedroom. I just have infinite clocks. I have like a million alarms set. Like surely one will wake me up.
That's the worst thing you can do in this job is just forget to come in and like everybody's waiting for you.
Yeah. Hope it never happens.
No. Well, I'm sure it won't. But dude, like, yeah, no, I know the feeling. But I had the same thing. I was like, especially if I'm doing a lot of GSL, I'll find that when I get on the train, even if I'm not going to the studio because I'm not working that day, I'll end up going in that direction, even if I was supposed to go in a different direction on the subway. I'll like autopilot, like go into work. Anyways, in this game, you know, we got the fast expand going on. We're waiting for the Zerg to get their third base unless we have something really insane. It's going to be Stargate opening. And I would be surprised if we have anything really juicy to give you guys for the next minute or two, because I think we're just going to see kind of standard development. I think Zoun is probably feeling super confident with how that game went, considering he was blindsided with attack and basically just stabilized by being calm and composed and building into the counters. And then, of course, just having perfect storms there at the end.
Yeah, I could see it playing the other way, too. I mean, if those storms aren't perfect, I feel like Solar wins that game. He had just basically broken the back of Zoun in terms of the anti-air, and then Zoun just had the miracle storm chain. Like 4 or 5 storms. I imagine here in game number 2, Zoun is, even though he won that game number 1, is going to be really on point with his scouting. I mean, that's the kind of situation where you're Zoun, and as soon as the game is over, you're pressing W. You're rewinding, and you're clicking on the structures tab, and you're clicking on that spy. You're like, where did he build it? Because I need to make sure that none of those tricks get thrown my way in game number 2. By the way, are we seeing this again?
Okay,
so like, surely I just did it wrong. Okay.
He did it.
Oh, he did. Okay.
He did it.
Yeah. Okay, so it isn't a fake.
What he's got to do is the Overlord has to hold its
breath.
Now
the Oracle's going to come in.
Never mind. It's the same thing. Okay.
Yeah, I think this is barely going to escape. It'll be like 1 hit, right? Oh, 2 hits maybe.
Send the Stalker.
Yeah, this is when the... Oh, I was going to say this is when the Zerg has like 8 lings and they surround the Stalker and kill it. But Zoun is too smart. He's just sitting. Yeah. He's sitting in the natural. I would have taken the bait, man. I've done that so many times.
I've literally done stuff like that where in my head I'm like, this is risky, and then I'm like, oh god, why do I like get too greedy?
Yeah, but I mean, it's the come on. We play Protoss for savages. We're gonna be greedy.
He's going for glaives.
All right. Well, Solar is
glaives donuts.
It's the first time I've heard that one.
Yeah, might be the last.
Well, Solar's been able to parry the glaive builds remarkably well so far today. Crater did it back-to-back games. And Solar, even without Wallens at the natural expansion, unless I'm mistaken, I don't think he walled in the natural either in game 1 or in game 2. That Oracle's almost dead, by the way.
Yeah. The Oracles vastly drop in strength when it goes from 2 to 1. Yeah. So you really want to keep those alive. You know, that you can one-shot drones basically with them. Otherwise, Lings are going to come out here. Nice almost catch there.
Ooh. Man, that Stalker just barely skirted into that wall in the nick of time. But
he's going to try to shadow these with the Oracles. No, he's not. He's going to go right by this. So, yeah, I mean, we're still seeing things develop. We've got, you know, safety Roach Warren. Oh, now he drops that one Oracle.
Yeah.
This is the map where they just disappear, right?
I think it's a couple maps.
Okay.
Sorry, it's very jarring. I don't like it either.
Yeah, it bothers me.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's gonna go for glaives. Now Roach is the answer, but he had a Roach run. I saw +1 melee attack being upgraded.
Wait, for Solar you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, for Solar.
Well, he's at 63 drones. I think we've seen Solar at 61, 62, and now 63 drones dealing with glaives.
Yeah.
I'm not mistaken.
Let's see if this is not 1 drone too much.
Yeah. Well, he does have the wall in here, the natural expansion. That's where the extra drone went. It's back to 62.
Yeah,
all right, Shade's a little bit disjointed here, so he's going to cancel both of them. Again, Solar has just been ironclad on the defense. I did get canceled. Throws down the Evolution Chamber again. Is going to be able to wall this in again. And Solar's MO against these Glaives builds has basically been parry the attacks, even if it means effectively not mining from the third base. Although he's very effectively mining from the third base in this game. And then he really turns up the heat with a counterattack. He will go super heavy into Ling Roaches. He will stay at exactly 60 or so drones. And he will just full send. Roaches, Lings, Ravagers, might even get an Overlord like he is right now with speed and bring those Queens on over. And with only 2, okay, there is another Oracle in production. I was gonna say, with only 2 Oracles, those Queens would be really deadly. With 3 Oracles off creep, you might be able to snipe down some of those Queens before they can get the transfuses off, and that can really anchor the defense there for Protoss. But it's still gonna be hard to hold. Now, that being said, Zoun is having a very specific response to this. He added a ton of gateways before the Templar Archives in Robo. He is not being too greedy in terms of structure. He's going to have a lot of production. Blink should be done. But this is a lot of pressure coming his way, Tasteless.
Okay, he's got the Oracles over here to zap down the Lings. I love the defensive setup. He's not going to get penetrated at the natural, so it's going to be up to the third and whether or not he can hold that. The Queens have landed, but the Oracles, he's remade plenty after losing that one earlier. He's got enough back here that he's basically melting these Lings.
You got to keep those Oracles alive. The Oracle Queen dynamic is really important here. Actually going to focus down one of the Queens, forces a transfuse, retreats back to the shield batteries to charge them back up. But now Solar, he is slowly working his way into the third base. We have photon cannons, we have batteries. There aren't enough Ravagers to bile them down quickly. But it's still a pretty good fight here for Solar, but I think the Oracles might just be too much. We have a 4th Oracle now entering the fray. Soon we should have energy recharge available. The Blink Stalkers are trading reasonably well here on the top side.
I wouldn't be surprised if a 5th Oracle is in the works. No, he's actually not making one here. But, I mean, if the Oracles could just keep enough energy, he should be able to zap everything down.
I mean, they're out of energy now. The only one that's still intact. Wait, what did this happen? There was no drop at the main base. This is why the mineral reinforcements are coming down.
Okay.
Solar went for the same play against Creator. I think Creator was actually able to parry the drop at the main base, but this one, I feel like, I mean, Zoun maybe just realized a little bit too late. The Oracle's now finally, with the energy recharge, able to connect with the Queens. Only 1 Queen left. I think it's barely going to trade out with it. Yeah, barely going to win against that Oracle. Dude, the Ling drop in the main. Look at the probes down. I think they also felt the natural expansion. That just happened completely off screen. I'm sorry. I totally tunnel visioned on the fight. I was not watching the minimap.
Same thing. I was like, I thought, okay, if he just makes a couple more Oracles, then this should be enough because the Queens, the Queens, when they come into that attack, obviously transfuse is great, but it's also an anti-air. Right? So it makes it a lot hard for the Oracles to just dominate and target down whatever they want. But it never even occurred to me until we had that happen that you could unload the Queens and then load up the Lings and just go into the main. And
I think it might have even meant 2 different Overlords. It's possible,
okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was maybe just one that he dropped that. Okay, well, either or, man.
Yeah, that was really cool.
The old Timmy 2 screens. Timmy being a bit of a Timmy 2 screens. You got an attack over here, but you're like, uh-oh, but on another, you move your screen down here. I'm attacking you.
Zoun's watching the third base. Wait, man, this is going pretty well for me. I think I might be able to hold.
You're a bit of a Timmy 2 screens, aren't you?
Why do I have any money? Well, Solar continues to be perfect against the Glaives builds.
Yeah. No, he does not struggle with that. I think we're not going to see Zoun do it again. But no. Whenever I say Glaives builds aren't coming, it seems like they are. So we'll see if this game's going to be any different.
Solar in the bottom right, Zoun in the top left. The winner of this game is going on to the round of 8. The loser is going to the elimination match to face the winner of Cure versus Creator. We've had some really fun ZVPs so far today. I mean, even with the Glaives builds, like Solar is just, his handling of this pressure has been so on point.
That was kind of cool to see what he did with the drone there. He sends the drone out early to see if he can spot the probe coming in, and then decide if he can make it back there or somewhere else.
Oh, I didn't catch that. That
yeah,
is a cool move.
I mean, maybe he's done it in other games, but that's the first time the Observer showed it to us.
I kind of wish that Zoun, the Ling drop at the main base didn't happen because I was so curious about that fight at the third. I wasn't sure, even at the very end, you know, if Zoun had full mineral income, if he's going to hold or not, because it started to look like it was trending in Zoun's favor. The 4th Oracle really added a lot to the mix.
Well, what'll happen is, I mean, you lose that because he was losing workers at the third base, right? But if you lose all the workers in your main, you just suddenly can't warp in anywhere near as much. I mean, most likely about half, right? And so that's when, even if it seems like you were going to come back, the Zerg damage will still snowball because Zerg is still able to produce at a pretty steady rate.
Yeah, but Zoun did have a pretty good answer. I almost wonder if Zoun watched that series between Solar and Creator and was like, well, what if this is Solar's response, if he goes for this like 62-ish drone bust with Queens, Ravagers, and Lings, what if I can bait that response from him by doing a Glaives build and then shut it down with a perfect response?
Right.
I wonder if that was part of Zoun's philosophy. Unless we get that question like a winner's interview, we're not going to know, but it is something that GSL Codex caliber players might think of in a series like this one. To me, it's the only thing that would make sense after Solar was so good against Creator in those first couple of games. And I really did like Zoun's response to it. Like, he added the gateway, like he powered up with the gateway explosion, as you would say, much faster than he typically would. He added in the photon cannons and an extra shield battery at the third base. He also positioned them in a really good spot where like a Bile isn't going to kill all of the defensive structures all at once. And he did it on Ultra Love too, which is one of the harder maps to actually breach the third base and the natural expansion. It's the one where Creator was able to survive at the natural and then retake his third before eventually succumbing to the pressure of Solar. So it is interesting. Normally I really hate Glaive builds just in general because I feel like the win rate in them with them and GSL Codex is like 20 or 25%. But
yeah,
if that was, and that is like a big reach, but if that was the philosophy there from Zoun, I have a lot of respect for it. It almost worked. If it wasn't for those meddling Lings in the main base.
He's going to get a Void Ray. So this is maybe the slowest way to play PvZ, but I think this is pretty good. Void Ray can clear the Overlords. It'll protect the third base. And it makes the game, because, you know, the Void Ray doesn't necessarily mean anything. Oh, dude, that was so sick. Oh, it's so funny. He kills the drone.
The one thing on the outside.
Yeah.
It's like, wait, why is there an evolution chamber here? Solar tries to cancel it in time.
So,
but
Zoun loses two Adepts back there.
Yeah, this is a little bit painful. Now, at least the Void Ray is going to add sustained damage that doesn't get energy, so he should be able to take the third base pretty easy.
Yeah.
But
so, anyways,
kind of
this makes it a guessing game right now for the Zerg because you don't get to scout them.
Yeah.
You know, the Void Ray keeps you in the dark, so there's a lot of different types of builds that could come from here. We got to see what kind of game Zoun wants to play from here.
The Void Ray is really interesting. I want to talk to like a super high level Protoss player and just pick their brain on why you would go for a Void Ray in this situation as opposed to an Oracle.
Well, he's actually getting an Oracle too, so
yeah,
it was Void Ray Oracle.
Forge and Twilight. So this is the same kind of development with the second gateway, by the way, that we've seen from Hero, that we've seen from Classic, that we saw Zoun do, I believe in game number 1, where you take your gases really quickly after that third base, off the back of usually 2 Stargate units. Normally it's double Oracle. In this situation, it's Void Ray and Oracle. And then we should have about, what, 4 more gateways come in and a Templar Archives, and that's just kind of the foundational building block of standard Korean PvZ, at least at the Codex level these days.
Got a Roach Warren coming here with the Evo Chamber.
We haven't actually seen Solar play against this style besides one game where he went the hidden mutas. And so I'm wondering if he's going to go for a mutaless play again here, going up against the 6-gate Storm with the third base, or if he might hit a timing attack. You know, for how many ZVPs we've seen from Solar, we've basically seen the same game 3 times. A macro ZVP once, right?
I'm still thinking about that game where he went for the mutas.
It was a very cool game.
Like, are we going to see that again? Because
that was my favorite match of the night.
Yeah, well, it's like that's one of those ones that's going to stick with me for a long time, right? Because it stands out so much compared to the other games we've seen. So he's going to get his first gateway explosion here. 4 gates are going to come down.
Going up to 6.
And Zerg is taking a 4th base. So, I mean, it's a slow game. You know, nobody's winding up for any kind of attack just yet.
Yeah, and Solar going back to his bread and butter kind of a macro build back at home too. He's sitting at about 60 drones. He's getting +1 melee attack. He's adding in roaches and roach speed. And we'll see if he hits the brakes on military production, because I'm looking at that production tab, Tasteless. I'm seeing a lot more roaches and lings. We might just have another push even without glaives. Yep, Overlord speed. I think it's going to happen, Tasteless. Those queens are going to hop in the taxi and just beeline right to that third base.
Well, you know, that last game, it went so well. But, you know, the parameters of what has happened early on here for Protoss are very different, right? So this will have a very different feel when it actually hits Zoun. Now he has Blink, but you got to be careful, man. Like Blink doesn't reset that fast, so it looks like he's going to pick off a couple Stalkers here.
Only having one Oracle means that it has to be
God.
a Void Ray to assist with this one too, and you can see that that's just painful right now. In a way, having a Void Ray instead of Oracle is leading to a lot of Stalkers dying.
Shoots the Roach runs all the way underneath it, gets past it, and it doesn't die. It's
Dude,
like,
these Lings are getting so much value.
Yeah, well, the thing is, he's doing a lot of the damage that this is before the Stalkers can turtle behind. In fact, the Stalkers are like stuck on the outside. He needs to blink between the battery and the pylon.
You know, what's interesting is behind this, Solar actually did pump the brakes on military production. He went up to 70 drones. He's adding in a Hydralisk in. He's getting his +1 range weapon now. He secured his 4th base, so he is going to be backering out of this. Hive also starts up. I really thought we were building up to another kind of timing attack, especially with Overlord speed finishing, but I guess it's not a taxi. Not a taxi at all. Even with those Stalker snipes in the middle of the map.
So, oh, gotta be careful, don't overextend there. Yeah, Zerg's in a really healthy spot here. He's going for, on the Protoss side of things, I mean, he's getting Storm, he's continuing to develop. But I love that about Solar, that he's able to kind of get in his opponent's face and then realize, this is going to be a lot of damage, but not enough to win the game, so I'm not going to go all the way with this and try to close it out. I'm just going to get further ahead.
Yeah, already up at 82 drones. Now, until those Hydras come out, this Void Ray is going to be gathering a lot of information here for Zoun, just patrolling the center, killing Overlords, killing any Roaches that stray a little bit too close. Storm, by the way, only about halfway done. So it's a little bit delayed here for Zoun. Those Templar, they might have to morph into Archons. We'll see. They should be able to retreat successfully over to the 3rd. A lot more Stalkers getting warped in. I'm wondering if you see this as Zoun, you basically know that there isn't a timing attack coming your way because it's just been small numbers of Roaches and Lings up until this point. And so, yeah, 4th base has got to be coming through. My question is, are we going to add a Fleet Beacon to the 2nd Stargate? Yeah, Fleet Beacon immediately gets queued up there on the production tab.
By the way, the creep spread is so good. Yeah, he is just like paving his side of the map so well. He's continuing to grow. I don't know if there's going to be an opportunity for Zerg to attack in for a little bit. We are getting close to maxing out, and when you do max out, Zerg basically has to do something, right? And so it looks like it might be a lurker push.
All right, Stalkers in. Stormers over here in this middle base, or not middle base, the center of the map, the ramp. Solar is split a little bit apart. Okay, these are actually lurkers over here on the left side. He's going to try and siege down this base. Seismic Spine's nearing completion. That is the range upgrade here on these lurkers. It's a big power spike for those lurkers. They should be in range at the 3rd. There is another fight going in the middle of the map. I want to see those Templars survive. Ooh. Dude, there's action everywhere. Okay,
there's like so much going on right now. This is insane.
Oh, boy. Okay, Revelation just expired. The Oracle also got taken down. I think, do we have detection on all of this? I think only the lurkers in the front from the photon cannon. I think we have no more detection. There's no follow-up there for Zoun. He's building the absorber right now. I don't know if we have any detection existing on the map presently. These lurkers getting so much value. Look at the units lost in the bottom right. Solar's doing a great job of equalizing right now just because these lurkers are destroying the Protoss force. We have Queens walking off creep to join forces with this. What is happening?
This is an insane game. I think Zoun may be dead. I don't think there's anything to defend the base at the top right either.
I don't think he's dead, but it's a tricky situation.
Oh god, nice Storm there.
I mean, there isn't a lot on the ground to support these lurkers just now, but oh boy.
Oh man.
Okay, this is a real wrench. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm starting to agree with you a little bit more too, since it's not looking very good for Zoun.
As the kids say, I think he's cooked.
Yeah, the kids do say that.
This is rough. Okay, GG.
Wow.
Solar looking so good today.
Dude, that was such a chaotic last, 2 minutes. I completely lost the thread of that game. We had Zealots taking down the 3 o'clock base.
It was like the camera moved 6 times in game, and in each scene, there was something happening. Like a hatchery is getting killed, or lurkers are getting blown up.
It's like watching a movie, there's all these different reveals. It's got this storyline that are just being happening one after another. That was complete chaos, but Solar's one of these Zergs that honestly thrives on chaos, especially when he's the aggressor. He's going to be your first player into the round of 8 here from Group A. Zoun, he is not out. He is going to fall to the elimination match. And we're going to be going into an interview and see what Solar's thinking.
Coming soon to the next 저그 거기에 사우디 저그 다 가진 저그 8강까지 올라간 저그 오늘 진짜 웃음꽃이 활짝
Well, Solar, congratulations on making it to the quarterfinals. How do you feel?
귀국하기도 했고 컨디션도 좀 안 좋고 그래서 좀
Well, you know, I just got back to Korea, so I didn't have a lot of time to prepare specifically for these matches.
약간 도우경 마우스를 빌려서 했는데 이게 생각보다
And I also forgot my mouse.
그리고 마음가짐도 되게
He forgot his mouse coming to the studio and had to borrow. I think he said Cures.
사우디 가보려는 의지가 느껴지긴 했는데 근데 그런 게 상대들한테 좀 약간 부담이 되지 않았나.
And so it was kind of a tricky situation using somebody else's gear, but in the games he felt like his opponents were really desperate going up against his aggression, and he was able to carry that through to a victory. Well, it felt like you had a lot of regrets in Season 1, but here in Season 2, you exploded out of Group A into the round of 8.
그래도 토스가 없어서 할 만할 것 같아요, 그나마.
오히려 좀 원했던 건 김준호, 김도우 선수가 있는 저보다
So you're going to have Mario in the round of 8 as one of your opponents. How are you feeling about that match? You just played against him at Dallas. And Solar's saying, you know, I actually think it's doable.
오늘은 제가 뭐 어린애들 가지고 놀았죠.
So ZVP so far today, Solar, you were able to take down two really good Protosses in Creator and Zoun.
사실 게임이 잘 되기도 했고 그리고 약간
They looked very solid. What does that say about your ZVP? And Solar's saying, honestly, I feel like they weren't, you know, they're not the best Protoss players in the world, so I think I was just able to play my game and win that way. And actually, heading into this group, Zoun was making a lot of fun of me, and so coming into this this group, I wanted to show him some manners. And there was some insane storm play from Zoun in one of the games of your series. How did that feel in the moment? So we're saying, well, you know, I feel like I should have been a little bit more calm and composed in that situation. I should have been controlling my army a little bit better. I should have been able to avoid those storms, but in the end, they had the connections, and that map was a loss.
이거는 그건데 게임 영업 비밀인데 이게 공공사도를 좀 잘 숨겨서 할 수 있는데 토스들이 너무 저 공공사도 합니다 하고 대놓고 해가지고 역시 프로토스들은.
You know, Protoss these days, it's actually pretty easy to read what kind of game they're going to play for because they're not that smart. Man, I love the sass from Solar today. Anyway, shout out to all the fans for coming to the studio and supporting to me. And I was very lucky to have the performance that I did there in Dallas. And since I have come back, I'm ready to show that I am the best Zerg player in the world.
Yeah, Dark in the military now. It's always sad when one of our pros has to go to the military.
Yeah,
it does
really
feel like
is.
they come back pretty fast. About 18 months is how long you have to be in the military now, if you're a Korean. So we've got one survivor here. Solar moves on. Solar looking extremely strong. Oh, are we cutting to break here? All right, guys, we'll be right back.
Gotta give it away, give it away, give it away to the ones you love. It feels like sunshine the way that it warms up my cold heart. Sweet as sugar and a light that leads you through the dark. A friend to pick
gotta give it away, give it away, give it away to the ones you love. Where would the world be if we offered this gift freely? Tender devotion to the weak, the poor, the kind, the needy. A helping hand, you know that you can always trust. Lord, let your love and kindness grow in each of us. Honey, healing magic, goodness from above. Affection. We gotta give it away, give it away, give it away to the ones you love. You gotta give it away, give it away, give it away to the ones you love.
Another day here, headphones on with the same 3 songs from the past year. Another cheap beer from Ben at the bar who fucked me over on the rent. Can't believe he's still here. How could I forget, young and scared to death, Russian roulette? So much for sweet 16, one of the 6 was me. First I'm leaving home, Monday flight alone, skips some milestones. I should have hugged my dad, I was so fucking mad. City soul, but I moved too fast. Growing up shouldn't hurt like that. Oh, oh, oh. Wearing scars can't faze me now. Isn't that what life's all about? So I say goodbye to the girl that I see. She's a ghost in my past, not a picture of me. I'm undefined, I'm incomplete. Letting go of the crash, leaving room for the peak. I don't like you when I get this angry, but it's gotta be addressed. I gotta get it off my... Let's go!
Welcome back, everybody. Coming up next, it's Cure versus Creator. This is the losers match, so whoever is killed off here is out of the GSL.
Yeah, elimination time here. Cure coming into this group was, in my opinion, the clear favorite to advance, probably in first place. And now he has to win 2 series if he wants to make it to the round of 8.
Yeah, like, I don't know, man. Creator, I gotta say, I wasn't really that impressed with how he looked, but you know, when adept shading doesn't work, it's probably the least impressive thing in StarCraft 2, right?
Yeah, I feel
when
like
it works,
makes you look bad.
Yeah, it's just like, you're not going to look great when you lose with that. It's going to be pretty underwhelming. So, you know, let's see what he's got here. You know, obviously, you don't do any adept shading in PvT, right? It's a totally different matchup, but Cure looked really strong versus Zoun. Even though he lost, like it was the same Cure we're used to seeing, where he's like really in your face. He's creating a lot of opportunities for himself constantly all over the map.
Yeah, and Zoun also played kind of a unique brand of PBT that I'd love to talk about a little bit more once we get into this game. But as for Creator, typically in PBT, he's usually a lot more macro-oriented, and where he does macro, he likes to go way heavier into the gas. It's more of a tech-based PBT. That's
right.
Usually been his bread and butter for most of his career. So let's see how that shapes up here against Cure. One of these players is going home. One is going to advance to the final match of Group A. Map 1 is Pylon. Let's start it.
Okay, Cure in the bottom right, Creator in the top left. You know, when I've casted Creator's games, a lot of times when he is pushed into the loser's bracket, not loser's bracket, but the loser's match here in like a GSL group stage, that's usually the big test of you know, where he is in his own head, right? Is he able to kind of recalibrate and move forward, or is the tilt going to kick in? Because he's one of the few GSL players where I feel like he really does struggle with the tilt.
I can see him there in the booth just kind of talking to himself a little bit.
I actually respect that. Like, a lot of players will kind of talk to themselves or mutter to themselves at the start of a game. It's like a way to kind of calm yourself.
You do it.
I have done it. I've done it when I'm in a booth. I did it when I was versus Scarlet in that match, not realizing she could hear me talking to myself. So funny.
Somebody on social media found that VOD and posted it, and I got to watch it again.
It's
just
so
funny. Relive that moment. I never was one for talking to myself when I play.
I think I started doing it when I would stream. Because I realized, you know, I'm kind of talking to the chat, but I'm also kind of talking to myself. You know what I mean?
That's a good habit to get into, I guess, if you're...
Well,
yeah, it's like naturally... It's a natural development if you're going to be streaming. Is if you're already talking to yourself when you play, it's a lot easier to have something to say when you're actually you know, live somewhere. By the way, I love this probe just kind of forcing Cure to build the command center, not where he wants to build it.
Yeah.
By the way, 1 gas opening here from Cure, not the 2 gas.
Yeah. Now, there's no Zealot inbound here to try to snipe that SCV. We did have that in a previous game. It was like Zealot, Adept, Stalker.
And I really want to see how Creator is going to play this. If he's going to go back to the more classic Creator style of playing really heavy into the gas, because you know, back when I was on Team Prime with Creator, watching him play, and even after that, just as a fan of the game, after I had stopped trying to compete with all of these gods, I was always so impressed, specifically by his Templar control. It was really similar to somebody like Parting, who was just, in my opinion, in the history of StarCraft 2, nobody's ever had better Templar control than Parting. And like, I think Wings of Liberty, Heart of the Swarm, that was just peak. Like, I'm thinking of like Antigua Shipyard and these Templar just hidden everywhere on the map, just coming in from these flanking angles and getting insane hits on Bio. Party was the best of that in Korea. Creator was right up there with him for a long while. And given the current meta of PBT, because of energy recharge, Storm is basically viable again. Not that it was completely unviable before, but it's a lot more... It's a lot easier to go over the speed bump of waiting for Storm to finish and getting enough energy on the board to stabilize in the mid game when you go for a Storm opener. So for Creator, I'm really hoping we get to see some Templar play from him in this series, because I would just love to see what he can do with it.
So we're going to have that starport out here. No doubt we're going to have a medevac made in a little bit here for a little bit of drops. And I think we're going to have that Twilight Council thrown down shortly here. We are getting Phoenixes this time.
Yeah.
So one of the rare forks in the Stargate tech here. Not, but yeah.
What's really interesting to me is that he's going Phoenix as a response to the fast command center there on the low ground.
Yeah.
I feel like usually this is something you do against a Terran that is going 2 gas.
Well, it's going to be handy when it comes to the Cyclone drop.
Yeah.
So he's going to have 4 Marines and a Cyclone here. And I mean, the Phoenixes are going to be great in this moment.
Oh man, he's going to have 3 of them. I think Zoun might have only had 2 when this game crossed maps. So.
Yeah. And he's going to get a Raven after that. So we're probably going to see powering on 2 bases into a push.
Yeah, this is not going to be very good for Cure, I think. Medevac now coming in. The 3 Phoenix are revealed. Cure's going to try and get out of there, but the Medevac already at half HP. It will be able to unload, but that Cyclone is basically dead to rights. Also, love the micro there from Creators, making sure it's the high HP.
I mean,
Phoenix
this is a great play here by Creator.
Yeah.
He's already in fantastic shape. All these Marines are going to get killed off.
I mean, that's like, what, 10 supply?
Yeah,
It's just-
and I mean, this is for nothing
start.
on the Protoss' end. There's not a trade in sight. We had a similar situation. This time the Marines were pulled back. If you remember in our first best of 3, we had a moment like that. But now the Phoenixes can come in here.
We don't have a bunker here, Tasteless. There is a lot of bio on the ground. These Phoenix have a lot of energy. Adepts and Stalkers coming in. Oh man, the Stalkers did hit the siege tank from the low ground. The Adepts with 3 of them are one-shotting the Marines on the high ground. Oh, this is huge damage, Creator. Just with a killer instinct coming in now. Viking pops, it's gonna have to land. Viking's gonna get lifted up. You're back in the air, buddy.
How many times have you seen a Viking landed and then picked up by a Phoenix? It's like that, or having a Viking landed and loaded into a medevac. It's like, so
this is close to being game-ending damage, Tasteless. I don't know how Kier's gonna stabilize from this. We have at least one more liftoff on those Phoenix. You can see the Creator, he's kind of making sure that he always has one Phoenix with high energy that can lift up a Cyclone like this one. The Stalker is gonna fall, but now that the Phoenix are getting low RHP, they are going to retreat, but I mean, talk about the idle time, talk about all of the units going down, critical units like siege tanks and Marines this early on.
Even saves that Stalker there.
The Raven dies too. I mean, the Raven basically just sacrifices itself.
It's so funny. I didn't realize there wasn't a bunker until the attack came in.
Yeah.
It's like, oh no, wait, there's always a bunker here. What happened?
That was huge for Creator. I love that move from him. And behind it, he has the third base. He's going into charge. All momentum has just been lost here for Kier. Look at the production tab. Stim has just started. Combat shields +1 just started. Everything that he was building up to was having this powerful composition. We're going to have Raven, Siege Tank, Marine, potentially, like you said, gunning for a push later on in the game. And then Creator just completely stymied any development of that push. And Kier basically has to fall back to plan B. He's sitting back at home right now with a dozen Marines, 1 Cyclone. He's got a macro. You can't go across the map right now against a Protoss player that has all these Phoenix, has all these gateway units, that is traded so cost effectively up until this point. We basically need to see Kier bunker down and try and just secure 3 bases safely until he can build an army that can actually go toe-to-toe with what Creator has got.
I wouldn't even mind seeing him just get a ton of charge lots, and when like the third base is going to land, you just plow into him.
Yeah.
And you just overwhelm him, because Terran is already down by a lot, army supplies-wise.
We might see something like that coming in from Creator. He is already on 6 gas, by the way, so.
Yeah.
I think Zoun in all of his PVTs, we never saw him go above 4 gas.
Oh my God, he's just, wait.
No,
I'm sorry, but
pulling the boys to the mineral line.
Yeah, he's pulling the boys just to an expansion. That angle that it came out, I was like, oh God, he's going to do it.
Getting flashbacks.
But he is still out on the map. He is still moving around.
Yeah, that is some bravery from Kier, posturing on the map with this group of units, because this is usually the stage in the game where Terran would be like maybe 20 army supply ahead from the Protoss player, because usually Protoss players they're a little bit more greedy in terms of the tech, in terms of expansion. They don't invest so much into the army supply, even though the supplies might be even. Army supply is usually pretty good for Terran. In this case, Creator is just dead even here with Kier, and his army composition, it's a scary one. It's a lot of Zealots, a lot of Phoenix. I mean, look at 7 Phoenix in total that we just saw over there by where that 4th base would be thrown down. 20+ Zealots on the ground, too. I mean, this is an army where the Zealots can just absorb all of the damage, charging in onto the bio. Those medevacs are going to evaporate. We only have 2 medevacs, Tasteless.
Oh, that's actually a really good point. You want a lot of medevacs, because everything needs like a personal healer, and the Phoenixes are just going to wipe this out. Zealot Archon, this is exactly what I was talking about.
I think Kier might have misread this with the 5 Vikings. I think he might be expecting Phoenix Colossus. This is not Phoenix Colossus. This is a Gateway Man army coming in.
He's going to have to land these Vikings. These are going to do him no favors in the air.
Oh, this is a terrifying army.
Send some of these Zealots right in there.
All right, Guardian Shield popping. Creator, are you going to push into this 3rd base? The SimCity, very good here for Kier, by the way.
He doesn't want to A-click it yet. He doesn't want to waste the charges on a depot. The depots are actually becoming a pretty big distraction here.
And instead, he's going to go into the natural expansion. Phoenix now coming in. The Widow Mines get diffused there on the Zealots. Now these Phoenix can just clean up the... Oh, no, the Ghosts also. A point of vulnerability here. Get lifted up by the Phoenix. This is so painful right now for Terran.
Okay, now he can attack into it. He had to get this army to move down here. Now Terran actually slides behind the depots. Really nicely done. SCVs are being pulled, but the Archons, they definitely want those juicy SCVs. They're going to kill that off. 34 kills so far on that. And I mean, that might be enough, even though I think Terran holds here.
Yeah, these Phoenix is trading really well, too.
That was 45 SCVs.
Oh,
He's not even
look
done
at
yet.
this. All the SCVs are in the main base. They all have to get sent to the natural expansion. Even more now, Zealots charging in. We still have just 3 medevacs on the field. There's no energy left. As soon as these Zealots get on top of the bio with no healing, they can actually do really good work. I mean, the scary part of Terran bio is the medevacs healing everything up.
I mean, here's the thing. Terran holds that, but lost workers in the process. He's down to 21 SCVs. So, I mean, as long as Protoss is warping in, I think he's going to be fine. And I love the proxy gateway here to just have, like, 2 Zealots that you can send in there to maybe kill another 10 SCVs.
Wow, Crater playing a really cool style right now. Just Phoenix charge lot. He's making it work, too.
Something's doing damage in the main.
Yeah, it's the Warp Prism.
It's the Warp Prism still here.
All right, well, here with one last Hail Mary attack.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to work. These medevacs are empty, so the stims are damaging long term.
Oh man, the Zealots are setting up for this full surround. Just going to get a sandwich on this bio unless Kira is able to kite away.
God, the Phoenix is killing the medevacs too.
Dude, the stims almost killing the bio. These things are so low on HP right now. Those that one goes just tanking. The one unit that can't stim here in this army, but all these bio units very deeply in the red. I got to say, Kira doing, as always, an unbelievably good job in a terrible position with this bio. I mean, he is just able to get so much value out of his army. It's why he's one of the best PvP players in the world and has been for a long, long time. Even though he is basically on death's doorsteps, he is making Creator work for it. Kira now on the offensive, more Zealots charging in. The Phoenix, they don't have too much value right now besides sniping down those medevacs.
GG.
GG's called.
Nicely done by Creator.
Yeah.
Creator definitely kind of let that play out. Good defense. I really appreciate the fact that he took his time with the Zealots. When you see the depots out like that, I don't think this is something we talk about a whole lot, but you don't want the Zealots to just run into that.
Yeah, especially if the SCVs can also hold position micro in the mineral line too. It gets very tricky.
Charge, getting value out of charge, it's tricky. It's actually, if you talk to people about it, one of the things that's kind of controversial about StarCraft 2 is you can't really control their charges, right? You have to kind of hope for good pairings, which is sort of a frustrating thing with the Zealots. But yeah, I mean, he basically was not going to let himself get into a bad position. Eventually, he just kind of tucked a couple Zealots up into the main, used the Phoenixes to snipe the Ghosts, and killed off all the workers. And the counterattack was just not enough because you don't have any kind of economic engine behind you when you lose that many workers.
Yeah, behind it, Crater had a 4th base set up. He was teching even further down the tree. And now Kira is one map loss away, excuse me, of being the first player eliminated out of Group A. I almost can't believe it. Creator, he's going to try and steal this one to fight Zoun to advance out of Group A. So much on the line right now. Let's go into game number 2.
Kira in the bottom right, Creator in the top left. Same positions as before. Keep in mind that some of these guys just landed yesterday from DreamHack Dallas, so I do wonder if Kira is just exhausted or jet lagged.
I'm sure.
Speaking from experience, when I go to tournaments overseas, if I'm not adjusted from the jet lag, oh man, it's painful to cast. You know, the last thing you want to do when you're exhausted is shout. But you know, with StarCraft, that's a tough game to play when you're tired. And I don't want to take anything away from Creator. I think he played really well, but I am curious, you know, these guys were kind of dealt a tough hand here being in Group A, right? And having to play right when they came back into town.
Yeah, especially for Kira, who was just playing, GSL Finals 2 weeks ago? Less than 2 weeks ago even. That was on, Friday? So, yeah, he has been through the gauntlet, so to speak. But still, in a lot of tough situations, he is making it work. Let's not forget that in many of these early games, things are just not breaking his way. He's going for medevac drops at timings where You know, like Creator has 3 Phoenix, or Zoun has 2 Phoenix, and they get shut down, and then Kira is just basically playing from behind right out of the gate. And so, coming now into game number 2, I'm wondering if we're going to see any sort of switch up in terms of the approach coming in from Cure. I mean, think back to like the pre-Barracks factory build that he would do with no starport, the siege tank push. That's the kind of style where things can't really go wrong in the early game because you're not really trying anything too dicey in the early game, right? You're just kind of building this army, you're mustering your forces to go for this one push that has the potential to kill the Protoss player. And if I'm Cure in this situation, I'm probably falling back on something like that, even if it's expected by my opponent.
Yeah.
Just because these early, very technical plays are almost getting sniped. Like it feels, I don't want to say the word build order win because there's a lot of game left to be played after situations like the initial medevac getting sniped by Phoenix. But it's build order win-esque. The momentum immediately goes on Protoss' side. And PVT is a very snowbally matchup.
So this time around, you know, we're still waiting to see the tech and how it's going to develop. But if I had to bet, it's just going to be Stalker, Blink here, a third base. And, you know, we got to see, is there going to be an attack inbound here? I'm guessing it's going to be Banshees, maybe Banshees with Cloak for Protoss. And yeah, there's that Blink upgrade right now.
Yeah, we'll see what's done with the Tech Lab and the Starport at home, at the home of Cure, excuse me. The Double Adept opening again. Man, both Creator and Zoun have been really loving this early gateway aggression, and it's been paying dividends so far. These Adepts, the Shade is going to complete. They're going to be a little bit closer to the Marines. We'll trade out 1 Adept for 2 Marines.
Nice micro here from Cure. Does deny the Adept from going into the main. Oh, wait, okay.
I think he was expecting to cancel the Shade. He's like, wait, you're
not so fast, not so fast.
Oh, pretty fast robo here from Creator. It's actually not the really quick fast third base. 2 more gateways also coming in. I believe this is 3 gate Blink. I don't think we have the, I don't think it's 4 gateways that are completing. Yeah, just 3 gate Blink. But with a Warp Prism, there's some aggressive potential here, and already 1 Stalker waiting in the main base, I think,
We've
for this
seen
drop.
this several times before, but it's going to be the Terran's turn to attack first here, so he's going to try to fly through. I actually kind of like the idea, but, you know, trying to fly through, like, the kind of not a corner of the map, but like right through the middle because there might not be Stalkers there. Now it turns out he was ready for that as well. But that's driven away. So if there was going to be Warp Prism, Stalker, Blink, Harass, I think that the Protoss might just not do it now just because there's a medevac on the map. You know that you could just be dropped and workers could be killed.
Third base now being taken here by Creator.
And back here for Terran, I mean, he's continuing to power up. We don't have a 3rd command center, right? There's none.
Oh, good point.
So he's just powering on 2 bases, which probably, I mean, just looking at the way this game's sizing up, probably going to be a push here from the Terran to try to kill. Zealot Charge is coming. That would be probably the most important upgrade to try to stop a push from coming, is having an overwhelming amount of Zealots that can kind of glom onto the Marines and chase them down. This Observer is going to come through here too. Let's see. As long as he's got spotters, I think Protoss can be ready for this. But, you know, with the Raven, you got to be careful because the Observer can get killed so easily.
I think the real tell is going to be whether we have 2 more barracks get thrown down from Cure or another command center. And that moment's going to be coming very soon. Combat Shields +1 and Stim all being researched right now. I would say signs are pointing towards that timing push.
Yeah, I mean, Combat Shield and Stim here too.
Zoom tight. All right, Creator now. Adding in some more gateways in the main base. I haven't seen the tech of choice yet. I'm not sure if this is Storm coming in just yet. Wait. There is no tech of choice. It's 5 more gateways, Tasteless. Immortals in production.
He's full-on gateway man here.
I mean, this is a really good response to what is looking like a 2-base push coming in from Cure. I mean, just having Zealots en masse. It's kind of a double-edged sword because if Terran waits until they have a really sizable amount of bio, then suddenly things start to drop off because you just can't get enough surface area with the Zealots and they bleed out too fast when they get kited. But if Cure pushes really quickly like it looks like he is gunning for, then Creator really has a lot of manpower at his disposal with all of those gateways finishing up. And wait, how much is available here? Stim is not done yet. Combat Shields also isn't done yet.
Dude, he can do a huge warping in the main here.
Yeah, he's banking the minerals for it even, I think.
The question, though, is going to be like...
Oh, no, he's supply block. He can't do a warping.
Oh!
3 violence in production. Oh,
my
no.
God.
Dude. Well, at least one thing is finally breaking Cure's way in this PBT series. How anticlimactic. Oh, that could have been huge, man.
Well, I mean, he could still do it. He's just got to lose units over here.
I mean, at the end of the day, there's so many gateways that it doesn't matter too much. It just means the warping is happening at home defensively instead of offensively with this warp prism. And the fact that there aren't a lot of reinforcements coming in here for Cure, this is still a very precarious situation. Keep in mind, this is not a fully committed attack. We have a third command center underway. Those additional 2 barracks were not added very quickly.
Reinforcements are coming here as well.
And they're getting intercepted by 4 Zealots and 2 Stalkers, too. So this is a very precarious position here for Cure. One more round of Zealot warp-ins with a couple of Stalkers, and Curator could just collapse on this. The bio actually going into the main base. The siege tank's undefended. They just get cleaned up for free, and Crater knows immediately what is going on.
Yeah, he starts that warp in there in the main. When you see there's nothing there, you go, oh, he's going to drop my main. That's the play. He's going to chase this around. Is there anything to actually catch this now?
I think we do have some, we do have some army here in the main base. Nothing can actually...
He needs 1 Phoenix to just fly over there and slowly kill those medevacs.
He needs to recall a Phoenix from game number 1.
Yeah.
But things are looking pretty good.
I love the hallucinated Colossus he made right before the attack. It's like so smart.
I don't think Cure ever realized that was a hallucination too. He might think that he's further behind than he actually is because of the amount of gateway units accompanying that Colossus are. But yeah, it will eventually be Colossus tech. Just anything you can do to try and mix up the math a little bit of your opponent when they're trying to figure out exactly what the game state is could be very beneficial. I think that's one of the boons that we've had with the energy recharge being available now instead of shield battery overcharge is that people have been much more willing to use hallucinations because you can't just charge up those sentries again, right? Whether it be scouting or adding in hallucinated Colossus or Archons or something else. I think even, it might be Nightmare I'm thinking of. Yeah, we haven't seen him in GSL, but he'll like hallucinate probes early in the game because you get 4 of them for 1 hallucination and send them to all the corners of the map to look for proxies. There's some cute stuff people have been doing with hallucinations, but anyway, +2 ground weapons finishing for Curator. He is now posturing right in front of the third base of Cure. That armor shredding missile is huge, though. Is Curator going to commit to this? Those Zealots are so vulnerable to the Marines right now.
Yeah, he's going to have to try to buy a little bit more time. Armor shred is still on there.
Couple more force fields available here for Creator. He's able to section off a lot of bio. Medevacs going forward, pick up 2 Marauders and a Marine, bring them back to safety. Creator was able to shave away a lot of that bio energy.
Kier's very strong when he's cornered like this, but you know, oh god, but another Colossus is going to come down here.
Yeah, Thermalant's finishing too.
Yeah, he does take out that, a little bit sloppy with the Stalkers there. Going to snipe this Observer, which is very handy.
I think we have 3 force fields available just looking at those sentries. I think the reason why Creator is just focusing so much on this position, this third base, is because this side, north of the command center, is so force fieldable.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's really good at sectioning off the Terran army, and it just makes it so much harder for Cure to really establish his defense, because Cure usually, with an army like this one, he wants to have a massive concave. He literally can't do it because of the map architecture. And those sentries just compound the problem even more. I love these Stalkers also moving forward, just diffusing the Widow Mines one at a time.
And...
it's Archons. Yeah, Creator just wants to go for the throat.
I thought he might be trying to get Storm here, but yeah, no, he just wants damage. There's no obs here, right?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
But
he was sniped earlier, but I don't see another one in with this mix. I guess if we see another Colossus here, unless he's double Robo.
This armor shredding missile is just buying so much time.
Yeah.
And I think the way that he's diffusing the mines is he's just blinking the Stalkers back, and then the Widow Mines obviously get revealed, and he kills them that way.
It's kind of a funny approach to this.
Yeah.
You can see Cure is going to try to pull this away.
I think armor shredding missile, once that finishes, he might just go for it.
Yeah, I think so. Well, it's done now.
Yeah, he is maxed. +3 ground weapons really close to completion. Do you wait for that, or do you just go here as Creator? You can see Cure just setting up this big
the Vikings.
Yeah, the Vikings. Okay, SCV's getting
SCV's
pulled!
He's going to come down now. Another Colossus going to come in here with the mix. The second Colossus is sniped. The third one is picked up. And now he's going to collapse on top of this. But I think here actually might just barely have enough.
Dude, that was a beautiful positioning right there with the bio. The Zealot's going to get no surface area. Now the Colossus, very low on HP. One of them retreating back in the Warp Prism. He's trying to shovel him because the Colossus is so slow. This is the only way to escape the Vikings. Really nice micro there from Creator on the retreat. But man, Kira doing a great job just identifying the situation, pulling the boys defensively here. And Creator, he has been building up to this timing attack for a long time. He got a Temple of Archives, he morphed into Archons, he didn't go for Storm, he didn't gather energy back at home. So much was riding on that attack being a success, and it was not a success. Kira, even though he lost a lot of workers, was able to defend here on 3 bases. And yeah, sure, as Creator, you do have the better economy, now establishing a 4th base, or even a 5th base here at the 12 o'clock. But the army supply for Kira is absolutely massive. The ghost count is getting high. And the main damage dealers, the Colossus, there's only a handful of them on the map right now. We do have Disruptors getting trickled in, but there's 3 Colossus, one of them very low on HP. And in maxed armies like this, especially with 2-2 finishing here for Cure, and I think maybe only +1 armor about to complete here for Protoss, those Zealots are gonna melt unless they're able to get some insane surround on Cure's army. I'm really liking Cure's position right here.
Yeah, well, it seems like he's weathered the hard part, which was the moment that the Protoss could like thrust into these positions and really do a lot of damage. But Creator's getting to the phase now where he just has to start just taking so much of the map. And by the way, this map, it's kind of hard to like kind of super grow into. The layout of the bases that are kind of in the periphery of the Protoss' starting position are a little bit harder to just kind of sink into.
Gotta be careful here as Cure. I think actually a Ghost went down to that Disruptor shot. Oh, another Disruptor here on the front line. Oh, look at Cure, he's going on both sides. Zealot's getting cleaned up there on the left side. The Bio's coming on the right. He's gonna kite backwards as the Bio just dominates the left side. The Colossus almost completely gone now. Disruptor shot pretty good, gets a couple of Marauders, but it's not the damage the Creator needs. Look at the army supplies, 100 to 42. Cure just powering through with his army on both sides. Oh, what a hit though from Creator, firing back. But at the end of the day, the dust settles. We have 9 Stalkers and 3 Disruptors. One of them just fell. TTs are getting warped in to make Archons. This is not the situation the Creator wants.
Can he try to snipe this? Okay, I love the Stalker staying in the back here. He's just going to shave off the reinforcements. The probes are getting pulled here. Oh my god, this is so great here by Creator. What he's doing with these Stalkers is just incredible. The Nexus is going to fall. We've got a supply catch-up right now from Creator.
Man, Creator still being on point, flanking the Stalkers away from the Widow Mines. Now he's going to try and come in on both sides with these Zealots.
The thing is, if he can sandwich this, he could do a counterattack,
That's
I think.
A painful recall. Only a handful of those Stalkers going to survive. Now keep in mind, even though Cure won that fight, whoa, those probes, he's pulling the boys.
That would make no sense to have those out there.
Don't see that every day. Now, even though Cure won that fight, Creator does have a really powerful economy. He had quite a bit of a bank, so supplies, they are going to equalize before the next engagement. Creator was able to restock on Disruptors. One more Colossus did enter the fray. I feel like if Creator can get a miracle engagement, if he's able to maybe have a surround with these Zealots, then maybe something can work. But when they trickle in like this, the Bio just going to be able to stim and retreat. Especially with the speed zone over here on the right side, it's going to really complicate the situation here for Creator.
He can't quite get in. And so, I mean, I think the game just goes on. I think Creator's just barely got enough. Good chasing here. The Zealot's starting to close in on that. The Disruptor shot's barely being dodged. Again, though, you look at the map, like, where does Protoss go next? Not that obvious, right? Now, I think the counterpunch is probably the right move here, Creator. And this might just be a tough map, PvT, to kind of stretch the game out and go super long. But I think we're going to have a counter push here from Protoss. Now, there's not as many Vikings, right? There's like, I can't even tell when I look at this. There's 2, right?
There's 2 here at the front door, but 4 just finished. Cure is now producing them at a double reactored starport. So he recognizes that Colossus is the main part of the DPS right now in this army.
But here's the thing. If he could just push to one of these bases, like he's about to deny this one.
These Disruptor shots, so much are riding on them right now. Creator really needs to connect because it's just Colossus besides that.
Disruptor shots coming out.
Another pretty good hit, but it doesn't get the kills. Those Marauders not low enough on HP. Now the Vikings chasing one of those Colossus really low on HP. There is no Warp Prism to shovel the Colossus back to the front, so one of them is just going to bleed out, almost forcing Creator's hand to go for the engagement right now because those Colossus, they're dead regardless. Dude, Cure, he is powering through. I think he's going to barrel into this 4th base. 3+3 infantry weapons is done now for the Terran player. The upgrades just really favoring Terran right now with only +1 armor done for Creator, and such a Zealot-heavy RB composition just getting absolutely shredded by the bio.
Yeah, quick scan comes down here. That's going to melt this. It looks like Cure takes game 2 in what has been a back-and-forth series. By far the best series today.
Yeah, that was a really fun
We've had some good ones here, too. Man, look at Creator. Do you see the tilt?
That's starting to
Took him
come,
off
man.
here. The tilt is coming.
You know, I feel like if Creator hadn't committed so hard to that timing push, he would have been in a much better position in that game. Of course, the players, they're playing with limited information. Everything up until that point was going so well for Creator. And I would say against 99% of the Terran players in the world, he's going to win with that fight. But Cure is just so good in these situations where he is on death's door. He's just able to find these concave. He's able to take these miraculous fights where the bio just barely survives in the orange, in the red. Just the way that he's able to identify those situations, like, okay, I need to pull this many SCVs, I need to come in from these angles, I need to micro in this way and hang on. It's something that very few Terran players in the world could do. And so I think Creator really wasn't expecting Cure to hang on, and for good reason. But the fact that Cure did means that suddenly Creator back at home, yes, you do have the better economy, but your upgrades are a little bit behind. Yes, you have +3 ground weapons, but really armor is so important against Terran when they have +3 infantry weapons later on in the game like Cure did. And there's no real sustained DPS for the Protoss army besides the few Colossus.
Yeah, you know, I'm still a little bit surprised we haven't had like more timing attacks like I was talking about.
Me too.
From Cure. I just sort of look at this and it's like, by the way, I think that map is probably the hardest map for Protoss to do that late game style on. You know what I mean? Once you get up to the 5 bases, there is no easy base to take. I can't remember which map we saw. I think it was the first map of the evening in our first best of 3 with Cure Zoun. But that was a map where you can do it. There's just a ton of bases. They're pretty easy to take. Not easy for the Terran to access. But yeah, either way, feels to me like Terra needs to try to figure out how to stop the game before it gets too far along.
Maybe, but then we see situations like that one where Cure was on the back foot basically defending the pressure from Creator. The timing attack that he tried failed. Remember, those siege tanks, they got cleaned up for free? I think there were a couple of Widow Mines that also died with them.
Yeah.
He went for the double drop in the main base, but Creator saw it coming and was able to parry that. And so Cure was playing from really far behind, and Creator made some great moves to punish him for it. But at the end of the day, it was Cure in his late game play that was able to come through with a victory.
Yeah.
And so, I don't know, I feel like there's kind of a middle ground where if you're going to go for an aggressive push here as Cure, just based on the games that we've seen so far today, something like the timing attack that you're suggesting, maybe that is a better alternative to these kind of these more nuanced pushes with like a Cyclone and 4 Marines and a medevac that just gets shut down or doesn't get damage done, even if it doesn't die. And then siege tank pushes, which don't have a full commitment behind them, and so they also get cleaned up because it just feels like the early game in basically every single TVP Cure has played, he has been behind. I can't think of one situation where he was advantageous.
No, I mean, it's funny because, you know, he's trying to get in their face and do damage, or he's trying to play greedy, and no matter what's happening, like, Protoss is kind of shutting it down.
Yeah, I almost feel like just go for the timing attack.
Maybe you could do something weird like Proxy Marauder, something really weird. You know, something super cheesy and weird. I guess we don't really see that as much anymore, but yeah, I don't know. Something to try to trip him up early on.
It's a good thing we're not in the booth. We don't know what to do, but I'm sure.
All right, set it to Archon mode. You and me are going to win GSL.
I don't know. I wonder how many tasteless and states we need to actually stand a chance against some of these guys.
We need a couple hundred of us, you and me, just playing all the moves.
I've heard of players like Raider trading like to take down guys like Clamber Morrow, and they're like, okay, let's get an Archon mode where I go against 5 Terrans, 5 professional and semi-professional Terrans. Where like one Terran, their job is to like control a single medevac or a single liberator the entire game.
So sick.
No, we would need an army of tasteless and states. And even then, we might not be able to stop Cure or Creator or really anybody in GSL CodeS for that matter. But it seems like the break is over. We are getting ready to go into the final game of this series on ley lines. Will the lines point to victory for Cure or Creator? Only time will tell. One of these guys eliminated for the GSL CodeS if they lose. One of them, if they win, is going to go on to that final match let's go into game number 3.
Okay. Kira here in the bottom left, Creator in the top right. Did seem like, comparing Creator to Zoun, by the way, did seem like Zoun had like just sort of overall better control with his army in the late game. It seems like Creator kind of fumbled the ball a little bit when he got what he needed. He wasn't able to kind of do the damage he wanted to do or attack into the right spot.
I wonder if that's because of the 5th and 6th gas geysers there for Creator. Because the style that Zoun played, and I really wanted to talk about this, during that series, there just wasn't really an appropriate time to do it. He went for 4 really early gases against Kira in all of his games. And with those 4 gases, he was able to have 2 power spikes. He would have a lot of Templar, he'd have a lot of Colossus very early on. And behind that power spike, he basically mass expanded. He would have like 5 or 6 bases at some points, right? Like there was one map, I think it was here on Leylines, where it felt like he basically had a concave where just the entire quadrant, or not even a quadrant, like half the map was just his. And in all of those bases, he never took a single gas geyser. So he stayed on the original fast 4, and then the army behind that, you no longer have the power spike of having mass Colossus or mass Templar, but what Zoun did have was a huge mineral bank. We saw just unbelievable numbers of Zealots. It actually kind of reminds me of a lot of the way that people play PvP, where some people in PvP these days will just stick on only 2 gas geysers, and then you take additional bases to get you more Stalkers and more Zealots, and you just go pure Gateway Man. That style is really good if you want to do the kind of aggressive play that Creator went for. But Creator, because he usually likes to go for the 5th and the 6th gases, he's not going to have as fast a rate of expansion. His economy is going to be a little bit dampened because of that. And so he can't really just do these armies where he can't make these armies and just throw them at the opponent and trade relatively cost efficiently and then remax and flood again, almost like a Zerg would, the way that Zoun was playing TVP. And so it's just a little bit of a different flavor. And it makes it, it's weird to say,
man.
Oh no, what is happening here?
Dude, I'm talking about the tilt.
Yeah, it's actually, wait, this...
about the tilt. There was 2 idle
You know what?
probes here.
I think this actually is
no.
intentional, even though I don't agree with this. Because, okay, the probes are already doubled up in the main base.
Yeah.
He was waiting to send them to the natural expansion. I think technically, if you triple them up here in the main mineral lines, you can get like 10 to 20 more minerals. But if you rally them too early, they might get picked off by a Reaper. I think that was intentional. That's a little cute move.
Yeah, I haven't quite seen that. No, as you said it, I go, oh, okay.
That's something that I
makes
do because I'm not very good at the game. I've never seen somebody at Creator's level do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, just to quickly get to the end point that I was reaching there, when you play like a 6 gas style the way the Creator did, if you want to go for a push like he did against Cure, you basically have to win the game with it. And it's weird to almost call it an all-in, but it does kind of feel that way.
Nicely done. Takes out that Reaper. We're going to have that starport finishing up in a little bit here, and I would assume this is going to be a Widow Mine drop that he's going to attempt to do. Wallen over at the entrance going to be finishing up here for Protoss as well.
Yeah, pretty standard opening here for Creator. You know, with a 6 gas style, I feel like defensive PvT is a lot more potent than trying to break somebody down, especially with...
This is map is ley lines, right?
Yeah.
Okay, this is the map where I feel like that turtley style is good.
Yeah.
Sometimes I forget the map names. I just like know how they're shaped.
I'm the exact same as you. I
actually have never been good with
I know the
names.
maps, but I never remember the names.
Yeah. I don't know what it is. Same thing with Artosis. Like it escapes me. But you know, I think this is a map where it should be very doable for Creator if he just plays a defensive game. If he kind of play like Zoun did or play like Creator did in game 1. So there's one Widow Mine here, and he's going to drive that away. Probably not worth it to try to go in there like that. Blink almost done.
Yeah, Cure, by the way, going for a really fast siege tank. 2 more barracks being added. Obviously, we do have the starport because there was that medevac. And so far today, he has been going for the really fast, well, not really fast. He's been going for basically a standard time third command center.
Yeah.
If you look back at the GSL finals, it feels really fast because
it's just
Cure is playing a lot more aggro in that series.
And we actually have a push out here from Creator.
Yeah,
So
with
he wants to
Blade.
get active. Now we've got double bunker at the entrance, so this is not something that can just be broken. And we're going to go into that kind of, I'm going to take a third base, but at the same time, I'm going to be on top of the Terran. Terran needs to get about 3 tanks kind of chained together, each one covering the other one in its exterior.
Oh boy, this could be big. Okay, there is a worker split at the end. Only 2 probes go down. Now the SimCity is really good here for Cure.
Yeah.
Like, this is basically perfect.
This is pretty modern, by the way, but this is definitely the way to do it, is you make like a secondary wall with your factories so that if they blink over that, they can't just run up to the tank.
It was really funny when we cast Maru play PvT against Kumio, and he just blinked into it anyway and lost everything.
That was hilarious.
I love this tactic, by the way. These 4 Stalkers just enough to one-shot. Oh, wait, is he going to be able to... Okay, there's Repair.
Okay, picks
Repair
up all
exists. 3. Yeah, 4 Stalkers just enough to one-shot SCVs and Marines, so, you know, you can't blink into the main base, just find any damage you can.
So, now we have to wait for the Terran to try to push out here. And I don't even know if this necessarily means Terran's going to attack right away. In fact, the 3rd Command Center started here. So he's basically just going to stay back there. If Terran was being a little bit more greedy, that would be an issue. But, one of the things about the way that Cure's playing this is going to allow the Protoss to get Psystorm and get the other defenses that make it really, really hard in a long, crazy game to move out,
Yeah, but it feels like the success that Cure's been having so far today has been in these late game, basically maxed armies. So I really don't mind that too much, even though it is obviously scary going up against a Protoss like Creator, getting Storm out, and the robotics facility already pumping Immortals. Eventually we will have Colossus joining the field. I think that Cure, his strongest TVP that we have seen so far today, is his late game control. He's just winning these fights where like us as casters, we can see everything. We're still shocked that he's winning these fights,
Oh, it's
like
crazy.
his control is just absolutely incredible. So here for Cure, I think absolutely play to your strengths right now, going up against Creator. It doesn't matter that you might not be able to win with a push, because it's too slow to hit before Storm. Just take your 3 bases, power up exactly the way that Cure is doing, and play to your strengths. And so far, like he's keeping up in the worker production here with Creator, because Creator did really want to commit to that Blink Stalker pressure. This is a fine position. Cure's up 20 supply already.
Here comes that push now. Cure on the move. Stalker's eating a shot there. This might cause Terran to turn around.
Yeah.
In fact, yeah, he's going to move, but Terran can't get here quickly. This is going to be a lot of damage that he's going to suffer here. Got to be careful. He actually blinked up. I'm a little surprised by that. He had to know that the Terran army was coming from that direction. Still did it. But yeah, he buys time, right? He's now got 3 Templars in the Warp Prism. He's got 2 Immortals. He's got an Archon. I mean, he's getting everything he needs. A scan at 12 o'clock to see maybe he's expanded down there. Right now, Protoss is taking the 4th base over here at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, this is basically the way that Zoun was staying his PvT. Creator, he's staying on 4 gases this game. I'm expecting a Gateway Explosion to follow this 4th base. We'll see. Robotics Bay now getting added. It's a lot of minerals, but Creator, this is a bit of a blind spot right now. This actually might just get canceled outright. Creator, are you going to collapse on this position? There's already 2 siege tanks entrenched over there by the ramp. Feedback off the Raven, that's really good. Cure's been just on the money with the armor-shredding missiles so far. I like this move a lot.
So he's being super patient. He was willing to just give that up and instead shift his expanding into the top left. Right now he's taking the 12 o'clock spot. And he's just going to continue to get more splash damage. So now he's going to get another tech. That's going to be possibly Colossus, but most certainly, the longer the game goes on, Disruptors.
4th base coming in now at the 12 o'clock. Cure back at home. He's adding in Ghosts. 1-1 about to be done. 2nd Engineering Bay and Armory also being completed. And Cure just seems content to wait until he has a maxed army. And I feel like once these Ghosts get on the field, we only have 1 Robo Colossus coming out. By the time that Cure is maxed, Creator should have +2 ground weapons, +1 armor, 2 Colossi and Thermal Lance. And those Colossi and Thermal Lance are going to be the main DPS. If the EMPs can connect with a Templar. Because I think Cure's about to have, 6 Ghosts on the field? And he's been on the money with the EMPs as well. His ability usage has just been so good so far today.
So we're in that phase of the game. The game has gone on long enough that we're in exactly what we're kind of leading up to, right? Protoss finishes all the techs they need. You have the second Robo even coming down here now to kind of fully complete that. And they're going to start mass expanding. Now, I don't feel like Creator is growing quite as fast as Zoun did.
Yeah, it is a bit slower. He did, in the end, take that 5th and 6th gas because the 4th base got canceled. Now he is taking another expansion here at the 3 o'clock. I really like that here for Creator.
I wouldn't even mind him seeing him taking one more at the top left. Like, just keep growing. Because it gets really hard for Terran to move out. And then I think what you want to do is you want to try to either fight the army or counterattack. Because Terran just has less bases, right? So if you do a base trade, there's just more that Terran has to kill off before it's impactful, where Protoss can take out one base and it's like suddenly your income's cut in half as Terran.
All right, well, Kira is now maxed. 2-2 going to be completing very soon. Oh, War Prism gets sniped right there. Another Zealot run by here at the 3rd base. Kira's more than enough reinforcements. I'm surprised that he actually retreated. I thought he was going to continue pushing, but...
Yeah. Well, you know, this is a great way to do this, right? The minimum, absolute bare minimum number of Zealots out here.
I didn't see those Zealots. I saw the SCVs. I'm like, is this the latest SCV pool of all time?
Yeah. This is the one you do when you're maxed out. Like, and you're just going to keep sending these small numbers of Zealots because Protoss is growing and drinking up all the resources on that side of the map. But it's like there's just enough Zealots that you kind of got to respect the army and go back.
Yeah, but at the same time, Tasteless, the worker count is really high here for Creator. Actually, hold that thought as Creator might disengage. No, instead, Armor Straining Missile going to push him back. Look at Kira's army. Okay, that's a fantastic storm. A lot of damage being done. But what Creator has in terms of big splash, it's 2 Colossus, 3 Disruptors, and 3 Templar, and he's basically maxed. Now, he is making some more Disruptors, especially after these Zealots die, which is fantastic for him, but in terms of firepower, the standing army for Creator doesn't have all that much of these high-tech units. And so the first fight, it's really going to hinge on that dynamic of EMP versus Storm. If these 3 Templar get stormed, I am very worried about Creator's chances. Especially with Creator not really building up a bank. He's investing so much. He's adding a 2nd Stargate and a Fleet Beacon right now, Tasteless. He is fully fleshing out this tech tree.
So right now, Terran hasn't made much of a dent. He did deny that base over there in the center, right? Whoa. What happened there?
Whoa, I think like 20 supply just died at Disruptor shots. That was huge.
We get so used to seeing Cure dodge those, and then when it actually connects, it's like, oh my God. And so now Creator's going to move out.
I love this. Just pull the trigger as soon as you kill that bio.
Yeah. Just try to come through here and hit one of these bases. It looks like he's going to go right in the middle here. Now, this is a very uncomfortable spot to attack into. I'm actually a little bit surprised he's going for this just because, like, it's so narrow. There's like 180 degrees that you could be hit from there. And Creator's actually going to fan his army out and just go back to either side of the map.
I think that's smart. It's really tough to attack into these positions. Like the junction between the natural, the 3rd base, the 4th base being a planetary. There just aren't very many good angles unless you have a lot of ranged firepower, which Creator doesn't really have that much of right now. It's just, again, 2 Colossi and 4 Disruptors here on the field. But the carrier transition is starting, Tasteless. Carriers being produced 2 at a time. Mothership. Blink DTs. Air weapons coming in. 3 at a time. He has 3 Stargates, Tasteless. I can't believe this.
This is insane. We're getting into like this ultimate late game PvT.
I'm so glad we're getting a game like this today in PvT. I was looking forward to this when I saw Creator going up against Kira, because Creator, you know, historically, this is one of the things that he does best is have Templars spread across the map and play the supreme late game. In PvT, after game 1 and game 2, I wasn't sure we're going to get it, but we're certainly getting it now. And remember, I was talking about the firepower of this Protoss army just not really being that high. Creator has shaved off basically all of his Zealots. Even the ones that, you know, he was warping in Zealots earlier and sending them to the 3rd base, the 4th base, trying to get damage done. I think he even just sent the Zealots that he had with the main army. Yeah, there's only 7 still remaining. So he's basically just clearing out supply to make room for much more valuable units, like Disruptors, like Carriers, like the Mothership. And suddenly the Protoss army is going to be getting really scary.
So, you know, I didn't know that Terran was going to be able to grow into the size that he's in. You know, especially in PvT, there's this feature about Terran, which is like they really can't get out of their quadrant of the map. We do see some split map games in like TVZ historically. You know, Maro always comes to mind with this. But like, Cure's getting pretty big. And now I don't know how exactly Creator's going to fare here. He's going for that carrier tech.
He's hiding him.
It's going to take a while to get to this. Carriers take a lot of supply. So like you are going to have to give up a certain number of units before you can squeeze out that much.
Oh, That was an insane spread there by Kira, just dodging that disruptor shot.
I've lost count of how many times his base has been wiped out. Once again, it's going to be denied here. And now, I mean, Terran's basically bigger than Protoss.
It is if you don't count the carriers. I mean, these Storms are doing a really good job of damaging the Marines, which is the really scary thing right now. Creator, I don't think he's going to allow this base to fall. I think you bring out the carriers, you reveal the tech to defend this base.
Yep, he's got the Mothership, he's got the Colossi, the carriers are just behind that as well. And this attack has to like carve its way through a huge amount of the territory that Terran has here.
Time warp absolutely massive right there on that bio, going to be slowing the retreat. And now the carriers are revealed. These Vikings in for a rude awakening. Storm even on the Vikings. They all get cleaned up. There's very little anti-air left here for Kira. It's just 20 Marines on the ground and a handful of Vikings. There is so much air power. And you see Kira immediately 5 Vikings queued up out of those starports. He knows that this is a very dangerous position. But the thing is, with this planetary, it's a little bit hard here for Creator. If he sends the interceptors to try and kill it, the Marines can just stem from behind the planetary and clean them up. So instead, he's going to pivot back towards the center of the map. He's going to set his eyes on this new planetary that is warping in.
And these are very tough bases for Terran to hold here. A lot of damage coming through. Oh my god, the Liberators are going to set up over here. Somehow this orbital, or planetary, excuse me, barely survives. He's going to go to the next target. 10 SCVs were killed there.
I love the building armor tech coming out right now from Kira. He's like, you know what, interceptors, I really want to have building armor here for the planetaries. Just make it even more difficult for you to actually take these things down.
Raiders going to attack in here.
I mean, those interceptors, they just tickle the planetary right now. +2 air weapons isn't yet complete, but still with the Immortals joining in, they will be able to finally destroy it. Liberators also getting cleaned up there on the front lines, at least 2 of them. Creator, his supply is going to dip. He's going to warp in more Stalkers. Would love to see that production tab. Do we have more carriers coming in? No, just Disruptors reinforcing. Kira, his mineral bank is getting really low.
I mean, Creator's kind of doing it, man. This Death Ball is pushing through. If he could just snipe that tank maybe with the carriers, he's going to... Oh, he's kind of hemming and hawing here. Okay, he wanted to wait for this next carrier to merge up with this. There are Vikings out. Is there a Storm available here?
No, but there's a lot of Stalkers tasteless. They could blink forward, but Kira, or Creator, excuse me, just trying to play this one really safely. All right, here we go. Attacking in right now. No Storm available. Those DTs, I think, just actually don't get revealed.
I think
with no scam being thrown down,
yeah.
But they're on the same control group as the army, so they're all retreating right now.
Creator has dropped 50 supply.
Yeah, that's expensive.
Now, he's still grown back out. Again, I feel like in these positions, he could have taken a few more bases. But yeah, he's unable to find a kind of point of access here.
You know, he could take more bases, but one of the things that Creator is doing to try and have as strong an army as possible is he's keeping his worker count relatively low. He's at 78. Sometimes we see Protoss players in PvT go up to like 90+ workers and just play like a Zerg effectively, but instead he's staying on this low economy, low worker count. Now finally Cure stimming forward, actually getting some damage done. Storm going to be damaging these Vikings just a little bit. I think only 1 or 2 ticks of damage in total. And the carrier count has thinned out significantly tasteless.
Well, he's not able to break into anywhere that's important. Now, I mean, keep in mind, eventually, kind of the center of the onion here as far as expansions for Terran goes, that is going to dry up. So eventually these peripheral bases that are easy for Protoss to poke out, it's going to be very important. But, you know, right now Protoss is on the defensive foot. He's tried to, you know, remax out here. Most of the remaxing was on Zealots and DTs.
I kind of feel like Kira's just in the driver's seat right now. Creator has so much invested. It almost parallels game number 1, where Creator in game number 1 invested so much, even getting Archons instead of Storm, to win with a timing push. And now here in game number 3, it wasn't that he forewent some other tech to try and get something done. It was him staying on a relatively low worker count, expanding very slowly. And then when that push failed and he'd let out carriers, he's having a hard time remaxing, but Kira pushing it again with those Vikings, just able to snipe these units down. I mean, the air superiority is basically in Kira's favor right now. He has so many Vikings. Look at that, Kira barely survived on 1 HP. That is crazy, but where's the splash damage? We only have a couple of Storms.
I mean,
this is such a scary situation.
Such an unusual PvT, by the way. I mean, Terran's gotten so big. Protoss now even has Tempest mixed in with the army. it looks like Crater's going to try to come down here, but he's not able to really get in there. The Liberators are making it a lot more complicated. I think that the Tempests are literally for the Liberators.
I think they're also for the Vikings too, because it seems like the way that Crater is navigating his army composition, he's not really gunning for big storms or having Colossus in. Oh, by the way, these disruptor shots, man, Kira's just juking and jiving and dodging so many of these shots. Crater only able to get a little bit with each one. Vikings again focus firing down these air units, just getting so much value. The Viking count being produced 6 at a time with another starport underway, by the way. But it's just looking at the army composition, it seems like Crater's game plan here is to have carriers and Tempest and disruptors, and basically use the disruptors to play keep away, where the bio can never close the gap on the air fleet, and then just slowly chip away at the Terran army with these Tempests and just take favorable trades. And so far that is working.
I mean, it just doesn't seem like he's able to get in there. There have been some moments where when Crater chooses to attack, it just feels like he's coming at an angle where I'm like, there's no way. It's too narrow. Yeah. I love this move, by the way, just splitting this off.
I wonder if these attacks, by the way, the bunker upgrade also for capacity right there coming in.
God.
Don't see that very often.
It's like when I forget it's even in the game.
That's how you know it's a real late game.
Yeah.
But I feel like when Crater is going for those kind of angles, I think he's actually just not looking for... By the way, that is some keen eyesight there from Kira to scan those GTs before they even get an attack off. But I feel like what Crater is angling for in a lot of these engagements is not actually taking a full-on fight. He just wants the Tempest to kill a couple of units favorably. The Stalkers blinking on the Vikings. Able to take down one of them and injure 2 more, but a Tempest does fall. Kira doing a great job with these just small ragtag groups of bio. Disrupting the income. Oh, these disruptor shots can be huge. Oh, they all get infused except for these. Wow, how did you snipe down all those disruptors, Kira? That was insane! I was expecting the last 2 shots to hit, but Kira somehow...
He's got to move quickly. Kira has to start to take out all these other bases. He's got to move up to the north. Now the carriers are in this kind of counterattack maneuver. In fact, he might even be trying to go for the carriers here. He's going to scan, and it looks like he is going to move up north. Sees this base up here.
Sees the carriers get recalled up there. The Vikings are just going to go straight for them, I think. Dude, that Colossus just got absolutely decked by these Vikings. There's so many. The storms are huge, though. The Vikings quickly go down into the orange.
Yeah, but they're still doing damage. They're still all here. They're still one-shotting carriers.
And those carriers are trying their best to focus down these Vikings, but it feels like there might be just a little bit too much. No! Hold that thought, Tasteless! Somehow Creator with these reinforcements coming in, all of the forces finally converging over here at the 12 o'clock base. And now the Tempest are really thinning out the Viking count. And look at the banks. There's very little left. Disruptor Shot going to force a retreat here on the bio. Yes, the carriers, they did fall, but these Tempests are still getting insane value right now for Creator. And after all of that, it's 132 to 132 supply. It is dead even right now. The economy a little bit better for Creator. He has the additional expansions, but Kira, he even has some macro orbitals, man. He is willing to stay on this low worker count and just full send the army. This is an insane PVT.
This is one of the craziest PVTs ever, man.
We're
and it's like so dramatic, by the way. Now, the inner layer of bases for Terran have been mined out, or should be mined out. So bases like this are very easy to attack into. You can just sort of step back and fire shots into it and kill workers that way. Neither side's maxed out. They're both at 150, so they're still remaxing. And Kira's going to try to wrap around here and flank this.
The stim forward disruptor shot doesn't get dodged. A lot of the bio going down, but this bio has so much firepower left over. You can see the Tempest, they don't really succeed in this kind of situation, but luckily for them, the Zealots are going to charge right in with their upgrades, able to shoo away most of the bio for the Tempest, still survive. Stalker's getting warped in here on the right side, and that's going to allow Creator to entrench himself again at this base and slow down the macro of Cure. This is just absolutely insane. I mean, in terms of raw firepower, the army of Cure is better, but Creator's done such a good job of getting value out of these Tempests. Finally, again, the Vikings charging forward, able to take down 2 of those Tempests. No longer can the Tempest one-shot these Vikings. This is just insane. I mean, the way that Creator's trying to play this right now with these Tempests, just slowly chipping away at Terran, and Cure is constantly looking for the angle where he can charge forward and snipe these units down. It's a very delicate dance. If one player missteps, if Cure just eats 2 disruptor shots, he's basically dead. If Creator gets caught out of position and the bio is able to get the full surround and charge this army, Creator is basically dead.
I feel like Creator is not setting, like, what we're seeing right now is what he needs to do a lot more of, is like send Zealots out to these little locations and punish. You know, the Terran is spread out. The Terran is his hard time defending when they're spread out like this. But instead, it's like he's just trying to come in at one big death ball, and it's going to be a lot harder for Terran if he's being hit in multiple different locations.
Especially because we mostly have orbitals over here. By the way, the factory landing to deny this Nexus is so cute. I love that play by Cure.
Yeah, I actually thought it was a command center that was over there. I was like, wow, he's even expanded over there. Terran's low. Terran's real low. Terran does not have a lot of workers either. It's 36 to 66. Protoss is very healthy. He's going to try to take this base out. I think he might actually get away with it. Terran's going to abandon that spot. Cure instead going over here to the right. I think he wants to hit this base. He's poked out a million times before. I wonder if he even knew that there was a War Prism there. You know what I mean? I wonder if Creator had forgotten about that. So he's going to come back down here. This is the next super important base to take out.
Those Vikings are so important to the army here of Cure. Cure is constantly just fighting, almost like drowning, trying to have enough Vikings to one-shot the Tempest. And Creator's been so good at picking them off, now forcing a lift up on this command center. This ramp is a position where Cure can fight, but he has to abandon the base. The gas income right now for Creator is so low. I would love to see him throw down 2 additional geysers. He does it right now. Oh, I love you, Creator. 2 more gas geysers, he can get the upgrade on the Tempest and start really destroying these command centers. Give them some extra damage against structures.
You can see how much the production slowed down, by the way, for Cure.
Yeah, Creator
like a couple workers, couple infantry units. I don't think that Cure is going to recover.
It's tough.
I mean, he's got, but that base is mining. But like, honestly, Creator can attack that. Now, Creator still has room to try to grow on the map. I think he could still get away with it.
Look at the splash damage here, though, for Creator. It's 3 Templar, it's a handful of Disruptors. The bio on the ground here for Cure, do not let the supplies fool you. The army is really strong that Cure's got. Yep. Cure needs one decisive engagement. If he can somehow get a concave or catch like the Tempest unprotected, he can swing the momentum back in his favor. Army supply lead right now, basically non-existent. 133 for Cure to the 132 of Creator. Creator is still maxed. He's not getting any stronger, but Cure with his low work count does have a little bit of room to grow.
Yeah, if he could just get this base. This one up here that he's been hitting, that we're looking at right now, that one's nice, but it's not as important. It's going to mine out. I like the Zealots coming in over here. Clearly not enough, but there's infantry guardians. But this base where the Stalkers are next to, if he can take that out, I think he wins the game. It's probably the hardest place to hit on the map right now, but that's really where the beating heart of Terran is right now.
Vikings able to take down another carrier. Creator, even after those additional gas geysers got taken, still really low on the gas. That's why he's trying to leverage his minerals to find some advantage by using these charge zealots.
Where's the rest of the Protoss' army? Is it just Stalkers here?
I'm not sure,
I'm sorry, like
it's
Colossus and
Mothership.
Mothership. Okay,
yeah.
he's bringing it back down.
the structures on the minimap were obscuring the vision.
Yeah.
Again, in a head-on engagement, I think if Cure can find a concave, if he can come in from multiple sides and get a surround basically on Creator, I think he can still win this game. But Cure is really struggling with Creator's army movement. I mean, Creator has just been so on point of not getting caught out of position.
Yeah, the Tempests are going to either force Terran to give this up or force Terran to try to fight and keep it. I love the preemptive disruptor shots. Just basically making it so that you can't really walk into that area.
Yeah, they're just zoning for the Tempest right now. But again, the firepower on the ground simply isn't there for Creator. It's 2 Disruptors. Do we even have a Colossus? We have 2 Colossi and only a handful of Templar. It is sparse on the ground for Creator. It's all about those Tempests right now. And so here is Protoss. You basically can't stop the pressure of trying to chip away at the Terran army, because if Cure actually reaches max, he's going to have like 30 more army supply than his opponent because the worker count is so low. And you do not want to let the game get to that position here as Creator. You got to keep poking and prodding, but oh man, 2 Tempests follow right there to the Vikings.
Yeah, I mean, this is wild, man. Cure, he's got this base at the center left. We saw a lot of Zealots trickle into that area to try to deny it. they failed. You know, there was enough infantry that it was protected. And we've seen Creator shy away from trying to bust the central location that Terran's been holding. This base at the top left is going to be denied. And it seems like Terran could try to grow into that. Sometimes when I'm watching games like this, I try to figure out where I can draw a line through the map to see, okay, hold on a second, we have another big attack going on over here. And the Liberators hold this.
Yeah. The Tempest count is just pretty thin right now. You can see Creator trying to recharge it. 2 more in production. Oh man, Liberators with range too, I believe. Just so annoying here on these flanking sides. 15 workers died of that Liberator.
It's crazy, man. So it's 37 workers to 50 right now.
Wow, look at the units lost. I would think with all the Tempest, this would be favoring Creator, but it's actually Kier who has been 11,000 more resources efficient. That means that, I mean, the bases on Creator's side of the map are going to be so much more mined than Kier. If this game continues
that's
down
a really good point.
If this game continues down this path, Creator is basically already depleted 11k resources. Disruptor shots coming in. Connecting with anything. Man, Kier is so good about knowing exactly what he has to do to dodge these shots. He didn't even stim that bio.
Am I wrong in that, like, there was a period where Creator could have forced a fight and won this over here?
Maybe,
I mean, especially with an orbital there. Like, if it's a planetary, it's a different story. It's just hard to, like, both damage the planetary and fight the army.
It's just hard with the composition that Creator is running.
By the way, this base is mined out. So he doesn't even care. He's not going to waste his time trying to defend it. So we're running out of bases, guys. Both sides are maxed out now. Incomes are kind of low. For, you know, as much of the map as you see occupied, there's actually not that much coming in because a lot of these bases are mined out. They're basically, you know, empty vessels here. And he's going to go for this base now. This is another orbital. He's going to clear the few SCVs that are mining there. A counterattack's going to come in here. We'll have to see if this will prompt a recall or if, in fact, Protoss will just sack this.
Yeah, no Templar. And Pylon gets taken out. This base is likely going to fall.
Terran.
And now Kier trying to posture over here on the top side, but there's a lot of Tempest. I think he wasn't expecting Creator to have so many remaxed. By the way, remember I was talking before about how because Kier had a lower worker count, his army is going to be higher. Well, Creator now is down to 43 probes. So Protoss also has just a massive army over here on the left side. And we have 6 Disruptors joining the fray. 3 Templar. Still those 2 Colossi.
The bottom right base has been taken here for Terran too. So, you know, again, Creator seems to struggle with really having, you know, stuff split up on the map. Kier's getting a lot done. I do see a DT headed southbound to that location. This base, I don't think he can hold it.
Oh! Those ghosts get taken out by the Disruptor shot. This is a really tricky position here for Kier.
Yeah, you can really see that without a planetary here, you can really abuse the Terran.
Oh man, this is such a tough angle right now for the Terran to try and defend. These Tempests are finally paying dividends here. Poor Creator, Kier, he had so much army supply on the other side of the map.
So because all these orbitals are getting killed off, he can send DTs everywhere.
Oh, that's right.
You can't you can't rely on scan. I think he might have killed every orbital in the game just now.
We might only have a couple left, if that.
Okay, there's actually more down here. I'm sorry, I was wrong about that. But you get what I'm saying.
Orbitals.
A lot of times you pick up the orbitals that are in your main and your natural, right? And use those.
In the last 2 minutes, Kier has bled out 70 supply and all of his bank.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not making real money here. He's got one kind of far out base here in the very, very bottom right. I think this game's over. I think basically Creator, man, I just hope he's got the stamina because he's going to be going up against Zoun coming up here next.
You know, honestly, Creator losing all of those probes, it was kind of advantageous for him. His army has finally reached the point where it can stand toe-to-toe. I think that he's pulling the boys off.
I think you might be right about that. He's going to come in again.
You know, even those probes just dying. I mean, Creator already has a 60% army supply advantage. All right, one more engagement coming in. Kier has been forced all the way back to the natural expansion. It's like the Battle of Helm's Deep, man. He's trying to hold on. Here comes Creator.
Yeah, this is Kier's Alamo here. I don't know.
Dude, there's so many Disruptors in this army. Storm also available. A lot of the ghosts getting bled out. Only 2 left after that Disruptor shot as well. And Creator, I love, you know, he could probably just push in right now and end this, but he is playing this very slowly. He does not want to overextend. He wants to go to that final match. He wants to go to the round of 8. Huge Storm on the bio. He micros back again. GG is called.
Dude, what a day, man. Creator takes out Cure. Cure's going to be the first guy knocked out of this group.
That is insane.
Cure is the first guy knocked out of Group A. What an insane upset. Creator, I mean, you could see him grabbing his chest, grabbing his heart there. That was intense. But now we got to go to the final match of the day. It's going to be a PvP, Creator versus Zoun. And Creator, I mean, he had to sweat that one out.
35-minute PvT. Most of the map mined out. Hey, Creator going back to his roots, man. You can see how much it means to him. That is a world of relief.
Yeah, I mean, it's not every day you see Cure is the first guy knocked out of a GSL, but I guess there's a day for everything here.
And for Creator, one more match. He has to defeat Zoun if he wants to go to the round of 8. We're going to find out who that will be after this break. Zoun versus Creator, a PvP to close out Group A. We will see you back in a minute.
I've been navy blue, been somebody's fool, but all I remember now is being with you. Light up every room like a super balloon. You put me together when I was broken too. Fireworks in the dark, superstar, you're all I wanna see. Oh, I just can't believe how much you got my heart. You are a shooting star. Some things make sense to me, but I still can't believe how wonderful you are. How wonderful you are. How wonderful you are. So good I don't know what to call you. I'm feeling bad for anyone who's ever lost you. Stuck on the feelings, head in the deep end. Spend all my weekends on you, beautiful. Guess I'll never know how you exist, how you do it the way you do. Like fireworks in the dark, superstar, you're all I wanna see. Oh, I just can't believe how much you got my heart. You are a shooting star. Some things make sense to me, but I still can't believe how wonderful you are. 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 Yeah, I can't believe it. How do you do it? Yes, something. I can't believe it. How do you do it? How do you do it, baby? Fireworks in the dark, superstar, you're all I wanna see. Oh, I just can't believe how much you got my heart. You are a shooting star. Some things make sense to me, but I still can't believe how wonderful you are. Shooting star, wonderful you are. Wonderful you are. You are wonderful you do it.
It's more than enough to let the light in. The way you're making me feel it's divine. It's enough to let it flow, let it be. 'Cause you're everything that I crave in this life. 'Cause we're everything we can't find in another life. Take my hand and my promises, they're yours to be held, and I want you. I only want you. Keep my heart and my honor is yours to be held, and I want you. I only want you for the rest of my life. My life. For the rest of my life. You're in my sight and my mind, in the quiet and the upfront out loud, in the calm, in my spirit and the storm. 'Cause you're everything that I crave in this life. 'Cause we're everything we can't find in another life. Take my hand and my promises, they're yours to be held, and I want you. I only want you. Keep my heart and my honor is yours to be held, and I want you. I only want you for the rest of my life. 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 I had a feeling, why am I not surprised? Shattered the ceiling, the glass in my eyes. I'm turning gold, why you so cold to me? Some of the words get harder to find. Swallow my feelings, they don't sit quite right. I'm like, what's the point? You disappoint me. Only showing up when it's convenient. Why is no one here to save me? Moving pieces across the board like it's a game. Or what a way to frame me. I know I shouldn't care, but I'm over being you. And maybe it's all in my head. Guess it's time for something new. I'm not even famous, but all you blaming on some lame excuse. And maybe it's all in my head. Guess it's time for something
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for waiting. This is it. PvP time. Who is going to be advancing? Creator or Zoun? Now, Creator has to be super tired after that series. I mean, the last game alone, what was that, like 36 minutes or something? It might have even been longer than that. You know, lately in StarCraft 2, a lot of the games are a lot shorter than that. So that's, anyways, point in case, that was a long grind. Okay, that was a lot of work. Zoun's just got to put his feet up on the table the whole time and watch. The question is going to be, does Creator have the stamina? Does he have the plans to take on Zoun? Because right now, honestly, Zoun has looked like the most prepared out of everybody. I know he lost to Solar, but in some ways, Zoun has impressed me the most.
Yeah, Zoun looked really solid. And basically all of his games, all of the series so far today. But Creator, I gotta say, his PvT looks pretty immaculate. After kind of a shaky start versus Solar, he definitely deserved that win over Cure. Now it's gonna be up to a PvP. Persephone, Tuckamuck, and Leyline's gonna be the 3 maps. And I'm expecting this series to be pretty explosive, I would think.
PvP is pretty action-packed now. So yeah, let's see what happens here, man. Zoun and Creator. I would be happy with either of those guys moving on.
Yeah, me too.
In some ways, I'm always kind of rooting for Creator. You know what I mean? I've been casting for so long. I want to see him. I remember the time he almost won a GSL. Anyways, always kind of rooting for him to see if he can make it. Either way, guys, PvP time. Let's do the final best of 3 of the evening. Okay, Zoun here in the bottom left, Creator in the top left. So right away, we want to check and see, are there going to be any proxies, any kind of crazy stuff? A lot of PvP games are set up where one guy's trying to stop the other one from taking a base. What is he eating?
He's got a gum.
Looks like he has a huge piece of gum in his mouth.
It's like a baseball player.
He took a bite of a huge bite of a birthday cake, and he's chewing on that in his mouth right now.
These are sugar tasteless.
That's right.
They spent a lot of energy on that last game.
But yeah, we have a lot of games where it's like one guy's trying to stop the other one from doing too much, you know, as they expand. But we'll see. We could end up where both sides go for a fast expand build here as well. You can't cure Creator. Well done.
But can you sound him?
So we've got the wall in here. He's going to try to come through and scout. And no surprises, double gas taken on both sides as well.
Yeah, for Creator, it's looking like it's going to be a 1-gate expand compared to the 2 gates of Zoun. So is Zoun going to pull the trigger on this and heavily commit to aggression, scouting the 1-gate opening here from Creator, or is he going to expand himself, is my question. Now, with a Sentry, or not the Sentry, the Sentry recharge, with the energy recharge availability on the Nexus now, it feels like PvP, it's a little bit harder to make do with, to end the game outright with 1 base aggression, just because there's a lot less confusion about what's actually going to happen. Usually that first Sentry is going to pop, you energy recharge it, you scan basically what your opponent is doing with a Phoenix flying over their base, and you're usually able to figure out pretty quickly what the game plan is of the other guy, and once that happens, you can kind of concoct the perfect answer to their aggression back at home. And so, especially at this level, it's a lot harder for people to close things out with 1 base play, but the fact that Creator is going for 1 gate, now, I was thinking this was going to lead directly into a Nexus instead of to be Stargate into Nexus.
Yeah, interesting. And we've got the Stalkers on the move out right now here for Zoun. So, you know, the longer one guy has a base, the other one doesn't. You either have to expand and play catch up or try to come out here and attack yourself.
It looks like it's just going to be an expansion for Zoun. So even though he is going 2-gate versus the 1-gate play, still going to be an expansion.
Yeah.
And Oracle going to be the unit of choice here for a Creator. Now these 2 Stalkers, the shield battery isn't done just yet. I think it'll be difficult for them to find too much damage.
No, I don't think he's going to be able to do too much here. Yeah, the battery's going to be done. He's going to try to just hit this pylon, maybe bait out some of these units. You know, sometimes even if you can like force a drain on the battery early on, that can be good. But 3 is actually quite a bit.
Yeah, that shield battery already at about half energy. Could just keep going for that pylon if he wants to. Second Stalker almost complete
now,
here for Creator.
There is a pylon on the high ground that covers that. So he's going to go ahead and pull away. The Oracle's going to come here. And the question now is, did Zoun overextend? Okay, nice control here. Pulls the Oracle away.
Twilight Council going to be a touch ahead here for Zoun. I want to say about like maybe 20 seconds, so. At least 1 or 2 chrono boosts faster than whatever Creator is cooking up back at home. Of course, with this Oracle, we'll be able to confirm that this is something that he's got to keep his eyes on. Those blink timings can be very dangerous in PvP, especially as you're taking that third base. And during the PvT game so far today, Zoun was really a big fan of low gas builds. He stayed on, I think, 4 gases against Cure basically every game, if I'm not mistaken, whereas Creator really like to play heavier gas. And I know PvT is a different matchup than PvP, but I wonder if that philosophy is going to change at all here in this series, because I could absolutely see Zoun being one of these guys that's just going to stick on the 2 gas geysers in the main base and then take no more and just keep expanding and eventually have a gigantic army of charge zealots and stalkers. Whereas Creator just historically and then also today has been really favoring a little bit more defensive gas-based play. But that can be scary if you go up against somebody who's going, you know, pure gateway man in a PvP.
Gonna lay a couple traps down here. Some stuns set up in case he tries to expand and take a third. It is 3 bases on both sides, so things are ramping up pretty quickly here as far as macro goes.
Third gas, by the way, for Creator, so he is to be playing higher gas. We'll have to wait and see if Zoun takes his, and he will. All right, so we're not going to have the pure gateway man style of PvP that we occasionally get treated. Instead, it seems like both players are kind of developing pretty normally here.
You know what I've talked about before? I feel like in my casting career, I never get to cast super late game PvP.
Yeah, that's because it doesn't exist, Tasteless.
Yeah. Every once in a while, I'll be watching a stream, like another tournament, or just somebody streaming Starcraft 2, and I'm like, there, he's got it. It's happening. It just doesn't happen when I cast ever, but I would welcome that.
Yeah, it's rare, especially at this level. It's very rare. By the way, Creator is a lot more Blink Stalkers. Blink about 2 seconds away from completion.
Ooh, man, you just got both of those. Yeah, Zoun. I mean, that's the worst possible outcome, besides losing everything, is to have both of those get sniped.
Oh, nice catch there by Zoun. Only 2 probes going to get caught here at the Stasis Ward.
So we're going to have the Stalkers come down here now. He's looking for any stray units. Once you get a couple kills like that, you're definitely looking for any way to kind of get further ahead here. Now with Blink, he can just jump up here. He could like take this pylon out. I mean, that would just be like the absolute most ideal move. And he's going to get it. Nicely done. And he can actually even take some of these fights. He'll wait for his Blink to recharge and probably just back right out.
Yeah, just Blink the injured ones right down to the third base.
Almost takes the gateway out back there.
Yeah, nice moves by Creator. And he's been doing this behind a worker advantage too. It's 59 to 54.
Oh,
big gateway explosion taking place. Templar Archives and a 4th gas go down as well. So Creator, looks like he's going to be gunning for Charge Lot Archon as an addition to this composition. That's looking really powerful against what Zoun is cooking up back at home. He's basically pure Stalkers. He's adding in additional gateways and getting charge of his own, but the firepower here for Creator, once these Zealots and Archons enter the field, it's going to be scary for Zoun to try and hold on. Oh, I love this stasis trap too. He's trying to basically bait Zoun.
He's like, oh no, I messed up, don't chase me.
Mm-hmm.
His charge is going to finish like in sync with each other.
Zoun.
Yeah, I mean, with the 4th base, all these gateways out here, I think it's going to be a tough game to lose. And I love, is he going to take a Nexus at the center right? I love that idea.
Yeah, just
the
keep
gold
expanding.
base. Because you're both sharing the left side of the map, the far right will a lot of times get totally ignored. And so that's like one of those moments, especially if you're in a game where you're probably a little bit ahead positionally, which is exactly what's happening with Creator. He's got like a good supply lead. He's ahead of bases. Okay, he's going to come in now. Now with a Guardian Shield up, you just can't fight that. You'll lose. Chases that out. Almost kills the Oracle. That was kind of scary. And, you know, he made a gateway, by the way. I might have been wrong. I might have been a little bit too excited to have a Nexus at that gold base.
I think we might get it.
But I would love to see it.
Yeah, in any case, it's a really good warping point, especially with the speed zones down to the south. Just shift click those down to that bottom right base and then into the 3rd or 4th of Zoun. Could get a lot of damage done. Look at the units tab, by the way. Big Zealot and Archon lead right now for Creator. He was basically a pace ahead.
There we go.
From
Nice.
Zoun this whole time with the assimilators, and so that's gonna translate into at least a 1 Archon lead, maybe even a 2 Archon lead once additional Templars get warped in. I like this counterattack here from Zoun.
Yeah, nice move. Does kill a couple workers. Now, Zhao's got to be careful. Oh, he's going to snipe the obs.
Yeah, Zoun has to be really careful because a flank coming in like this could be deadly for him. Zealot's also warping over here by that gold base, so there's a lot going on right now.
All right. It's, you know, I think almost it's like Creator put himself out of position here.
Yeah, it's a little bit funky the way these armies kind of maneuvered around each other. I really thought Creator was going to commit to an attack when
It's
he
like
had those Zealots
he like
warping in.
surrounded him and then he ran with every unit away from that.
Yeah, it was a little bit odd.
Zhao's now moving actually back down here. And, you know, with the damage he's done, I think he's kind of caught up here.
Use the healing zone. That Stalker's in the red.
Please. For the first time we're going to see Protoss units heal ever.
Please. That Stalker's begging for it, man. Wants the healing zone.
So Creator is going to try to basically finish out his army with a lot more Archons here. They're both getting the Warp Prisms, which is kind of the final piece of the puzzle here if you're going to move out and attack. So delaying that until you're ready is always the way to do it. Now, he's even just sending some Zealots up here, kind of filing them up through the right column here on the map, just to make sure there's no extra bases. And Zhao's going to be up a base soon here. Zhao's playing a really good game. Both sides getting a lot of Archons, charge lots. A Zealot. I love the 4 Zealots here. And right now, Zhao looks at this. He's checking the 2 logical places that would be taken next, and he sees that his opponent doesn't have either of them.
Hey, he's even checking the base of the middle right now, so he knows that Creator's basically sitting on 4 bases.
Oh, man.
And he's also going to try and catch him out of position now, attacking this triangle third. Not a lot here for Creator. You can look at the mini-map. There's many reinforcements coming in from that top right side. This is a really good concave here for Zoun if he's able to lure Creator into it.
Does not look comfortable for Creator right now.
Yeah, a lot of it's going to come down to the Zealots, if they're going to get caught by the Archons or not. The dynamic of the Archon splash damage on the Zealots really tells the tale in these PvP fights. By the way, during all of this, those Zealots for Zoun, they came back to the top right. They canceled a Nexus. Trying to get some harassment done over there, too. Now Zoun going to blink forward. He's committing to the engagement. These Archons getting really good hits, though, for Creator, so Zoun is going to retreat. And notice Creator, during these fights, he's pulling a group of Zealots back. He wants to make sure he has a second wave, basically.
Yeah,
he doesn't want all of them to bleed out to the Archons right at the front, even whole position microing them. Warp Prism almost gets focused down, but Creator, man, that micro was just so good, and Zoun just gets routed.
Yeah, I mean, Zhao's in a lot of trouble now, losing all those Archons. By the way, the micro with the Warp Prism and the Archons was beautiful. If there was no Warp Prism, ideally what you do is you take the Stalker and you would target down your Stalkers, excuse me, and target down their Archons in that fight until they're lower and lower and lower. But he kept picking up the Archons when they were targeted, and I think there's just no way to recover from this.
Yeah.
This army's just going to snake through the map and kill everything that's here, and I think we're going to go to game 2 here with Creator having a 1-0 lead.
I mean, it all comes down to that one engagement. Creator just had a beautiful fight. Zoun is making some play right now with those Blink Stalkers. He's going to try and hold the main base, but he's sitting 50 supply down against a guy who basically has the exact same army as him, which is never a good feeling.
And the attack's going to continue in over here. I mean, I'm surprised he hasn't tapped out already. There's no way to recover from here. Whether he goes into the main or he goes to the other 2 bases and wipes them out. It's a choose-your-own adventure of how to beat Zoun here as Creator.
Love the way you phrased that. Recall now coming in. Creator is just so on point with his Zealot micro, even hole positioning them and just using the Archons and the Stalkers. I feel like this is just fantastic. I mean, it's easy to look good in a situation like this one where you have literally double the supply of your opponent, but still, the control just superb here from Creator. He's going to be going up 1-0 in this series as Zoun is digesting the loss. GG is called, and Creator is 1 map win away from the round of 8. Dude, that micro is so sick, actually. So much of PvP when you have mirrored armies like that, where it's mostly Charge Zealot Archon, with the initial Stalkers that you had from the early and the mid game. It comes down to how the splash damage is distributed. It comes down to concaves. Creator in that fight, just go back and watch that with a whole position micro on the Zealots. He is just making sure that he always is going to have Zealots to tank. They're not going to die in one wave. He's going to be able to trickle them in that was just beautifully controlled.
Yeah, I like it. I like what I saw, man. Super excited to see Creator playing well. This guy has put his hours in.
Absolutely,
We're
man.
going to go to Talkamac here.
I think him not qualifying for GSL Season 1 lit a fire, for sure.
Well, you know, man, I mean, he's hungry. He still wants this. He's been here forever, right? Zoun, I mean, look, it was actually a very slow early PvP. Usually there's more stuff going on. That was a little bit more of a kind of macro-oriented tit-for-tat game, minus, I guess, the 2 sentries that were shot down, right? It was kind of one of these chess games, just all about position there on the board, where the piece is going to go. Creator lost his gold base, but basically knew the ins and outs of kind of end-game maxed out army mobility here.
All right, guys.
All right, we're ready, guys.
Game 2.
Let's do this. Okay, game 2 is upon us. Are we going to have any crazy cheeses, any rushes, or is this going to be more of a macro game? I was just talking, too, in that last game, literally. I'm like, well, I never get to go to late game. We had maxed out armies.
Yeah,
I willed it into...
you did, but
I got my vision board out here, and I said I see maxed out armies, and here we are.
I'm pedantic, but I don't think it counts if it's a maxed out army of Zealots and Archons.
That's true, that's true. I was really talking about, like, split map, like, just absolutely crazy.
I feel like I haven't seen a PvP like that since early Legacy of the Void, and back then it felt like it happened all the time.
Yeah, there was definitely a period where it was, that's what was going on.
Dude, I hated the Disruptor so much because of PvP. Oh, I don't want to think about that meta. It was terrible. Even though it's kind of barbaric, just making a bunch of Zealots, Stalkers, and Archons, and name moving them, I much prefer this to what we had with the Disruptors years ago. Anyway,
so. This game, it's 3 in gas right now, even though there's 2 gases that have been taken.
Yeah, usually you want to prioritize the minerals for both players, unless you're going to do something really tech-heavy.
Makes sense.
Yeah, just get like 15 or 16 on minerals and then slowly rally into the gas. And 2-gate opening on both sides. Last game, Creator went for the 1-gate fast Stargate into an expansion, and Zoun, excuse me, went for the 2-gate into an expansion. This time, Tasteless, I think we're getting a little bit of a taste of what you wanted. We have a proxy pylon.
Yep.
Down by the hybrid, the Chimera gold and blue mineral base.
Yeah, this is far away enough. You got to think it's probably not going to get seen.
I was going to say, what's it going to be? But
Must be. It's going to be a Robo too. See, normally I feel like you make the Robo a little bit closer, but like, if you never see this, you know, you're not gonna know. Because look, you can see he's already moving around the map trying to spot anything hidden.
Sometimes the best proxy position is a bad proxy position because they don't expect it and they don't scout it.
You know, it's funny. I only think about this when I'm casting both ASL and GSL, but it's funny. In StarCraft 1, there's so many parts of the map you can't build on. Most of the map you cannot build on, where StarCraft 2, it's like you can build anywhere.
Yeah, I was playing
except for the ramps.
I was playing a little bit of Brood War just for fun between GSL Season 1 and Season 2. And I was really confused. I was like, is there creep here? This is a PvT. What's happening? Why can't I build?
Yeah, that's the way they concluded it. Now, there is a Robo conservatively made inside the main here for Zoun.
I would say usually this favors the defensive Robo player.
Oh, it's going to be a Warp Prism.
Yeah, it's going to be Warp Prism.
I decided this was an Immortal. Did you do the same thing?
It could be both. I think Immortal you see more often than not for sure.
Yeah.
But the Stalker play is also something that you see. It is so funny that in the meta PvP where we have a lot more 2-basing, we have both players going for a 1-base here in game number 2. Oh no. No pylon in the wall, and Zoun is about to lose a lot of probes, these 2 Adepts.
Oh my god, this topped off with that wall. A lot of times this is like the lamest way to lose a game of StarCraft 2.
Oh, but there's 4
up?
Stalkers in the main base of Creator. I can do that too. Oh man, this game just got real hectic real quickly. 8 probes going down right now. 4 Zoun, 8 probes going down for Creator, and more counting. How many units do we have on the field right now? It's so far, more probes are dying here for Creator, but keep in mind, this is 4 Stalkers dying in a situation where both players are basically going all in. Oh man, Crater's only down to what? 9 workers? Dude, I think Zoun with his 4 Stalker counterattack basically just won it. 2 more Adepts are warped into the main base with that Prism.
Yeah, they're not getting anything done though.
Nope. This is, I can hear the Korean casters laughing. This is a very funny situation. I don't know how you win here as Creator.
I think there's no way.
I mean, he's chrono boosting probes back out, but this is a very tough position. 19 workers to 11 workers is like night and day difference. You can see Creator, he's basically struggling to have like constant chrono boosted worker production.
I think now Zoun just wants to set up for an attack here.
I think that's just what you do.
An observer being made out here with the proxied Robo. I don't think the Adept saw that, by the way.
No, Zoun is still kind of scratching his head, I think, about where this proxy Robo is. The Stalkers in the main base certainly didn't see it.
I've never had a game where someone else gets Adepts in the base, but then the other guy also has stuff that goes into his base.
Sometimes it happens when like they both go Adepts, but I've never seen it with 4 Stalkers. Cute micro, by the way, here with Creator.
I like that. Take what you can get, right? It's going to be an Immortal coming in here. Now, there's at least one Immortal for Creator.
Yeah.
And I think that's back at home, unless that's in the Warp Prism. No, that's back home.
These kind of games are hard on your heart, man.
Well, he's going to go for the Sentry. Oh, he's going to run through.
Almost got it.
And he takes it out. He gets it. Now backing up.
Yeah, this is a tough position for Creator. I mean, the units lost are basically equal, but the fact that Zoun is mining from his base so much more efficiently. I mean, don't look at the worker count. Look at the minerals and the gas income. It's what, like 100 or so gas more for Zoun. It's 200 or so minerals more for Zoun. He's able to afford a natural expansion in addition to all of this. Let's see what Creator can get done.
Yeah, I mean, look, with a Warp Prism, there's a lot of damage you can get done. Get that Sentry!
That Warp Prism's going down. No, barely 2 HP.
I think the Stalker can get it. No, never mind.
It's zoning it away. If that Stalker goes down, it can save the Immortal, but no, the Stalker stays alive just long enough. I mean, I do not blame Creator for staying in this from this position. It is just such a scrappy game. I feel like you got a full send.
Thing is, he doesn't have a base coming.
Yeah, it's got to be an all-in.
Yeah, I think you have to just go for it. I'm actually surprised he's not going to go back with the Warp Prism and get that second Immortal. I feel like that's the play. I mean, Zoun double Immortal and then do a Warp in their main.
Yeah.
Try to end it that way.
Zoun is trying to do a lot right now. He's getting Blink. He's taking a natural expansion. He's adding 2 additional gateways. This is a lot of money spent on things that are an army. And he can kind of afford it because of the worker lead he had earlier on. But if there's ever going to be a window for Creator to get something done, it's right around now.
3 Immortals totaling. Oh, wait, is it 2 or is it 3?
It's 3 with the Warp Prism.
Yeah. So, like, 3 Immortals with a Warp Prism?
Maybe.
I think you can take this expansion out. I mean, the Observer's going to see it.
Zoun might have spread himself a little bit too thin.
Yeah.
By the way, this is mostly sentries here for Zoun.
Yeah.
But he's warping in a 4th one. Warp Prism negates a lot of that if it's able to move to the front.
Yeah, he's going to send these Adepts in here.
Oh, he's going to maybe suicide them on the...
I think so. And he's going to try to throw this over.
Dude.
He didn't micro the Immortal. Oh, my God.
Both sides losing an Immortal right there. Warp Prism stationary in the front. Doesn't get... Oh, Blink is done. He's able to blink forward and take it down, and then the Warp Prism picks up the Stalkers. Still, there are 2 more Immortals. Reinforcements now coming in from Zoun. Dude, this is so close. Creator's really making a show of it right now. Creator has way more army. Both Immortals, they stay alive. Did Zoun get too greedy? Did he try to do too much?
He can maybe unload over here and try to heal that up. He's going to go for the pylons.
No way.
Dude, I can't believe this.
They're on equal workers now, too.
Oh, the Immortal.
Yeah, there's no Warp Prism here. There's very little micro potential here for Creator's army. Blink forward is going to be able to take down that Immortal. I think Zoun has done it, but man, Creator made it really close. Dude.
I mean, this is just an insane game. The problem is that it's 1 Nexus versus 2. He's got an Immortal slow walking across the map. It's all about the Immortals right now.
Yeah, you need another Warp Prism here as Creator. If Creator still had the Warp Prism in this game, I think he probably could win it. But the fact that Zoun has Blink means that if he wants to, if he really wants to, he can just sacrifice the Stalkers to take down the Warp Prism and eliminate all that micro potential here for Creator. And at this point, I think the main bases are just starting to mine out. So there's so many workers here for Zoun. He has so much more mineral income. And it's only going to get worse for Creator as he slowly goes all the way down to 4 mineral patches in the main.
He's going to wind up for attack 2. Creator's control was really good back there. He basically kited the Immortal perfectly.
Now, does Zoun realize what's going on? I would love to see a Hallucination Scout. Okay, he doesn't need it. He has an Observer here in the main. Confirms no natural expansion. Checks the main base. It's actually not mining out yet. Oh, yeah, because he lost all those probes.
Yeah. He lost a bunch of workers, right? So he's going to have...
I was like, surely he's mining out the main base by now. No, I guess when you lose half your workers at like 4 minutes,
the thing is,
it takes a bit longer.
This natural, it's so big. Like, the entrance is much more narrow. Like, you can have like almost double the surface area. So how does he want to do this? I mean, I was wondering if he could try to blink into the main or something. But that doesn't look like it's going to work.
Creator actually
You can blink into the main and force field ramp, even.
I mean, Creator doesn't have blink. It's Zoun that has blink, right? So
yeah, that's true. That's
here
true.
defensively,
like just deciding stuff. I'm like, well, if you had carriers here, you could do this. No, tasteless. What are you talking about?
If he had a mothership to cast a black hole, throw some Archons in there. He's fine.
It's so funny. He's going to try to get them to move over to one side or the other. He's going to send the Adepts, maybe one in the back. No, kind of fakes him out.
This is a really tough angle to attack into, but Force Fields can go a long way, even with the Warp Prism. I need to see there's basically no concave here for Creator.
Yeah, there's no way to come in here and efficiently do damage.
Yeah, with energy recharge, you can get 2 more Force Fields on that Sentry as well. Creator is doing a great job of just staying in this one, man. He's made this so close. That Immortal slowly working its way back, barely survives. Warpers and Micro on both sides right now. And blink forward here from Zoun. Finally, he's got a little bit too much.
All right.
He is going to win this
going
game,
to game 3.
But man,
GG.
Props to Creator. He had like no economy back at home. The worker differential was insane. And Zoun almost got too greedy. That could have been a Creator win. Zoun, he went for the second Nexus. He went for the Twilight Council. He researched Blink. He did all of this. He did all of this before that natural expansion actually got up. And Creator was almost able to punish him for the greed.
Wow, that was quite the game. Yeah, it's so funny because like the starting circumstances were so wild.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's like, okay, he got 2 Adepts. I thought the game was over right at that moment. And then we turn and we go, oh my God, he got 4 Stalkers in there. So crazy.
All right, Ley Lion's going to be game 3, the final match of Group A. One of these players going home, one of them going to the round of 8.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to this, man.
It's been an intense series.
It's been a great day of games, by the way.
Yeah. I'm feeling the fatigue.
Yeah. All right, guys, we're going to go into this final game, last game of the evening to close out Group A. Either Zoun or Creator will advance to the round of 8. Okay. Zoun down here in the bottom left, Creator in the top right. And let's see if we got another proxy coming up here. So far, Zoun's been the more conservative player.
Yeah, Zoun playing very safe.
It's funny because the proxy happened, but it was actually fairly inconsequential when compared to the fact that the Adepts got on the base and the Stalkers got on the base, right? It wasn't really the kind of underlying point of the whole game. That was like the thing we cast about. But yeah, losing that many workers put Creator in a weird spot. Zoun was actually pretty macro heavy, almost win more-ish in his moves. And so it did create an opening where, you know, Creator was able to come in and actually do a decent amount of damage and almost recover, almost come back here.
It was so close there in the end.
Yeah.
We get players of this skill level, and it's wild the things that they can do on a StarCraft map. I mean, Creator with basically no economy relative to his opponents still goes for one last greed check play and almost wins the series because of it.
Okay, so it's double gate here. The builds mirror each other so far. We don't have a deviation just yet.
Yeah, no proxies or anything crazy here on the second pylon. The player's also going for the double gateway opening, so we'll see how this is going to develop from here. Sentry Stalker has been really popular in Korea just because Stats was doing this before it was even cool, before we had energy recharge. But again, with that energy recharge ability, just able to glean so much information. Yeah, it's both going to be Sentry Stalker. I feel like usually this leads just to a second base.
Yeah, I don't think. Well, I mean, if you're both making the same stuff, right? It doesn't make sense for one side to attack into the other. You're just gonna, by the time you get there, you're gonna have less. So they're both gonna get a second base up here. We might be going into a more macro-oriented game. I love the pylon here to block. Does it on both sides.
Yeah, pylon not only blocks the Nexus going down super early, but it also confirms what units are produced out of the gateway. A little bit faster than the hallucination coming out.
Yeah, doesn't let it finish. Not worth it.
Yeah.
So the Nexuses should be starting at about the same time here. They both delayed each other enough.
Yeah, now one thing to keep your eye on is how they manage their gateway production, because off of mirrored builds like this one, although it is at this level and with hallucination scouts, it's probably less likely these days. Back before there were a lot of hallucination scouts, you could pretty easily pivot into something like a 3-gate pressure.
Yeah.
If you just continue the production out of the 2 gateways and just try to greed check the opponent with like 1 proxy pylon, even if it's not a fast warping pylon. But that is not what we see here in game number 3. Instead, just continuing the trend of mirrored builds. Twilight Council's going down on both sides.
Yeah, and when you both have hallucinate and you can scout each other, I mean, it's a little bit hard to hide anything, right? Unless you're so good at zoning away the hallucinated Phoenix, it could be tough.
Yeah, and you can't really zone it away until you have, what, 5 or 6 units
Yeah, you have to have enough stalkers that you can just like blink out and just zap it and kill it.
Yeah, so it's just going to be basically identical builds all the way through. And we'll see when the deviation is actually going to happen. I feel like I'm casting a ZBZ almost. ZBZ's also had this trend sometimes where like the 3rd hatchery is finishing at the same time and they start the next queen at the exact same time. Here it is in this PvP. I feel like the biggest difference thus far is I think Zoun has made 2 shield battery. Yeah, I told you, Zoun and Nightmare also, they both love doing this, where they will just hallucinate 4 probes and check for proxies with them.
I love this.
Yeah, it's cute. I don't see it very often in PvP, but in PvT, yeah, this is trendy. 'Cause it costs the same amount of energy to hallucinate whatever it is you want to hallucinate, right? So just send out 4 probes. You get 4 units. Check all the corners.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Basically confirm that you're in the game you think that you're in, right?
Check all the hidden bases.
Yeah,
Those hidden bases are also usually the proxy spot where if you're going to build a Dark Shrine, you're going to build it behind one of those mineral lines more often than not.
100%.
Yeah, I love this.
Both going for Blink now.
Yeah, hallucination is such a cool ability.
And we're going to have the 3rd Nexus here. Yeah, they're both going for 3 bases.
Robo a little bit faster here for Zoun, unless I'm mistaken. I think Crater is still just on pure gateway. And Crater's been pretty heavy on the Stalker production. 7 to the 6 right now. Or Zoun, excuse me. We'll see what Crater's able to get done. No shield battery here just yet. Most of the army actually isn't here. I don't know where the rest of the army is. Maybe they're on the top right side looking at the mini-map.
Well, when your Blink finishes first, it does give you a little bit of an edge, but he's also fighting into sentries with Guardian Shield on. So he ends up actually taking some hull damage on some of those. Meanwhile, we have Zealot Charge coming down right now for Creator, along with the Robo. So we're starting to fill in all the techs. And I don't see a world where one player can easily kill the other. So I think we're going to continue to kind of cycle onward into this development stage.
Yeah, wait, Zoun's sorting out 4 more gateways. I don't think, does Zoun have a forge? I think he might just be committing to a push. He's on 3 gases. That's typically what you would go for if you want to have just a massive stalker.
You're right. If you don't get a forge, then that means you have to attack. Okay, he does, though. He gets a forge just later, so he's just doing things in a different order right now.
Oh, did he? I missed that. Okay. Yeah. Huh. So we're going to arrive at mostly the same spot, but the key difference here is that Zoun is going to be playing basically a mass stalker style, I think, and he's completely foregoing charge. And this can actually be really good against charge before there is a good number of zealots out on the field. You know, when there's a gigantic swarm of zealots, it can be a problem, but in a situation like this one where Creator is taking additional gas, he's getting charge, he's getting +1, he's building Templar Archives, Zoun can just fully commit. Actually, I'm starting to wonder if that forge is just a fake, because Creator's going to scout out the hallucination. He's not getting an upgrade. He's going for the throat, Tasteless.
You're right, dude. He faked him out. He faked us out. The attack's going to come in now. And I mean, there's enough Guardian shields that he can set up over here. It's going to be extremely difficult for Creator to make this work. The probes are going to be pulled. They're getting shot down one by one. The blinking back is looking so good. And Charge is going to finish right after this fight's basically been lost.
Dude, Creator just spread too thin. He's getting +1, he's getting Charge, he's getting a Templar Archives. These are all things that are an army. Zoun with this mass gateway, mass stalker attack, getting so much damage done. The probe line falling in the natural expansion. He still has way more stalkers than his opponent. Oh man, the War Prism Micro, just the cherry on top. I think Zoun is going to the round of 8. What a decisive timing attack.
This was a beautiful play. I love the fake forge. It was such a smart move. The mind game's unreal. Zoun takes that 2-1. That means we have Zoun moving on into the round of 8, and Creator is eliminated.
That was a cool move. Spots the Elucidated Phoenix, throws down the forge, and then just goes right for the throat. Oh man, I love that decisive play. Zoun is looking really good this season.
Yeah.
2-0 over Cure, really close series against Solar. Some of the best storms I've ever seen against Mutas against Solar. And now beating a Creator who looked like he was on fire.
I mean, Creator played really well today. And you know, look, I think the scouting, Hallucinated Phoenix actually saw the forge start. So he literally was like, oh, you're scouting me, I'm just going to make a forge. And that probably prompted him to just, you know, be even a little bit more greedy. And the timing attack came and got him.
All right, let's hear what Zoun has to say. Congratulations, Zoun.
일단 1등으로 올라가고 싶었는데
It's your first GSL in 3 years after military service. How are you feeling?
8강 비조에
Well, you know, my goal was to actually advance in this group in first place, but luckily I'm still able to make it here to the quarterfinals.
그렇죠. 오늘 본전에 따내고. 어떠세요?
그래야 되긴 하는데 준호 형한테 지금 한
Well, in your quarterfinal group, there's going to be 2 monsters waiting in the wings.
많이 해야 될 것 같아요.
Are you worried about them? Well, you know, my head-to-head record against them, it isn't the best, so I am a little bit worried. Yeah, there's going to be 2 Protoss players in your group. By the way, the 2 Protoss players, Hero and Classic. So including Zoun, that will be 3 Protoss players in Group B of the round of 8. So Solar actually said in his interview that you were making fun of him a little bit, and he wanted you to have some manners. That was a big part of his motivation to beat you today. What is that all about? Well, actually, this is the drama. Solar has been making fun of me. Solar started it, so I was making fun of him. I feel like we're like at an elementary school playground or something right now. Well, you're able to take down 2 really good players in Cure and Creator. But you're going to have to go against Hero in the very first match. And not just Hero, Classic also going to be in your group. You're saying, yeah, well, Hero is just the strongest Protoss player in the world right now, so I'm going to have to prepare very well. Well, you know, this is my first GSL after my military service. I really want to show a good performance for my fans. It's been such a long time, and I just want to thank everybody that's been cheering for me, and also all the pro gamers who really helped me come back from the military service, as well as my team and my sponsors. It's thanks to all of you guys that I'm able to be here today. Congratulations, Zoun, and that's going to be a wrap here for Group A. Solar and Zoun advancing. Solar in a Group A with Rogue and Maru. Zoun into Group B, the Protoss group with Hero and Classic. It's going to be a crazy round of 8, Tasteless.
It's going to be a good round of 8. Great games today, man. A lot of surprises here. You know, sometimes you come into a group and it's like, you kind of know the results already, but, you know, let's see if there's anything different that happens. Here, the results were surprising. I mean, the fact that Cure was knocked out is wild to me. And then even in the games, they were very close. A lot of very interesting ideas. I think one of the better days of GSL, or for me, just StarCraft 2 in general, that we've had all year.
Yeah, we had some really fun games. It took a little bit for GSL to warm up with the adept builds earlier on to start the night, but after that, it was smooth sailing, man. Tomorrow, by the way, this is Group B. Gumiho, Bunny is back, Shin is back, and Beyond. That's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Shin also looking really strong lately, so... Man, it's intense here in GSL Code S.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. We'll be doing a deep dive of TVT, no doubt. Maybe there's a world where we get like 3 TVZs. I don't know. But yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. No Protosses there, but we did have our Protoss advancing here today.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of a crazy Group 8, too, just the way it's shaken out, because that means no Protoss in Group 8, or Group A of the round of 8, and 3 Protoss in Group B. It's going to be a pretty crazy couple of days here at GSL, I think.
So, yeah, man, guys, thank you so much for joining us. Great games, big surprises here today. I keep thinking about that game that Solar played where he just, like, hit the Spire and went mass muta and almost won the game.
Dude, those storms. Tickets are available, by the way. You can see the
Yes.
information there at the bottom of the screen. I can't remember the day that oh, it's right here. Semifinals and finals, June 6th on Friday, 5:30 p.m. That is when they go on sale, I'm pretty sure.
Yes,
they sold out. Some people in the audience said they sold out in like within minutes. So make sure that you buy them very
sometimes
quickly.
within 10 minutes. Look, you know, days like today, the studio's light, but there are days where, you know, the deeper you get into the tournament, the more quickly the tickets sell out. And, you know, with GSL only having 2 short seasons here for this year, they're going to sell it really fast. So be ready for that. We love you guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Incoming transmission.